and welcome back. We're here at Game Changers EMEA once again. Where today's game is the starting, at least, is gonna be a very banger. Me here, Tash, running alongside Zach, your casters today, and I am super stoked for the first series.
Yeah, you said it. We've got some banger games ahead today, and I mean, we've got pretty good banger coming up for us to start off with here. It is going to be VLNT going up against Falcons. This is Falcons' debut day of play here. And just to recap for those who haven't been following the EMEA season so far, Falcons is number 2 up there in terms of circuit points. They finished number 2 in stage 2 as well after a loss to G2. And, they're one of the teams that's looking pretty comfortable in terms of those standings, just because of the fact that they managed to accrue so many of those circuit points over the course of stage 1 and stage 2. And I mean, if they can make it to playoffs, they're basically almost guaranteed a slot as well, unless things go horribly wrong. So the more they can win, the better for them, I would say.
Yep, and on top of that, for VLNT, they've already played once, I believe, and taking home that win. So it was looking good for them starting off as well. So now I think there's a lot of questions about teams that play earlier and teams that play later. I think VLNT probably, not only did they have a good start, I think they have an idea on what it means to just really have a little bit of the momentum going up forward. But when we talk about momentum, it's something that I think for Falcons, they are a very experienced team. I don't think it's going to be a problem.
Definitely agree with you. I think that especially with them being able to add Mary to that roster in terms of firepower, I think it's going to be like a pretty valuable addition to that Falcons side. But I mean, like you said, for the rest of the squad as well, I mean, they're no slouches either. And I think this Falcons roster pretty much are looking to be one of EMEA's representatives at that GCC. And they're very close to it. Like, they make playoffs, they do fairly well there. Unless another team outright wins out the whole thing, and for some reason they don't get any circuit points, they are more or less one of the most favorable teams to get that spot. And I mean, look at the squad. They've got Mary now, Madvi, of course. I think, that IGL controller, one of the most valuable players on this team, I would say. Of course, making that transition over from the duelist role as well, with Toki coming into play, that raise. And I mean, Eva, one of my favorite players, honestly. She was great last year on BBL and now on Falcons as well. I feel like they've really found like the best initiator flex they could. So overall, a very strong roster, especially with Sandra, just that quiet Cypher that you don't expect to see, who always like kind of jumps up on you, jump scare moments. I really do think this is a very strong roster that, especially after stage 2, I think they're feeling pretty confident in themselves.
Oh yeah. They looked confident. I think a rough start in stage 1 in the beginning until the transition of Mary. And I think there was a lot of, I would think it's a journey for this team, having so many role swaps as well to accommodate Mary joining the team. And I think it looks really good as well. Toki being able to kind of flex between different roles as well really helps. But on the flip side, let's talk about VLNT, who had already played. They have an insanely good roster as well. Lisa has been one of the most aggressive duelists I've seen, at least in their last match, and she is very adept at taking space and just going aggressive. And Dream as well, the addition to the team, and she has been impeccable when it comes to winning rounds. It doesn't seem winnable. Her multi-frags, her clutches are very terrifying to watch.
Definitely agree with you. I think especially in that last series against Heroic, Dream, everybody had question marks coming into this, new player for VLNT, how's it gonna go? And I think she not only shattered expectations, she like drastically exceeded them as well, like just with her performance. I think she was a player who one to watch out for in that particular series. And I think her and Inu both were the key factors why VLNT were able to walk away with that victory, especially on that map number 3 of Ascent there. Yeah, I think she really was able to pop off, and her Killjoy. I mean, I'm a Killjoy player myself, so I love watching good Killjoy players pull off absolutely incredible things. So glad that Dream was able to shine. And for VLNT, I mean, if you talk about the stakes, it's a little bit different here. They do have to outright win the whole thing, or at least come in top 2, and depending on how other teams' playoffs go, they have a long way to go if they want to make that slot and be one of the representatives for GCC. But before that, talking about this game, let's take a look at the head-to-head. I know we usually do the duelist here, but I decided to go with Nino and Eva because I think that both of them in that initiator role tend to provide a lot of value for the team and really set up Mary or Toki, or, in Nino's case, help set up Lisa for the kills as they come. And I mean, looking at the stats here, Emma, with that extra level of experience, I would say, playing at that higher tier, definitely one of the players to watch out for.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at these two players, I think this is something, a conversation that's, from champions all the way till now. The support players, instead of looking at frags, we're looking at support players who can really, really set up their duelists. I had highlighted Lisa just now, and we had talked about Mary as well. And the only way these two players can really shine is with the right support. And Ninu and Eva has been able to deliver just that. Eva and Ninu are great at not only getting those informations, how many times has their recon landed, which allowed them to just get 2-3 frags before her team follows into the game as well, which is very, very exciting to watch. And I think that, when we talk about support here, I would also like to highlight something about these two teams I've been watching from, for Falcons from last stage, and now also Valiant from the match they played just a few days ago, is that these two teams have some very, very impeccable chemistry, good teamwork. I love watching, especially for Valiant, because it's such a recent game. I can talk about it a little bit more in depth. Is that for Valiant, we can see the double swings come through very, very clean. We can see one swing out and another one to come through. We can see a wide swing from one player and a close one from the other. They have really, really good crossfires, good protocols in the post plant as well, which I love seeing. So each team knows how exactly to be playing this game. Now for Valiant, they've been playing against some of the best teams as well. We know that, but for Falcons, we haven't seen them yet on this stage. So there's a lot of question marks. Like, what did they learn in that grand finals against G2 Gozen?
That's a very hard question to answer, in a serious way. But I think, yeah, they definitely did. I think after that game, I think the biggest thing is Falcons before that, even last year until now, they've always been that number 2 team, the team that makes it to that grand final and then falls short of being able to lift that trophy for the most part. I think that, going up against G2, it's always like a bit of a rough ass to be able to come out on top, but they have been beaten before last year in that GCC by Shopify Rebellion, and even before that, other EMEA teams have been able to take them down. So, maybe they can do it again. That is going to be their end-term goal, but, they've got to get to that other grand final. I think Falcons will be very happy to make it all that way there one more time after stage 2. But the thing is for Falcons is, you were talking about Valiant, and I think they've improved a lot since we saw them in stage 2. They've definitely been able to, level up on those strats, level up on timings, like you said, the double swings. Their protocols are just so much better. And I'm hoping that Falcons as well, they were already a very, very good team, but to be able to beat G2, to be able to play at that global stage, at that GCC, and walk out on top, it's going to take a little bit more than they have in the tank, because you got to be able to beat your own region first. And I think for Falcons this year, that is the goal at least.
Yep. For now, let's have a look at the veto here. We're gonna excuse me. What? We're gonna be looking at Haven as well as Sunset. Valiant going for Haven, and I love the fact that we're getting to see more and more Haven. With the return of Haven, we're seeing a lot more different ways of how teams approach the map. We've seen so many different types of defaults and pivots and how each team goes, and I especially love the lurks coming in from most teams as well. So I'm really excited to see how exactly, what exactly Valiant has on the menu and how Falcons will be playing against this. I mean, we've seen Lotus played already recently by Valiant, but now for Falcons on Sunset, what do you think?
I mean, I think Falcons is a team that have played Sunset pretty well before. I think they've been very consistent in terms of being able to pick it up. Like they played it 6 times last split, and they were able to win it 5 out of 6 times. I think their only loss as well was against KC, which was their first game. Since then, they were able to come back much stronger, and they haven't lost since. So I think it's going to be a bit of a challenging map for Valiant. But yeah, Haven, that's going to be our opening map here, and I think it's a map that both teams are pretty comfy with. I would say that Valiant, it's probably their best map because of the sheer amount of times that they have been able to play it. We haven't really seen Haven come out of Falcons yet this year.
No, so the last time they played was 2023 in August.
So it's a huge question mark as to what they are going to be pulling up here. But the one thing that I can say so far, at least both of these teams, they've clashed each other twice this year, and both times it was Falcons coming out on top. So Valiant, if they can win this one out, it's going to be some nice well-earned revenge, I would say.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting. It's something that they want to be able to get over. I mean, for Falcons, they have quite a bit of circuit points, as you mentioned. Stakes aren't as high as Valiant for this match as well. But if anything, every match you have to really be careful because anything can happen in Valorant. And I think this is something that Falcons wants to be able to avoid if possible moving forward. Now, coming into this one for Haven, okay, I know there's a lot of question marks, but if you could see Falcons running a comp, what would you like to see?
What would I like to see? I'm not saying it's the best for this map, but I would like to see a Yoru. But honestly, I would love to see a Neon. I feel like Neon is a very underrated duelist for this particular map. But we've got Agent Select, so I mean, oh well, looks like I'm not getting my wish of the Neon. It's just gonna be Jets across the board here. But you know, Lisa versus Mary on Jet. That is something that I want to see. I would love to see.
Yeah, Lisa versus Mary is going to be exciting. I mean, we have seen Lisa on that Neon, which I'm not surprised when you mentioned that it could be a Neon comp. We saw it happen in Champions. It looks really good. But if anything, I understand why they want to choose the Jet instead. Possibly it's something that they're more comfortable with or something that they have been practicing with as well. And across the board for this one, the only thing that we're seeing different for this comp is that we're either going to be seeing a Sandra on the Cypher and also Dream on that Killjoy. Now, we have seen Dream play that Killjoy as well as the Cypher, and she's very, very adept in both. Sandra as well. I think we wanted to talk about head-to-head between the two. We haven't been able to. So, Zach, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, you know, firstly, in terms of team comps, I would say both are pretty good for this map. It's just a matter of whether you prefer the Cypher or the Killjoy. That said, I mean, Cypher does help you deal better with those lurks just because of the fact that you don't have a range on your utility. It's more global. And especially on a map like Haven with 3 sites and really long rotations, you know, if you can put that trip down towards C-Long and A lobby, put a camp towards mid, you're going to have a lot more visibility over the map. But then again, conversely, the ultimate as well, the Killjoy ult is just so incredibly useful on this map for retakes, you know, especially for that B and that A side. It completely kicks everybody off of site for the most part, and it just makes retakes really, really easy. So Valiant, if they can charge up Dream's ult, it's gonna be really useful for them. But aside from that, I would say it's pretty meta. I think the Sova Breach combo is something that's been around for a while. Magby versus GX, that's something that I would love to see because, I mean, in terms of just the Breach, honestly, most Breach players, even Mimi when she does pick up that breach on occasion, it's not like about the KDA, you know, it's about what you can do to really set up your teammate. And I think that both these players, especially Madvi has historically just been excellent on those support roles. So I think that she'll do a fine job of filling it up. And GX as well, I think one of the better initiator players I've seen. I think that would definitely be something to create. That's something that will fascinate me. And I'm going to be keeping an eye on the assist and the overall KAST at the end of the game.
Yeah, coming into this one. But for now, I think also when you talk about these two teams now for Valiant, I mean, we just saw them play a few days ago. That's why I keep on bringing them up. Is that when we saw a GX, I think the whole comp has been played before on a previous map, if I'm not mistaken. And coming into this one, yeah, you are right. GX and Nino has done phenomenally in setting up Lisa for being able to get those pickoffs. Dream, yes, I think I really like the fact that not only is she watching flank, but also she can also really take up space in moving into different sites. She doesn't really need to get those frags. It's about just securing the space and not letting it go, which allowed for her teammates to just really pivot into a different site when push comes to shove, when they're not able to fully execute, which is what I'm really keeping an eye out on. And I think for Falcons, I'm sure they've been watching all of the Valiant games. I'm pretty sure that they are going to be having their eye out on Dream as well. So this is something that's also to note. So we have on one side, we have Falcons with question mark, and also we have Valiant whose VODs are already out, but they do have the reps in for this map. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, now's the time for you to keep your eyes on the screen because the game's about to happen. Valiant and Falcons. The debut game, at least for Falcons Vega for this tournament. Let's see whether or not Valiant will be able to overcome this team.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good way of putting it because second best seed in EMEA, that is Falcons as of now. And this is their debut on stage, so it's going to be pretty exciting to see what they've been cooking since it's been a few months since that last stage. As said, Valiant, I mean, number 2 team, of course, arguably, you know, going by just the previous stage stats, Falcons is the best team in their group, I would say. So, I mean, they've got Giants at Giantex as well. So Valiant, of course, facing off against one of the 2 strongest teams in EMEA currently, I would say. So it's going to be a lot for them to be able to overcome, like you said, but it's okay because Valiant, they do have that benefit of that first win under their belt. They look better than they ever did before, and hopefully now starting off on their map pick, it's going to be enough of a boost of confidence to be able to power them through. I mean, I love an underdog story, but you know, underdog stories only work out if you win. And for Valiant, I hope they have the gas in the tank that they need because Falcons, especially going by last stage, with the exception of that grand final, they were having a pretty rowdy time with the rest of the games.
You know, when we looked at Valiant play last, the Lotus, I think that's why we said earlier, I was quite surprised at how close they managed to go against heroic Valkyries here. 17-15, I remember, and I was a little bit concerned about their momentum, about their stamina. but they seem to really steamroll moving up forward all the way to map 3. And I just really am surprised at the tenacity this team has. So I am going to completely agree with you, Zach. This team does look a lot better in terms of how they play, their communication, as well as their firepower as well, in fact. Now, for Falcons, I think we already know, I think there were a lot of expectations for them, especially toward the grand finals, yeah? When we talk about this team, I think everyone wanted a closer match.
Here.
That takes a loss is a team that would have learned the most. So for Falcons, that's why the question I asked you, Zach, is how much have they learned from that loss? And I'm really excited to see what they show to us.
Same. I think definitely. I mean, to be fair, it's G2. You know, I feel like most teams in EMEA have taken some losses from G2.
Early opening.
Starting off now, though, it's gonna be Liza to find that opening frag. Already taking out Sandra, peeking through window, and no trade coming in either. A little bit of damage done, but not too much on a pistol round, especially. Everybody's only a couple of bullets away, but look at Dream in the corner. Toki though flicks away and takes care of her.
Very aggressive here. Mel trades back. Still on the hold. Mary, good for one, and so does Eva. Trades all around the board. Very aggressive early from both these teams. They're already on the site. A lot of time to spare. Plant goes down super easily as the rest of the team is going in further sprays. Chip damage onto Mad V. Not enough to really deter her off the site. Moving in together. Talked about the chemistry, the playstyle coming in for both teams. Mad V sharp as hell there. The 2 in the head. The domes of the players of Valiant, and they go and take the first point.
First round in their favor. I mean, Valiant might have had her first blood, but Falcons, they catch up in that post plant. The trades on that C side impeccable, and a lot of kills coming through in their favor. They bring down that initial advantage. They were one player down, and they still were able to catch up pretty quickly, especially with Sandra B going down in the first 2 seconds of the round there. But yeah, on site, they get the spike down. Protocol is perfect. The flash by MadV to reposition, and MadV just takes the fights with full confidence at the end of it. You know, her teammate wasn't even needed. Once again, Lisa coming out early on to try and find a pick, but this time around, Falcons, they aren't fighting. They're playing much more slowly, and instead opting to concentrate most of their team towards A, where already you can see Mary positioned with an outlaw on attack.
Mary outlaw, the Mary op. We all know that's the fundamental of a good game. But Valiant playing it a little bit more passive this time, choosing different routes for aggression here. GX is going to be cleared out. Not too sure. Let's spot out one player, but not the other. Clearing out one side, finds no one. MadV. This could be very fatal if he doesn't clear the right side. Probably smells something stuff happening. Decides to back off as the other 2 members from Valiant. A little bit more aggressive on the B side. As Dream playing real close. The shorty play. We saw her play with the Bucky the other day, and she brings it here with another one. As MadV still holding. Finds no one. Very, very hard to find their way onto the site. But despite all this commotion, it's only been a 1-for-1 trade.
30 seconds left.
1-for-1 trade, and the rest of them, they're rotating over. I think they've realized that there are multiple players from Valiant still on that side. So Falcons happy to keep their weapons, happy to hedge their bets and go towards the C side, where there is only a Killjoy with some utility towards CT lurking around. Already Mary gonna be able to get onto site. Toki breaks the turret as well, and with the help of that, Falcons, they need to get the spike down. They only got a couple of seconds left on the clock here. Also, it's also a bit frozen for me, guys. Don't worry. I'm just going off by what I see on the minimap. But hopefully they get that spike down soon, and Valiant, they have to go with the retake, which is classics.
Yeah, unfortunate for that, we're not being able to see what happens next in that tail. But for now, we're gonna be coming back to us again once. Sorry about that for the technical difficulties, as we know. Always happens at the beginning of a tournament, but it's okay. We're gonna go straight back into the game. The defuse comes through.
There we go.
And Eliza trying to go in for that clutch, not happening. MadV takes another round, but at the cost of 3 guns.
3 guns indeed. It was a little bit expensive there, but Falcons, they still pull it through, and they save the most important guns. They keep the Guardian and the Outlaw here. So rest of the team, I mean, Toki only had a Ghost, gonna have the money to buy up that Vandal, and it does seem to be the call here. In fact, this might be a very substantial bonus investment coming out of this Falcons side. And Valiant, on the other hand, they only do have they are going to be able to fully buy up, and Lisa actually opting to go with the Outlaw instead of a Vandal with light armor, hoping that the 140 damage might be enough to capitalize on in the rest of the round. Already got to be taking an aggressive position towards a lobby. Multiple players from Falcons actually here looking to push through that dark cover. Timing on the shot has to be perfect, and unfortunately not going to be able to connect. So that's the cue given away to Falcons that, all right, there is an Outlaw on the side, and the rest of the squad, they still look to push the issue. They've already taken short control.
Yeah, and Mary is still looking to aggress. Holding down the line, her teammates close by if they need to trade, but I think they're going to be changing their mind here. Madvi did take quite a bit of damage there, but the rest of the team very, very healthy, looking to rotate away. I think what's really good about Falcons, I think we've seen this happen before. They like to get as much information as they can, potentially maybe a pick off before moving and deciding. Walking out B into the site itself, finds no one. There is at least one alarm bot waiting for her. But gets shot at, enough information, and Smokes immediately goes down as they try to take control of Garage. Smoked out already, so Dream won't be able to see what's happening.
Yeah, I don't think the information is necessarily going to be there. Still, though, I mean, Madvi's taking a bit of damage, and the clock, it's winding down, which is the most important factor. Once again, a late round rotate coming in by Falcons towards the C side, or at least the impression of it. The rest of the team still towards A, but Mary, as well as Sandra, are looking to catch the rotates. You know, Sandra gets taken down here. Now Mary doing her best to convey the impression. In fact, calling for the rotation after finding C empty, and the rest of the team, they're here. But the time, Tash, it's only 12 seconds left. They have to get that spike down, and they are cutting it too close for comfort right now. And they are barely going to be able to get it down in time. Luckily, no disruptive utility or ult available from Valiant quite yet. Now, we've got a 3v5 post plant.
Good hold, but Mary just quicker on that contact. She is fast. All eyes onto the members of Falcons already on the site. Post plants ready. One long, one in the garage itself. Not too sure if they've actually spotted out. On one end, Mary good for one will be traded. Unfortunately, Eva will whiff. Numbers dwindle down. Madvi all on her lonesome. Finds herself inside of garage. Spots out no one in the beginning. Goes out to half. Taps one. Can't go for two. And just like that, Valiant looking great right now.
It is over.
Taking this round. Bringing two guns into the next.
Not too bad. They managed to carry two guns, but I think it was just a little bit more expensive than they would have liked it to be. That said, though, they're still going to be able to put together a full buy against Falcons. But, you know, Madvi with that final kill, after her death, she does have that Rolling Thunder, which could be a huge ultimate for Falcons to really invest in this round to try and confirm it. One thing that does concern me is the fact that Falcons are taking so long to really get the spike down. Like last round, for example, there was a margin of less than 1 second before that spike actually went down. If there had been, like, I don't know, a double shock dart or some kind of molly lineup, it would have been really rough for them to try and get that spike down. So a really, really nice round coming out of Valiant. They're gonna give them a little bit of momentum, hopefully, in this next one. And if they can win this next one, they will shut down Falcons full buy. So it's gonna be a huge morale boost for the rest of the squad. Right now, though, two of them only Guardians in hand, no ultimates either to counter this Rolling Thunder. And already, Mary pushed up all the way into B, breaks the turret, takes that first contact, and now the rest of the squad, they're actually considering pushing into B.
Not even deterring any or prompting any of the members of Valiant to quickly push or rotate into the site itself. Not until this spike is going to be set down. Easy B site, but no worries about that retake. I see Lisa pushing all the way, trying to go for that flank. Breaks that trip. Should be enough information for them to just be watching their back. Mary, aggressive, and Madvi as well finds one side each. Very, very aggressive, very, very sharp, and well played. The post plants denying any chance of a flank, any chance of a push from the backside. The last two members of Valiant looking to just save here. The calls from each side of A and C. So as quickly as the Falcons got that B side, as quickly as that, they also get the point.
Yeah, really quick. And they didn't even need to use Madvi's ult, so that's going to be one more thing carried into the next round. Valiant, all they can do is save these weapons here. Maybe try to find an exit frag or two. And oh my god. Oh, that's very unfortunate for Valiant there. Toki just finding that final kill to boot. So yeah, Falcons, really nice round coming out of Mary. Just being able to find those openings, get onto site, explosive. And yeah, 3-1. Valiant's going to be calling an early timeout here. They were able to only carry one rifle, so I think the economy is going to be looking a little bit shaky. But these shots from Mary, man, just completely shutting down any viability of a retake within the first 10 seconds of the plant.
Yeah, and I'm really liking the fact that Falcons, the way they play with that information, they hear one trip broken all the way from C main. Immediately, you can see Mad V turning over the other side. And then suddenly, you can already tell that Mary was wise. It's going to be a two-way push for that flank as well. So she was pretty much primed and ready for that. Not too sure what happened over in A main where she was able to get two. Maybe it was a miscommunication or a late double swing together. It was very, very unfortunate, but worked out so well in Falcon's favor. They are post-plant positioning was something that was very interesting for me because I don't think I saw anyone onto that B side at all. Everyone played toward B window.
Yeah, I think the post plans from Falcons was good, but also just the timing on those peaks from Valiant, right? They were very, very split apart, and I think Mary was able to take full advantage of that, denying the trade potential at all, and things looking very, very tough. After the timeout, that said, they still do have that hero vandal. You can see Mel kind of debating if she wants to go in for the judge, but instead opting to stick with the classic. And I mean, in the anti-eco, Valiant got pretty close to stealing it away. It came down to a 1v2 at the end, so maybe these classics and, of course, the judge in the hands of Mel could be the solution that they need. Right now, the Falcons, they're heating up, they're speeding up their pace here. And after all of this defaulting, all of this rotation stuff from ANC in those first couple of rounds, now they're just going for straight on-site hits, it seems like.
Mary embodying the idea of aggression, just straight up walks out A main. Will be spotted by the owl drone. Jump peek, finds no one. Can see the members of Valiant saying, okay, I don't think we want to really challenge that. Let's go for strength in numbers, perhaps. Don't get picked off. At least go for that trade. Now, Mary still haven't moved quite yet. Holding down her position. And I think this is very, very known for by Valiant. Lisa is here. A tap to the head. Not too sure, but Akamask always puts it very well. Game Changers Sheriff hits a different. As Lisa gonna be blessed with an upgrade here. No follow-ups quite yet, and it's still, there's another 30 seconds to go. Might be a B hit if you think about it.
Could be, yeah. I mean, 30 seconds, they've got to go somewhere, and B is the easiest site. The problem is holding on to it, especially if you don't have any ults, but they've got the Rolling Thunder. That might be what they need. Again, Spikefan gonna go down uncontested, even without the smokes here on the side, and after that, all that remains is for Falcons to play that post plant. They've got that lurk as well. Toki, oh no, Rocket a hard play. It's actually gonna be able to find
beautifully played.
The Rolling Thunder hit. You know, it's like when you bump into your neighbors and you don't really want to make conversations, but you have to sometimes.
Oh,
and the rest of Falcons,
sharp.
they're just so quick on finding the remaining kills. Sandra watching mid, Toki on the flank, nothing that they can really do. And Mad V's breach ult just finds the maximum impact that it could there.
Very, very well played here. Look at their positioning. I'm loving how they've been placing themselves here. It's a B hit, but Falcons have really placed themselves in so many different areas. Be it A, be it B main. They are ready for any kind of play. And it was already pretty much planned. As the Mad V ulted, you can see that I'm going to ult toward you. Everyone will be pushed toward A side. And it was just there for Toki just pick off. Very, very well done. As we go into round 6, immediately going to stop any form of early aggression with that cage. Is Lisa with that op. Won't be getting any value quite yet. The only thing she can be doing with that is breaking off that cam. It's enough information for her as she moves out of the way, but it's enough information for Falcons just run straight to B. Why change sites if it has been working for the last 3 rounds? Eva here, holding that site in case anyone wants to be pushing out of Garage itself. Dream, going to push forward. Perhaps suspects a rat, excuse me. Finds no one quite yet. Thinking twice, thrice. Finds no one. They did ping it, so I think she does know. Hasn't moved quite yet. Does she check? Oh yes, she does. Flash or not, she still gets that frag. Goes for 2 for Mary's side. Wants to go for 3. Can't do more than that as Lisa quickly shuts her down with the operator. A shot by Mad V brings GX down as Lisa moves to the backside. Gonna be happy with the consolation prize, but not being able to take it the next round. Sandra looking good, and so does Falcons. They got 4 rounds in a row.
4 rounds in a
Sorry,
row.
3, excuse me. I can't math.
It's okay, that's me every day. You're fine. But yeah, I mean, I think that for Falcons, again, like the positions they're holding in the post plant, really, really impactful. And the fact that they're able to not only get these first bloods that go untraded, but also the fact that in the post plant, Valiant's been kind of questioning things as to how they want to go about retakes. they're not able to really get themselves into position because of the amount of map control that Falcons are taking for basically free. Now though, Valiant look to take the initiative. Already Lisa with the knives able to push out, gets the first kill and then falls back. But on the other hand, Mary already dashing in, opening kills to galore here. And Dream at least gonna be able to keep things even with that nice shot. But Spike already on C, and Falcons, they've got full control.
See one side, both Jets aggressing. But as Lisa pushes up onto B, Mary takes advantage of that straight through into C. She's not stopping. She loves taking that space. Punishing Dream for not repositioning herself. Gonna make a D line straight onto C long. Gonna be hard to retake, but again, those sheriffs have been incredible in the hands of both these players. GX will be spotted, moves out the way. So her teammate Sandra waiting for the right opportune moment. Lurk on lurk, if you want to say that. Ninu falls. GX all alone with only a sheriff. Almost impossible to win, but Falcons showing a complete dominance in this attack side.
Yeah, I mean, they've got momentum, they've got it going. Now it's 4 rounds in a row, and even though Lisa was able to get that first kill, the rest of Falcons, they just continue rampaging through, and Mary in particular looking so sharp today. It was a damn shame when she disappeared after winning the Game Changers Championship, but now she's back and she ain't messing around here. Just able to absolutely demolish whatever defenders are on site consistently. And Valiant, again and again, they're being put in these positions where even if they get this opening kill thanks to Lisa's heroics, the rest of the team, they're just not able to hold on to the sites themselves. And whether the sites are left empty and they go in for a retake, or whether they fight Falcons on site, the outcome so far hasn't changed. So they're gonna have to think about how they can really improve upon the existing strategy. Lisa once again with an operator. This time around though, it does seem like Falcons, they want to go into A, but the Sova drone isn't going to catch anything, so they might have a window where they can just try to walk in, which is what they're doing right now, at least a little bit.
Garage as well. Flash to come through, give space a little bit to Sandra, clearing out all those corners. A lot of ruckus, but it doesn't seem like they actually want to commit to that space. But one thing that I do have to give props to Valiant is despite the amount of noise happening, it really just denies them any opportunity of being able to take that space. And speaking of space, Lisa forced to concede. They knocked down here. Sandra. A lot of patience from these Falcons girls. Holding, playing together. They don't have to push unnecessarily, and they're just waiting for the Valiant players to just push aggressively toward them, and they punish. Playing on contact. Mel will be able to find one of her own. It's gonna be massive if you think about it, equalizing the round. As the other members' time ticking down, Valiant once again forced into a predicament of a save. Haven't found an answer at all for these very, very aggressive pushes and plays. It's just all default from Falcons. Just getting those picks one by one before finally settling onto a site.
Yeah, I think 3-person saves, there's going to be some question marks about this, especially with the number of ults. But yeah, too much time had been down on the clock, so it's going to be important for Valiant to at least conserve their echo so they can try to do better in this next round. The problem, especially when they do have an operator in hand, it's going to be such a valuable purchase that you just really want to be sure you carry into the next round. The rest of Falcons, though, it's been so many rounds in a row that they're hunting for these frags right now, already pushing up and trying to take them down, but Valiant, they hold on to these guns here. And now look at the ultimates. They've got 4 to work with, including that lockdown for the retake. This could be the tool that they were missing so far. And yep, they're going to be calling a timeout to be sure that they don't let Falcons get any more rounds.
I mean, on top of that as well, they really have to figure out how to play with those 4 ultimates they have in hand. And these are huge, huge ultimates. And out of all of this, they've only managed to get one singular round, which was the buy round they had on round 3. Falcons have been very aggressive when it comes to taking up space. They would go to a long, maybe get a pick, not able to do that, they just leave. You see 2 pushing into garage, perhaps making some noise, hoping to catch anyone as they go in the mid-rotate. And despite the fact that Valiant doesn't rotate, it doesn't really deter them or bother them at all, because they know that with their players and how sharp they are, they don't really have to really worry too much about forcing these fights. Because Valiant would just walk into their crosshairs if they waited long enough. That happened to Sandra. It also happened to Mary as well. They didn't have to over-aggress. They're understanding that each part of the map is a puzzle piece, and they don't have to try and force these puzzle pieces away.
Definitely. I mean, they've got the pieces of the puzzle. Valiant, they've got the retake ults. They've got the guns as well. All they have to do is figure out how to deal with the onslaught of Falcons, because so far at least Mary has been excelling in finding these opening picks onto site, and unless they find a situation where they can stop that, I think it's going to be very rough right now. Though the rest of Falcons, they are converging towards the C site already. You've got Toki playing pretty aggressively here, going in for that peak, and I'm gonna be able to get away without too much trouble. Just very invested early on here. Not gonna unfortunately be able to find anything.
Oh,
The counter comes
chaos.
along with the Rolling Thunder to deny the site. Actually, Matt B catches Mel out with the help of the Aftershock, but Nino able to find a trade. Sandra, though, bounces back with a kill of her own here and makes Lisa's operator obsolete. It's just chaos across the map, but Falcons, they come out on top in terms of numbers. The only thing is
she doing this?
Yeah, I don't know, bro. Sandra's just having a round right now. Absolutely illegal. Lisa, though, finally in the right place at the right time with the operator. Gets the first, dodges the flash, gets the second as well. But now there's a third player coming all the way around. I don't know if she's aware. Right now, she is, though. Eva gives away the sound cue here. And now 2v2.
Lisa, huge with those 2 picks. Unmovable like a rock. Just gonna be dodging the Aldrune. Did not spot her out. But sound cue off that gun would probably be giving her away as Lisa here playing onto A side, or A long at least. Trying to make sure that she's able to come up on top. Sandra's hit popped. Can she go for 2? A swing out here. And she does 4 in the back. And Lisa, massive onto that round. Huge, huge. And that timeout will be paying dividends.
It does indeed. And, well, finally, Valiant, they're able to pull around together. 2 huge kills from Lisa, and of course 2 ultimates to push Falcons off that C site. And I think the whole round, honestly, Lisa gets the full credit there. An explosive 4K, exactly what Valiant needed to get back into this. My only concern is without those explosive ultimates, it's going to come down to purely onto fragging power there. And I mean, it's micro mistakes from Falcons as well, right? They know Lisa went over towards long. They know the spike is there. They could have tried to peek together, but
It's very aggressive from Mary here as they move forward. This time around, they're coming up forward as Ninu and Aldrune will tag 1 out here. Lisa, with that information, gonna be playing a little bit more aggressive. Wants to go for more. Dash already enabled. Goes for 1. Toki goes down. Falls. Repositions. Rendezvous with her teammates once again. Falcons left scratching their head here. Potentially looking for a re-hit once again. Very deja vu to what we saw in the previous round just now, but we saw the ending for that. Would they actually try and commit onto this? Challenging the op. That flash does move Lisa out of the way already on the site itself, and Mary will be the next victim to go down. Lisa's not done. She wants to go once again. Spike was nowhere near A though. He looked to pivot. Essentially going for that B. Sandra has been holding on to a B main for quite some time. Footsteps will be heard as
30
Dream.
seconds left.
Very, very close by. Tap to the head. Mad B. Gonna be the next one who falls as well. As Sandra pushing up a little bit more. Gonna try and see if she can take up that space onto A-Link. Finds nothing. A quick concuss to come through as well, but no swings by the members of Valiant. 13 seconds to go, and they need to really try and force this plant as fast as they can.
Planted the spike.
Valiant's been very, very patient. Flash moves them out of the way. Sandra still holding. Unmovable. Moves. GX will be quick to find her head, and so does Mel. A quick round as Valiant. They'll be stringing 2 rounds in a row.
2 rounds in a row, and that's a huge one indeed. They really needed that to kind of get back into this game, especially with it being a flawless to boot. That's going to do wonders for their economy that has been kind of struggling, I would say, so far. But yeah, 3-7 right now. Valiant's finally going to be able to kind of regain control on their map pick, and once again, it's off the back of Lisa's absolute heroics. 2 kills. I feel like if Lisa can continue getting these multi-frags, it's going to be exactly what they need. Falcons in a lot of pressure as well as they try to force their way onto that B side, but I think that Valiant, after both these timeouts, have managed to really figure out their situation, and Lisa in particular with this operator has continued to be in the right place at the right time. This time around, the Falcons for the 3rd time looking to push onto that A site, and this time around though, Lisa nowhere to be found.
Gonna be Mary here with her teammate. Seen an A push happen so many times, but no op inside this time around. A jump peek to come through, no one on site. Quickly just gonna concuss as well as just deny any vision from Heaven side. Mary's not done. She wants more. Slowly
Spike
Gonna push a
planted.
little bit more onto CT, finds no one. And here comes those post-plant strats that Falcons have been very, very known for. Nino plays a little bit close with their teammates. Gonna be setting up that recon. Let's see if Ashley just finds anyone quite yet. And the lockdown goes out as well. Now they can't break this, they don't have the util in sight. But it does find someone, at least on Eva's side. Enough to play it close, they move out of the way. Mary is here, gonna tap one head, only good for that. But Mad B is prepped and primed, the Rolling Thunder comes through, barely misses the player as Toki, she taps 2 heads, can she go for 3? Yes she does, make it a 4, and Ace not quite, but time on her side. And she brings it to the next round, 3-8.
In the half.
And now it's a final round in the half.
Here.
Loving the style of play coming in here from Falcons. They know exactly how to go aggressive, when to go passive. And the rounds that they've been a little bit more passive, they were punished by Valiant. They were aware of that. They took control onto A long, and this time around, look at the positions of Valiant. They got Lisa onto long itself. Highly anticipating the members of Falcons to be rushing up there, but Lisa this time around won't be getting any dividends from that op. Moving out of the way and straight onto the site to play with her teammates. But it's gonna be GX that's very, very nasty in this corner. Moved out the way and also blinded. But GX, taken out of the way, will be knocked down here. GX, no! That corner is hers, her playground. Unmoved at all. Sandra praying and praying, trying to find her, doesn't find her in the end. Now trades, but the damage has been done. GX, her playground onto B main.
Switching sides.
Bit of recovery there, but towards the end of the half here from Valiant's side, and they're going to be able to close it out at 4-8. Perhaps not the ideal score, but, you know, if they can pop off on this attacking side, especially if Lisa can keep up the momentum that she's found in these last few rounds, it's going to be huge, I would say, for her to be able to push forward right now. I think that for the rest of the Valiant, it's going to be very important for them to be able to start off with a pistol round win. They really don't want to let this gap widen more substantially. If Falcons get the pistol and the anti-eco, that will get them to double digits. So for Valiant, it starts with this win.
Yeah. Not the worst place to be in. 4-8 is a very, very respectable half. Coming out forward here, Lisa, we've seen aggression for her, but even on this defense side, Mary, she dishes out the same. Walking upwards with her teammates too from Sewer itself. Valiant very aware that this might be the strat. Quickly just beelining it over onto C long. But 4 already. Members of Falcons already onto A side itself. Dream is close. Turret as well. Just to see if she can catch anyone in that mid rotation.
Camera taken
So
out.
far, at least, Camera has spotted out the push onto C. They're going to be able to get onto site. Now, Toki on the flank here has to be very careful. Dream, though, able to find the first one, second
Oh
as well.
my
2 huge
God.
kills to make this pistol suddenly look much, much more doable. The 4 finally being shot out by Eva. 3v4 situation, and CT taken as well. Lisa with the Sheriff, along with their teammate, pushing so far back. 1-for-1 trade, though. Sandra looking for a little bit more, but it's a full-on fight here. And with the numbers advantage, Valiant are able to win it out. An important pistol, and they lock it in, getting that spike plant as well. So money gonna be looking great for them in this anti-eco.
Looks so good right now. Leaving Dreams here to catch anyone in that mid flank. Understanding that 4 people had pushed up A long. This is just a really good, not only team play, but information. Being able to just play off whatever you know. Dream has been such a heavy hitter for the team ever since their first game. And that momentum, it doesn't look like it's going to be stopping.
Nice shooting coming out for Dream there for sure. I think those were some really important kills, and are going to be doing wonders for Valiant's morale to boot. Now looking at the setup, it's going to be almost a full-on C stack from Falcons. 3 players on the same line, in fact, watching out. And again, Sandra positioned alone by herself, just waiting for that info, exactly what you want from your Cypher player. or 3 players now pushing out. Mary keeping a watch with the help of a Marshall, but look at the positions of Valiant here. Everybody just waiting for the Falcons push. They hear the ultra being taken, do a little bit of chip damage there to Mad V, and immediately book it over back towards the A side. But look who else is coming here. The rest of Falcons, they're on their way, and I think that it's going to be important for Valiant to get onto site as soon as possible. The drone not going to really spot out anything, I think, but everybody's just waiting towards CT to try and get back in, especially with the help of the start cover. Here we go. First kill already coming through for Lisa. The Vandal doing wonders, but that recon is perfect, and Eva able to actually shut down. Maybe you pick up that Vandal here. Numbers trading back and forth. It's going to be Meldo to make things much more even, and I mean, Eva tries to make a play with the Vandal, but at the end, it's going to be Falcons who cannot pull it off. Another round for Valiant, and this time they keep all three of their rifles in. I think they only did lose a couple of sheriffs.
Yeah, really, really good round by them. Understanding that, I don't understand that Falcons, they're trying to just kind of shovel all those out orbs. But understanding this information means that they know that how many people are pushing down C. I think for Falcons, they love playing these aggressive pushes. We've seen it happen on A long, they've seen it happen on C long. And with this information and understanding, Valiant says, okay, we see them pushing multiple people coming onto A. That means C and B is definitely the weaker side. And this time around, there's no need to just really gander that as Lisa straight onto site, quick for it. Tries to clear Sanda, not happening as Ninu trades her at the very least. Massive to get that side itself. Dream, same as always, positions herself all the way onto T side. Hasn't moved at all.
Huge.
Gonna catch out Mary one by one. The members of Falcons fall. Reads all around, understanding that flanks love to be happening. And now the owl drone for Ninu. He's gonna scan the site, finds no one. Leaving everyone onto different parts of the site. I think we had a bit of conversation in the pre-show, Zach, about the teamwork coming in from Valiant. How their timings have been impeccable. How their swings have been very, very together. And we're seeing it right now, especially on this attack side. Valiant, not only is momentum on their side, but chemistry too.
Able to work wonders, and I mean, that was a bonus round if you think about it. Sure, they invested in a couple of extra rifles, but they take down 4 of Falcons and keep almost all of their players alive. Lisa being the only casualty, and now they're only 1 round away from catching up with Falcons, who are now going to be on a very awkward eco. I mean, looking at this round, Lisa gets taken down early on here, but the teammates are more than there for the trade. Mel with 2 of her own, and Dream, of course, on the lurk duty, always able to once again find a player to punish. Really, really nice round there coming out of Valiant's side, and I mean, if they can win this, they are going to be in a huge position to make that comeback look easy. And for Falcons, I mean, so far it's been a very dismal defending side. This next round as well, and we talked about the GC Deagle and about the impact that it has, but I mean, it's going to have to be huge coming out of Falcons.
This time around, less aggressive approach and more about waiting for that contact. Mary, despite the 3 rounds in a row of not being able to secure in this defense side, she still wants to take up that space. She still wants to go for the early aggression. Window will be blocked out here as Sandra, as mentioned before, the only thing that she has in hand is that Sheriff. We know Sandra, she is able to pop hits. Not now though. Lisa, waiting for the right timing, just burst onto the site itself. You do see Toki playing very, very quietly inside of the smoke itself. Lisa, hoping to bait any information. Finds no one with that fake dash. Playing behind here. Teammates haven't pushed quite yet. The other 3 onto B site. Very, very quiet. As both teams in question marks. Not anymore. Immediately, her position has been compromised. Moves out of the way. Sprays all around. A lot of pressure from C Long. Lisa makes a beeline onto the site itself. A TP as well from her teammate. Prepped and ready for those smokes for the site as well. As Lisa taps one head. But Mary! Explosive on the side. Finds 2. Before falling to her knees, and Mad V and his teammates as well goes down. It's gonna be hard. Gun disparity as well as utils to play with. 14 seconds to go. Fortunately, that shock dart finds no one. A flash to come through as they quickly make it onto the site itself. Not gonna find anyone. That's an upgrade here for Eva. Dream, sharp as ever. Gonna explode the head of Eva. And 1v3 might be a big ask, and might be the call to save. Actually, no, she's gonna try for it.
In 1v3, well, I mean, nice try, I would say, but it was an eco run. I mean, they're gonna have a buy. Just wanted to try and weaken the economy a little bit more for Valiant, I suppose. But yeah, Dream says not happening. Remember, this is the second game for Dream here, as part of this team. So the fact that she's been able to fit in with the rest of the squad just fine has been great, I would say. And now Falcons finally gonna be taking their first time out. They've got the buy. They've got a Neural Theft as well as a Huntress Fury in play. They really have to figure out how they can deal with this onslaught coming in from Valiant, right? Because so far, the story of the day has been quick, aggressive, heavy hits on sites. Lisa leading the charge, but the rest of the team right there behind her. And Falcons, you know, I mean, I feel like they've been trying to play for a retake, but also fight for the site at the same time. And they're always left in these 1vx situations or where they're in like a bit of an unfortunate situation in terms of numbers. So I think that on this defensive side, at least Falcons, they have to be able to pull this next round together. Otherwise, Valiant have the momentum to just completely run away with it the way that it's going.
One thing that Falcons has is raw aim and confidence. And I think we've seen it in their gunplay a lot. And it also shows in the way they're pushing. Mary can be pushing out of C long, Kami can be pushing out of A long, can be pushing out of B. But Valiant read that very well and instead opted to punish, leaving Dream behind to just really stop those lurks, those flanks, playing, just holding and waiting for those contact plays. And it's been working wonders for them. As we go into this round here, and I think, coming into this one, Falcons does have 2 ults to play with. They really have to make sure that they can secure this one. Sandra can give a lot of information if she decides to, but this time around, Falcons not stopping the aggression, very aggressive early. Shock dart to come through just to clear out any util the front side. Yes, it does. Gonna break that trip. As they make a beeline straight onto C, I'm sure that they know. Oh, here at least, Sandra to spot out an army of players coming onto the site itself. Lisa finds no one, and it's a free site for them. As the other members of Falcons gonna try and see if they're gonna be able to just quickly go for that retake. The retakes have been good for Falcons before. We've seen them really play together. We've seen them go into those waterfall pushes. But a lot of sound made toward Dream's utility there. So she's not in a position where she has to push out of the way. Toki here will be aggressive, and she just puts a lot of utility forward. A lot of pressure as well. Minu good for 1, but not before Falcons puts a dent into 3, 4 of the players of Valiant. 1 by 1, the players of Valiant falls. Dream tries to save the day, not being able to do so. And they convert that timeout as Falcons finally figure out their defense side.
Exactly. I think that flood retake, I think that they just looked so much better, especially with the help of that ultimate. You know, the Rolling Thunder, unfortunately, for the side of Valiant, wasn't able to find anything, but Falcons were quick to use it to retake that space. And I feel like Valiant just weren't ready enough, I think, for those one-on-one fights. I think that overall, it was a great round coming in from Falcons. Like you said, after that timeout, finally having regathered their bearings, we were able to put together a strategy. And I mean, Sandra's Cypher ult as well, really, really useful, I would say, in that regard for that kind of situation. Now, though, they've still got that Huntress Fury on Eva. They've also got the knives for Mary in a tough situation. But more than that, because they saved 4 guns, they've got the money here. And with that turret being broken so early on, it's going to force what if players on Valiant to probably hang around more towards this mid area. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, they still are working on a site. A cheeky little shock dart there, possibly to try and break a trip or cause some damage on C side. But the rest of them, I mean, Falcons, they have an idea of what's going on here. Already going to be investing the drone to try and clear out a long. I don't think it's going to spot anybody, though. And Mary taking up a lot of space off the back of it. Actually gets a kill. Lisa gets caught off guard, and it's a beautiful kill by Mary to open things off for Falcons.
And they were ready for it. They have a crossfire set through here as the Hunter's Fury goes down. Toki taking advantage of that chaos. Dream gonna fall, and so does Ninu. She is sharp. 1 by 1, the members of Valiant fall. They started off as trying to get the information, trying to play the default. They weren't able to do so. Now with time dwindling, numbers in their team not on their side.
30 seconds left.
It's a tall ask as Mary still holding. Goes for 1, can't do more than that, but she's happy to relinquish that responsibility to teammates.
I have the
All alone here. Spike in hand. That's an idea that Toki will be up onto Haven.
cover going out.
But he will be knocked down as the recon hits her. Patience will be the name of the game here. A change in pace from Falcons. But change in pace does not mean a change in aggression.
think the aggression will never change. This is Falcons that we're talking about here. And I think that Mary finally able to find that advantageous kill, takes up the space off of Eva's drone and still able to react to that off angle in time. And of course, Toki's double kill through Garage. I mean, you know, when she joined Falcons at the beginning of the year as their race player, there were a lot of question marks, but I feel like her shifting into this Omen role, this controller role, has really made Falcons just so much more of an incredible team. Like kind of what Tens did on Sentinels, I would say. Once again, Mary looking to replicate the success of last time. This time around, the two players spotted and they're immediately gonna choose to fall back here. Mary on site, still looking to hold down the fort with the help of Eva, who's standing right there next to her. Does have the Hunter's Fury, gets the tag on Mary, but we're not going to really see it get invested. In fact, it's just going to be a contact push to try and get onto this A side. Falcons, though, they're well aware of this noise. They've got the lockdown as well. They don't have any way to break it either with Eva having used the Hunter's Fury, so Falcons are going to have to be forced to respect this right now. And I mean, Valiant, they're playing so patiently. Not even going to go in for a peek until then. But look at Mary. Actually gets detained because of the flash. And, well, it's going to be a free trade to come in for Lisa. But at least side control off the back of that ult it's taken right now.
Meltdown's going to be a little bit less smoke play at the very least. So they're going to have to be a little bit more vigilant on how they want to play this. Buying some time here with that Aftershock. Heaven side, teammate is there, Sandra. But Toki is here. Dream this time will be coming up on top as Sandra. Let's take down Lisa in the end. A jump down to come forward will be punished. Sandra! Teammate is quite there. Yeah, it's 2 on 3. Dream very low, but GX plays this to perfection, but not before Eva has some foot play, some footwork to show off. Chunk out to just break some util there. Takes a bit of chip damage. It's going to be hard. 2 different areas played, but Dream once again showing us that she is the X factor for Valiant.
US player for Valiant able to pop off and in that post plant as well, buying so much time and just making it an impossible situation for Eva. I think this was a little bit of an accident by Mary. I don't think she meant to get detained there. The flash really pushing her into the corner. And I think after that, GX would just got these isolated kills, was able to take full advantage. Couldn't able to be able to find those trades, but I mean, Valiant, they're catching up right now. They've got the ults once again on their side. They've got the Hunter's Fury. GX already more than halfway back to another Rolling Thunder. And they've got the ult as well from the Omen to be able to TP onto site if necessary. Create that kind of crunch situation that we're so used to seeing on A side. Now, though, a little bit more of an aggressive play to come out of Falcons. And Paranoia actually invested. And now we're going to see the C side being TP'd over to here. Actually, the TP going to hold. And once it's found to be empty of players, it does seem like the rest of the Valiants are going to rotate over. Sandra does have a retake cam, though.
Some members of Falcons coming in for that flank. Dream once again finds herself holding all the way to the backside. Alarm bot triggered, so information has been relayed here. Do they know that she is there is the question. With steps all around, she sprays and she gets one in her hand. That B gonna be the first to fall. Sandra, sharp as ever, moved out of the way. Gonna play with that cage to move out of the way. It takes a lot of damage from that wall bang. 49 HP left. We're playing through that smoke. GX here all alone. Not to go and say surprised, but it's her that will be surprised instead. Mary on the site already. Hunter's Fury just to buy some time. Eva already half though. Will go down. Sandra aggressive as ever. Nino and the other teammate is gonna be close. They're gonna try and stick it if they can. Body shields will be used. So close, but no cigar. As Valiant brings it to a 10, equalizing the score. Oh my god, this is just too close for comfort.
Definitely, but Valiant, man, what a huge round. Dream able to catch out the lurk, stay alive until the end as well. And, you know, Falcons, they did a great job, but they managed to really almost try to just stick their defuse with the help of the smoke. But yeah, like I said, just a split second, 0.12. That is what separates this team from victory and loss here. And Valiant, they pull it off in the end. The Hunter's Fury as well, buying so much more time. And now, once again, they've got a huge ult here. GX with the Rolling Thunder ready to go for another situation. Small technical pause while one of the players works on an issue here. But, you know, Tash, going by what we've seen out of both of these teams here, I think that Valiant definitely, there's a reason they picked this map, and they're showing us exactly why on this attacking side especially.
At this point, there's these 3-site maps. I mean, Valiant did choose, I believe they did pick Lotus the last time they played as well. It was an overtime against Heroic. So, I don't know, it's kind of looking almost like that once again. And if it is, it might be something that we should have everyone study at this point, as Nino Gonna find the Aldron, finds no one onto A long this time. Hoping to catch Mary. The smokes this time was a little bit more on an aggressive side, just to allow them to take up a little bit more space. All corners, all stones left unturned as they make sure that no one is in the area. This gamble stack from Falcons, though, more toward the C site. As you can see, MadV just sort of hovering between B and C site. The silence is deafening as B window does get smoked off.
Dream on the lurk, actually looking to play a little bit more aggressive right now. This time around, though, gonna be falling back, not wanting to push into B by herself, while the rest of the team looking to go towards A once again, which Falcons have left completely open to retake. In fact, they're not even gonna use that Rolling Thunder. It just seems to be a contact into side play, and they've got the site for themselves. Now, if that spike goes down, things are gonna be very awkward for Falcons on this retake, especially considering there's a Rolling Thunder in play for the side, and they have to go in for a full 5-on-5 retake. At least Mary does have the knife to try and lead the charge with here. 2 rifles as well on the team, but already the first Nanoswarm gonna be triggered right now. No real way to break it. Dark covers come through as well, and Rolling Thunder actually to try and push forward, but the counter roll comes in as well. It's a surprise that Falcons chose to use it at this time around. They're just trying to stick the spike, and Toki already able to get it to have 1-for-1 trade, though. Mary still with the knives, looking to fight it out here. No way through, though, and it's now just Sandra and Eva versus the world. Have the defuse done. The flash is perfect, and the double peek as well. Valiant, they take the lead 11-10 here, and Falcons just have to watch as they use that Rolling Thunder for almost nothing.
Actually quite surprised they decided to use that on the lesser buy. Now the only all they have is Toki's. Could potentially be quickly used for a quick rotation or a quick sort of reposition, but second timeout will be used already. Lisa in hand, we have her knives, and it's actually really terrifying looking at these two duelists here, Mary and Lisa. I mean, we did talk about wanting to do a head-to-head between these two players, and I do understand why now. Both players are incredibly aggressive, and even without support, they're able to just really go on just W key forward, take up that space, and just really give a lot of room for their teammates to work with. It's just unfortunate for Falcons that in terms of how they play, Valiant is just ready for every single situation. They are aware of how Falcons like to lurk, just leaving Dream there, understanding that Dream does not need backup for a 2-man, 3-man fight over in the lurk, because she can buy so much time for her team to not only prepare for that post plat, but also just to buy time as the spike goes off. She has been incredible for her team in just making sure that they don't have to worry about watching their backs.
Definitely, I think that the hero for this map, definitely on this attacking side. On the defense, I would say it was Lisa, but on the attack, it has to be Dream. And starting from that pistol, her being able to get 2 kills despite her position getting spotted out here. And now Mary looking to get aggressive along with Eva, able to get that first kill. Toki, though, gets another one, and Mary pushing out despite her position being known, is able to pop off here. 3 huge kills for Falcons, looking for a 4th as well, but Sandra overextends here. The numbers get a little bit closer with Nino being able to find that kill. Full-on mid-brawl here, and now it's gonna be Falcons with that numbers advantage. Question is, how are they gonna use it? All of the sound being made towards short is gonna be heard by this Falcons roster. I don't know if they're gonna be attacking the site as that spike goes down or some other time here. But for now, at least, no tap having come in. Nino actually going to be looking to put that spike down. Paranoia connects. Flash as well. Counter Paranoia not really going to make any headway, but they still get both the kills here. Separate fights for Falcons and separate kills. And with that spike down, suddenly, once again, Valiant in the advantage. Shows the spotter out too, but Toki still gets that first kill. Again, Toki goes huge. An insane clutch for Falcons to be able to tie things up at 11-11. There's no way she should have gotten it after the drone tag, but this is the Toki that used to be a duelist, I tell you. Let's go.
I am in shock because I was so sure that it's gonna be an instant trade after that drone tag, but that didn't happen. In that particular round, Toki has been sharp in the past few rounds. She has been giving so much impact to her team, not only with how she plays with the smokes, but also with her multi-frags. It's been so many times now, and it's actually terrifying how sharp she is. It's just really showing how her experience as a duelist can be really kind of like moved into that controller role. And this time around, Valiant, They're just waiting for the aggressive push. Mal all alone, she just put in a bit of chip damage onto Mary, and Mary, she's looking to chase. And
Oh my
Sandra
God.
with a wall bang, and Falcons do what they do best, play the aggressive game. But Valiant, that is enough information as they make a quick beeline onto the A side itself. Eva alone here, playing all the way on the backside, will be punished. GX will be there. As Mad B gonna quickly just move out of the way. Toki being caught from two different sides.
Down A.
Bit too much to ask for when there's a crossfire coming in from main as well as site itself. A free plant, but it's still a 3-on-3 despite the commotion.
Now the rest of the Falcons coming in for the retake. I think the TP there from Toki was able to at least find the kill there. No smokes available either for this retake situation, but there still is that Hunter's Fury Dream, the first kill. Lisa at least able to trade it out. The 2v2 scenario though, and as long as Nino stays alive this round, it's gonna be so difficult for Falcons to win. Already the drone come through, the recon having refreshed as well. So much utility that this team has to worry about. They go for the peek off the back of the stun, and Sandra gets the kill, but the clock is ticking. I think if Nino can make this a 1v1, it's gonna be huge, but it doesn't matter. One bullet to death, but that bullet doesn't connect, and Sandra gets the kill. Falcons, the first to match points here. And despite the Hunter's Fury, they're going to be able to confirm it. Absolutely bonkers round, but hey, if it works, it works.
That was gorgeous if you think about it. We talked about confidence from Falcons. We see it in the aggressive pushes on the defense side. We talked about confidence. We see it in the aggressive wings from Sandra as well. We've seen the aggressive clutches coming in from Toki. Falcons, this is not their map pick. Yes, they are getting picked off one by one, but they make rounds that don't look winnable. Just fall into their lap. And Lisa's just straight onto the site, making a beeline already. Backside cleared, not quite. But it's gonna be traded out at the very least. Sandra is there. Quickly repositioning, playing so closely. And the neural theft will be uploaded. All the players, Valiant players' locations will be known here, including Dream. So if anything, it's all about just getting that right timing, the right pickoffs. A little bit more passive this time from Eva. Looking to play off the site instead of challenging. It's a Mary. Will be taking the tip of the spear, moves out of the way. And Hunter's Fury just to buy more time. Gonna tag one, Ninu. Finds Mad V. With Mary already halved as well. Spike playing down quite easily here. Only good to note one down there from Hell, but Mel will trade back. Eva is gonna find her Hunter's Fury pick off on her own. Sandra's positioning noted. Her teammate is there for Eva. Recon? Gonna find no one. Enough time already. They know that one of the nanos have been broken. Just a bit of chip damage. But whether or not they have the time is the question. A double swing to come through. That is what we talk about in terms of Valiant's friendship. And 12-12 once again. The three-side map, and Valiant finds themselves in an overtime for the second time this tournament.
Last time it was like 2018, I think. So yeah, hopefully this time around it's a little bit faster for this Valiant side. But overall, really, really good round coming in from them. Despite the Hunter's Fury being able to find that kill, the double peak was just inspired. No way for Falcons to be able to connect the shots. Good target selection as well, I would say, by that Valiant side. And now we're back to Valiant on the defense once again. Dream already to like 22-14. Remember, this is their second ever game in Game Changers. So for Valiant, so it's pretty huge that she's being able to pop off just like this from the beginning. That said, though, momentum, at least at this point, it does seem to be towards the Valiant side after that win. Hopefully they can push through. Falcons, though, I mean, they're no slouches at their overtimes either. They've gone through a few of these in the first couple of stages. And Lisa, once again, looking to make a play, looking to get aggressive. Falcons, though, they use the smoke to cross over. And actually, Mel gotta be able to spot this. Mary still gets the kill, though. And Mary with 2 kills already, looking to do a little bit more damage. Oh, the dark cover goes out at the worst time. Nino just goes down, and it is just gonna be Lisa left here by herself. Gets the first kill. It is gonna be a 1v2. Toki, once again, though, making it a 1v1. Here's the flank coming. And now Toki again in the clutch situation. She was able to do it the last time. Can she do it again? 1v1, has a smoke, has the paranoia and the TPs, and for Dream, it is just gonna have to be rifle to power coming through. Dream, in fact, gonna be able to make that wrap around, trying to catch Toki off guard. It's all a question of timing. Toki, though, it seems like she has the read, gonna be in position to catch Dream if she's not careful. She sees the hat here. Oh no, the timing, the paranoia, perfect. Running for her life. Dream onto site here. Problem is it's an open plant, but now has a fair 1v1 with that paranoia fading. The timing though, she didn't look at the door and tries to stick it, and Toki! Another clutch, and Falcons, they get to match point once again.
Switching
That was
sides.
incredibly
Match
messy.
point.
The brawl onto a main. All over the place. And despite how it looked like it was going to be in Falcon's side with Mary opening with 2, everyone in Valiant was ready for that trade. But it was just that 1v1. Toki, knowing when to take this fight, playing a little bit more aggressive and taking out space. Understanding that her footsteps would be quickly masked if she was to try to just run into the site itself. Very, very smart play from this team. Mary this time taking again, very aggressive approach. Gonna push up straight into window with Sandra. Good on the opening pick. With Lisa to go down. Gonna be a lot harder to take up space to get onto the site itself, but Valiant don't seem to turn at all. Gonna be just going down the path that they had set for themselves. With Dream playing very quietly inside of sewers itself. GX all the way onto C-Long. It's going to be very interesting how the rules have sort of changed here with GX all alone. Surprised that she's not there to just really put in the flashes or even the concusses.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a rough retake for sure, especially like you
Wait,
said,
Mary?
the utility. It has to be there, and Valiant coming on time. Mary, I don't know if she's aware of this. It's gonna be watching for it, and there you go. That's GX down. Like you said, a huge factor in this preventative retake really coming through here. Paranoia not connecting. Nino looking to play aggressive. Dream actually able to take down Mary, but gets them a fighting chance. But once again, Toki denies the value for Nino. Goes down, but the damage is done here. And Falcons, they storm in for the retake. 14-12. It may have taken longer than they expected, but they get it done here. They steal away their opponent's map pick. And I feel like at this point,
Defenders
Valiant
win.
is just cursed when it comes to these overtime games, Hash.
Oh yeah. I think yeah, this is their second overtime now, and Falcons, they looked really good, especially in the last round. They're understanding that they really wanted to take these brawls, these fights, and understanding that there is going to be one person on that lurk. We love to see how Mary was still looking behind her back in case it's going to be a lurk. And usually his Dream, I bet she was a little bit surprised it was GX, but that didn't happen. Regardless, let's have a look at the post-match stats, and I'm really excited to see what exactly happened there, because as we saw just now, it wasn't Lisa to take the insane number of frags for Valiant. It was actually Dream, but Mary doing what she does best, which is delivering not only frags but also space. And it looks very different this time for Falcons, because before it was, I think it was a lot of impact, or a lot more, I would say, attention onto Mary and her aggression, but this time around is her whole team understanding and giving her that support.
Definitely. I think Mary was just incredible in that attacking half and in being able to find those entries and those multi-frags. But I think on the defensive side, the real hero was Toki. Even in that first round of overtime, multiple clutches coming through, multiple trades, and just really impactful frags, most of them. She might not be the MVP of this match in terms of stats, but she's the MVP, at least in my heart. Gracias, Toki, para todo. But I mean, on the opposite side as well, right? Dream, we were talking about her, highlighting her before this particular series, like the stage 3, and how she was a question mark coming into this. Even in that map, when she was absolutely for the first match that Valiant played, she was absolutely incredible and a key reason they won. But on this map as well, I think she is the main reason why Valiant were able to even push it to overtime in the first place. So many rounds, man. Like, she was able to wash down the flanks, had these lurks, had the post plans. It was just completely Dream really trying to make things work out for her team. And I mean, Lisa as well, we saw her incredible frags with the operator when she was able to get it online. But I think overall, especially towards the end of the game, I feel like after Toki's clutches, Falcons just felt like they had to do it for her at the very least. So yeah, great victory for Falcons. It's gotta suck for Valiant for sure, losing on their map pick. But again, it was an overtime loss, and the last time they were able to come back stronger. They were able to make that reverse sweep to be able to take the series. So I feel like this map could just be their warm-up game.
It could just be that. I mean, Valiant, as we know before, they do take a few rounds and sometimes even a game to really just, you know, just really figure things out, figure out how they play itself. Our MVP is going to be Mary here. And honestly, at this point, are you surprised? Mary has really shown us throughout the years that she has been competing, what she brings to a team in terms of her firepower, in terms of how she goes aggressive and how she gets those frags. And on top of that, she is just a really good player, not only just taking up space, but also denying any player to just really take off hits from her teammates.
Definitely. I think that she was able to play. I feel like Mary, when she joined this team, slight problem, especially that we saw in the G2 game, was that kind of spacing. Mary just being caught as an island and not being able to find more than just that one or two openings. But this game, the rest of the team was right behind her, keeping up. And of course, the four Falcons in particular, they started off with Toki as that duelist, but her shifting into that Omen is that perfect mix of aggression as well as control that I think this team has really needed in their Smokes player, and really being able to set up Mary for those kills. Great utility coming out of both the Breach as well as the Sova. But I think overall as a team, Falcons, I think that was what was really a question mark in their game against G2, right? They were kind of struggling in that kind of team synergy and being able to play together as a team and not just depend on individual heroics. And I think that this particular map, it was exactly that team play that got them through. Like, yes, of course, there were a few crazy clutches coming out of Toki, some great multi-frags from Mary, but the rest of the team as well. Just because Eva doesn't have as many kills, for example, I think she was doing a great deal with just the Sova utility. So I think that this was definitely a match to watch out for. But anyway, Falcons, they were able to take their opponent's map pick. Let's see if VLNT can return the favor on map number 2. But we'll be back after a short break.
One enemy. Headshot. Deep. One enemy remaining.
Down.
Bye. Ultimate is ready. Oops. One enemy. One enemy remaining. A. Ground. Seconds left. Found my bomb. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. One enemy last player standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Spike down. Last player standing.
Falcons showing us how to bring it back in overtime once again. Our second one, I think, for this Game Changers. Correct me if I'm wrong, but welcome back. We are here over in Game Changers EMEA. Tashman alongside Zach, and we are currently witnessing our first series of the night, Falcons Vega versus here Valiant.
Yep, we just got done with map 1 Haven Valiant's pick, but that was a bit of a surprise for them, I would say, seeing that Falcons were able to steal it away. It was a very close game, like Tash said. It went all the way to OT, 14-12, before Falcons were able to pull off the victory here. But now we're going to be headed to map number 2. Let's take a look at the veto to see where we are going for this particular one. That's right, it started, and we were talking about this before game number 1, about how Falcons, they've got a pretty on this map. I think they're undefeated for like 7 games straight, or was it 8?
Ooh, that is terrifying if you think about it. Now, coming into this one, I mean, when you are up against a team that's been undefeated, of course, there's going to be so many VODs out there. But it's kind of like giving, you know, Team Heretics, right, for how long they were undefeated on this map of Sunset until finally Vitality was able to take them off all the way toward the last part of Stage 2. Regardless, that's a tale for another day as we go into this one, whether or not Falcons will be taken down or will no longer be the queens of Sunset as we go into the agent select. And I'm really excited for this one. I think we all know the story of Falcons, but what about Valiant?
I mean, I think for Valiant, Haven was their strongest map. Like I said, they played it a lot more. On Sunset, they've got like a very mixed record. They actually have faced off against Falcons twice before. The first time they were able to win, and the last time it was an overtime loss. So against Falcons, their record is 50-50, and that could be said pretty much for the record overall on this map. I think that historically, it's not one of their strongest maps, but I do hope they've done some prep work on it. And looking at the Asian comp, now that we have it, very excited to see what's going on. These are, of course, going for, I think at this point, Neon could be called pretty much a meta duelist for this particular map, backed up by the rest of the squad here. Pretty similar comp.
Yeah, very, very similar comp across the board for these two teams. I think it's very exciting to see Lisa on that Neon once again. Now, Lisa is a very interesting one because we have seen her play that Neon, and she is very, very terrifying on that Neon. Honestly, if you think about it, it's a very aggressive. I think we've seen over in Champions how players are able to just take up space, go aggressive, and just kind of like zoom forward, especially with the Neon buffs that have really shown us what a good Neon is capable to do. Regardless, we're gonna be headed on into the second map, whether or not Valiant will be able to bring us to a map 3, or will Falcons Vega just say, let's wrap it up and bring it to a 2-0? Regardless, as we go into this game, as Zach said, almost a mirror comp coming up forward, but Matt V been showing us incredible tenacity as she goes into as that breach. So is GX actually, but the X factor here that I'm very, very interested in is Lisa on that Neon. As I mentioned before, during the agent select, Lisa is a very terrifying Neon. She's able to take up so much space. She's able to just go as aggressive as she wants and just really kind of be the distraction as her teammates just go in and just spray the other members and just take them down as they're also distracted with her.
Revealing area.
Okay, I think we managed to fix my mic, so I am back. There we go. We are back into the action, like Tash said. Thank you for covering for me. I don't know what the heck that was, but anyway, pistol round starting off here. Valiant once again, Dream on the lurk here, trying to figure out where exactly Valiant wants to go as a squad. And they, after facing a little bit of opposition towards main, they are looking to rotate over towards this A site instead, which is pretty empty and ripe for the picking. However, Falcons, they've got 3 players over towards mid, all of whom are looking to rotate back towards this A site. So if Valiants aren't careful, they're going to run into the majority of Falcons kind of hanging around this side of the map. A 4th player rotating through as well. They're going to see that shock dart coming in, and I think off the back of that, they might look to go forward, but all this utility, all this noise here, it's just a ploy to get the Falcon side to rotate over, and it is working perfectly. Dream hearing all of these rotation noises, and the rest of the squad, they're looking to get in.
Dream will be massive in just trying to get those pickoffs as they go toward mid-site. Finds no one. Dream is very, very patient. She can go in just for the lurk and just try and kind of pincer them onto the site itself. Sandra, good for one before traded out by Lisa. She's really quick on that. Rushes up forward with that dash. Finds one more with a slide as well. As Dream comes in from the backside, holding up close will be Eva. Able to at least take her down before she does more damage, but Mel rendered completely low, but the other two of her teammates still very, very healthy to play with their lives. Toki is close, playing very separated from her teammate. They can go and play together if they choose to, but it's gonna be incredibly hard. They can go in for the right timing. They can go for a crossfire if they want to. Keeping Eliza very busy here is gonna be Toki. Process set up already for that post plant. Eva all alone, 1 versus 3. A tall ask here as she moves up forward. Spraying into the smoke itself, dodging the utility. Time not on her side, but she tries to make it a little bit more, I would say, aggressive as Eliza shuts her down. And everyone goes down to the spike, but match. Arlie's pistol goes into Valiant Flap.
They get it done, and again, we were talking about Lisa and that previous map, being able to find those crucial kills. Once again, gonna be able to walk away with a triple. We're gonna set her up with a little bit more money as well to be able to buy that Vandal, and of course, you can see her in action right now. Lisa with the first, the second as well. The stun actually connecting with her instead, and of course, Dream, we're talking about her looks from the previous map, the kind of impact she had in watching the flank. This time around, she is the flanker, and she is gonna be the one to be locked in that round for the rest of Valiant squad here. Falcons now armed with only pistols. Sheriff for Sandra as well as Mary, but everybody else with just classics in hand. And it does seem like they've got a majority stack on the site.
I think it's very safe to assume that it's going to be Dream constantly lurking toward that mid side. I think Toki understands that. She's positioned herself all the way toward the upper side of A, trying to see if anyone will be crossing into mid itself. No util set down at all from Sandra as well. Well, at least toward the, not on the side itself at the very least. Taking a more aggressive approach here with her teammates. All the way onto B side, playing this little corner. Gonna find no one, but once again, it's a very interesting one if you think about it between these two teams. They can go aggressive on one side and then suddenly they don't want to go for their contact plays and no one will be crossing through until the 30-second mark. And it's very, very explosive.
Definitely. I think we saw hints of that in the previous match as well. Dream, though, already having walked up towards A, has managed to find the site completely empty. So yeah, Lisa gonna be the one running over with the rest of the team. Like you said, Tash, right on the dot, 30 seconds in. Yeah, she just walked in. Nobody's home, right? Most of Falcons are stacking on B, and their gamble doesn't really work out as they are forced to rotate back the long way around. Dream already in position to cut them off. Toki, though, on the flank. Unfortunately, no shadow step in hand to be able to get over this TP, maybe catch them by surprise. It's all gonna have to be a question of timing. And you can already see Dream as the one to be watching that flank, to be taking that first contact on that side. The rest of the team, they're coming in through normal ways. It's the Dizzy that gets broken. The flash, though, it's the flank, it's perfect. And Toki actually able to find the first kill. Mary as well chimes in with one of her own. And now the rest of the squad, they're gonna have to try and find these kills by themselves. Lisa unfortunately gets taken out. That's the Vandal out of here. But on site, it is going to be the Breach who's being the hero. Toki has a ghost in hand, needs to find this kill soon, and it's just GX playing time one after a bit. I don't think there's gonna be any time to get the defuse, unfortunately, for Toki. Still tries to go for it, but yeah, that's a round that's won. A pirate victory for Valiant, I would say, because they lost every single investment they made, including that Vandal. And Falcons, well, they might not have won the round, but at least they made it damn expensive.
Yeah, they made it hella expensive. Found every single gun forward. They do still have one rifle in hand, though. Oh, I think Mel is changing her mind about that. Nope, it's going straight to Lisa. As we do see Nino with the Stinger as well. Very, very interesting to see how these two teams been playing these maps as well. Now, coming into this one, I think, for Falcons, they're still doing the same strat we saw on Haven. Going aggressive onto one side, a little bit more passive. We've seen Gamble Stacks as well. And this time around, Mary, very, very wary. There's gonna be a lurking Dream somewhere. Finds no one, takes a bit of chip damage, and Mel forced out of the way.
Oh, Lisa, though, still looking to make it fast and go aggressive here. Gonna be swooping into market, cutting off that line of sight, and looking to take the duel, winning it out against Sandra as well. Perfect shooting coming out here, and again, first blood gonna be found here for this Valiant side as they get the spike down on B with that Cypher going down. Oh, a second kill as well as Mel actually gets the headshot with the Sheriff. Mary absolutely demolished right now. It's just going to be Emma coming in through the door. And once
Oh
again,
my
Mel with the sheriff. We
goodness.
talked about the GCT, and that's it in full action right now. 2v5. The call might be here to save for Falcons, but Toki doesn't want to quit, looking for whatever they can find here. And Matt B and Toki, they're going to have to pull off absolute magic to get this to work. Beautiful stun. Actual
my
kills
God,
coming in. Yeah, but Matt V, she's looking so low here. It's going to be such a difficult retake, especially with the clock ticking. They have to be fast about this. Lina still towards backside. And yeah, that's going to be Falcons cutting their losses. They decide, all right, we got our kills. We got our exits. Let's try to kind of hold on to these rifles for that next round. And Valiant, they're going to be able to get the bonus, it seems, very successfully.
Looks so good right now. Valiant, great start. Talking about team here, Falcons almost undefeated on this map, but Valiant, with enough information and enough experience running up against Falcons for this map, they give a lot of value if you think about it. So many rounds now we've seen insane thrifties, lesser buys coming up on top. Just sharp from both teams, but this time around, it's Valiant that's going to be coming on top for this one. Lisa, overdrive in hand as well. She can go aggressive. She can just put in a lot of damage, pushing all the way to CT side if she wants to.
In the way
There
that
she
she's been
goes,
going.
rushing up forward. Yeah. The fast lane put down already. Lisa trying to see if anyone will be trying to challenge them. The Falcons knows this. Playing a little bit more passive, but the one that goes aggressive here will be on B site. Gonna be thinking about a rotation. They've already made the noise. But look at the positions of those utils, not allowing any space for Dream to be taking all the way up to top mid.
There's still a player on the side though. They're gonna have the sound cues coming in as Lisa is gonna be once again leading the charge here. Does have the ultimate, but not gonna be necessary. Chopped out to break that unbreakable trip if it is in position, which is not gonna be there. The rest of the team just charging forward, very methodical. They're clearing out every nook and cranny with the help of this utility here before the spike even goes down. And this time around, I'm curious to see what this post plant is gonna shape itself like. They've got the breach ult as well. I'm glad they managed to capitalize and find it. And now, once again, just sheriffs in play. Hero Vandal onto Toki that they were able to carry forward, but aside from that, it just has to be the shots coming through for this roster. Valiant's post plant as well. Almost everybody towards main here. Elevated angle on top as well. Toki just looking to defuse the spike. Already halfway comes through, looking to stick it all the way. Rolling Thunder gonna deny it at least for a little
Dream's
bit. For the play to come in, and Dream just walks in, finds a couple kills for free. Already fakes the tap, but now once again, it is just gonna be Toki alone without teammates who falls as that dark cover goes down. And Valiant, they get their fourth on the board here. Looked a little bit dicey for a second with that spike being stuck. They were forced to commit the Rolling Thunder, but they managed to get enough time for Dream to come in and win the round for them.
One enemy remaining.
Falcons looking very, very rough. The post plants for Valiant looks really good. Great aggression coming forward. They don't really kind of commit onto a site first to kind of just make noise, try to see as much and just suss out as much information as they can. With Dream getting so much space onto mid side and it's almost unmonitored. It's really hard for the team to really play around this. Regardless, finally Lisa will be turning on that overdrive, puts a lot of damage, nearly taking her down. The trip does take her down. Takes a bit of damage, but no follow-up as Mad V forced to push out of the way. So much space taken here as Mad V to shut her down before she does more damage than she should. Already on the site here, GX close by. Mad V, an elevated angle, read very, very well by GX as Sandra goes in for that trade. Gonna go in for the site. And we already see the ultimate for the Cypher. And also the counter Cypher used at the same time. Sprays all around, a lot of pressure. And Sandra ready to just catch Dream all alone in the corner as Ninu goes down as well. Mad V for 2. Great round from Falcons, and it seems they found their bearings.
Yeah, quite a bit of fast start for Valiant, but like you said, Falcons finally able to get themselves together and win a round. I mean, of course, that was a very inspired push. I think Lisa serving as a distraction towards mid, causing all that pandemonium while the rest of the team just tries to walk and take contact up A. But I think that the Cypher ult as well as that ult coming in from the Gecko really made them getting into full stun positions almost impossible, especially with Falcons for the first time in many rounds able to find that early advantage in terms of numbers. I mean, I like to try at the neural theft attempt coming out of Dream could have helped them, but yeah, just putting that ult down caught her out in the open, and it was just a very rough round for them to come back into after that. That said, though, still overwhelming lead here for Valiant. They've still got an economy for a nice couple of rounds, and I think they still do have that open ult for a tight situation. But aside from that, ult economy is in favor of this Falcon side. Once again, Valiant's looking to play this quietly, looking to not really give away their position. No, the Dizzy not even going to catch anybody, and Eva slowly creeping up to try and pick it up again. But the problem is there's still quite a few players here. At least she does have backup in the form of her teammate.
Less aggression, but very sharp nonetheless. Lisa at least there for that trade. Matt V forced to play alone inside of halls. Rolling Thunder will be used, but not gonna get any value. Toki close by, TP'd already just to play a little closer to the teammates. Very sharp with the timing as well.
Oh, the
Now the other
rotation.
members of Valiant are just quickly just gonna rotate in from the other side of the map.
Defender cosplay.
B site. Very, very happy. Whose attack, whose defense doesn't really matter as the plant goes down. It's all about that protocol. It's all about that timing. Mad V trying to go in one end, and for now Mary as well. Showstopper in hand. Ninu sharp finds Mad V. He traded out at the very least for Mel. Still 1v2. Not important. Not impossible. But once again, Valiant with the double swings. Very, very good in timing. Teammates looking so well done. But as rounds and rounds begin to come chained, I'm questioning whether or not Falcons should be calling the timeout about now.
It would be a good timeout. I mean, this round in particular, right? They had the advantage, but I like the quick thinking over from the IGL on Valiant side to be able to rotate over towards this side, B side as well, with that Cypher having been spotted. Good call there. I think they were able to take full advantage of it as well. And the post wise, again, just even though these trades come in 1-for-1, at the end of it, it's a 2v2, and both Falcons players give the Valiant side like 1v2 fights. So I think at that point, it's just going to be very difficult to get back into the round unless, of course, you're going to get pull-offs and absolutely maniac clutch like Toki did on that previous map. Falcons, now, there you go, Tash, that's your timeout. They're going to be taking it right now to kind of figure out how to deal with Valiant, because right now it's been these very fast, very aggressive rounds that are coming in. Lisa with the slide in, with her being able to find these opening kills consistently, and the rest of the team as well. This is just the awareness that's there and the constant worry that they have to worry about Dream coming in somewhere from mid or from door or from market. There's just so many lurk plays that she could make, and a lot of things for Falcons to kind of juggle around on this defensive side, especially when they're playing, I think, very quietly, because on a map like Sunset, you do want to try and get that early information. They are using the Dizzy on this A side, but I feel like so far at least Valiant have been great in terms of their timings of being able to flip the net and dodge those crucial bits of utility.
You don't have to go aggressive early. That's why I said that 30 seconds is all they need to just really explode onto the site itself. They can go aggressive, make noise onto B, and then next minute you're going to see them just beelining straight onto A site as well. With so much control that Dream has onto that mid area, it gives them so much space to just really pivot through. And Falcons, they haven't really been keeping an eye out on the area except for that one particular round where Toki was there. Regardless, this time around is a quick one onto the B site. As the other members of Falcons left in a predicament here, how exactly are they going to be playing this retake? We do have guns in hand. It's Mary, quick opening with that Bulldog, finds Jeeks, and so does Sandra. One by one, the members of Valiant fall, but they do still have control of B main. All they have to do is just find the right timing, dwindle down the numbers one by one, but Mary is saying, no, we want to push, we want to go a little bit aggressive. They tried one,
Oh,
Lisa,
no.
with the call out, looks so good as well. It looked terrifying for Falcons, but in the end of the day, when you have your teammates Eva and Sandra around, they're going to make sure that they're able to pick up the slack and they secure their second point in the map.
They get it done, and all right, at the end of it, like you said, it looked a little bit scary, Tash, when they were trying to push through that crossfire on main, but I think one of the players went in for a reload here, and of course, Toki, as always, first person to be able to break that crossfire, gets 2 out of those 3 kills, and honestly, today, Toki has just been absolutely popping off on map number 1 as well as this one. Now, Valiant going to be taking their first time out on this map. They've only lost 2 rounds so far, but remember, this map does tend to skew towards attacker sided, especially when you go at global data when it comes out to how this map is played. So I feel like Valiant want to be sure, all right, they have enough of a lead before that side swap really happens, because, you know, we've seen Lisa pop off, but I think Mary on Duelist has done her fair share in the past, so better to be safe than sorry. And Valiant, I mean, this might not be their map pick, but right now at least they're doing a damn good job of being able to lead and control the map, and all they need is a little bit more of that to push us to that map number 3.
Lisa with the overdrive already online once again. alongside Ninu's Hunter's Fury. And I think that Ninu's Hunter's Fury, I think we saw on map 1 just now how
Mhm.
devastating it can be when she just unleashes it. She's just pretty much ready to get 1 or 2 pickoffs just with that ult itself. Not only for the denial of that post plant, but also just to take up space very, very early. She's very creative in how exactly she wants to approach the usage of the Hunter's Fury itself.
Yes, this should do.
Yeah, if she can replicate some of that. I mean, it's going to be a great tool for them to have in that post plant as well. I think one of the rounds where on Haven, at least, we could have seen that being the case wasn't really able to be that win condition, but hopefully now it does continue to be the case here. That said, look at this once again, a bit of a more slower play coming in from Valiant after the timeout. Again, just these quiet contact plays up towards main. They really don't want to use too much utility to take space, kind of saving that for the post plants as well as for the rest of the round. The focus now, though, seems to be in charging of GX's ult. They've already gotten 1 orb and now looking to go towards the other side. However, both Matt V as well as Eva are on a fishing expedition of their own, and the swing is perfect from Matt V. She gets the shot, and they're not even going to try to swap out the gun. Just going to be falling back to keep up that numbers advantage. Really nice play coming in, and yeah, while the rest of the squad, they try to rotate over, maybe trying to get this orb for GX and making the round go off the back of that ult. The problem is that right now they've got no smokes.
A lot of time and space bought already. Everything in kitchen sink just thrown out here just to deny that space away. Eva, put out that mosh. Valiant saying, okay, I think we've caused enough commotion, made enough noise. The rotation's already happening from Falcons, and the overdrive will be activated. Running straight
30 seconds
into
left.
a market as the other members of Falcons looking to see if anyone is just lurking through mid itself. And DivE has not moved a single inch or a
Oh,
muscle.
Toki.
But when she did, it's gonna be Toki that's gonna be sharp on that. Lisa rushes up forward, overdrive. Gonna obliterate Mad V as she looks to reconvene with her teammates once again. 1 by 1, the members of Falcons go down. Overdrive looks good when Lisa has it in hand. It's all about finding the other 2 members here. Eva just trying to wait out the overdrive if she can. Spots 1 out, moves out of the way, just barely avoiding that overdrive. Rolling Thunder used. Toki just gonna find Ninu at the very end.
Last player
But
standing.
Eva will be saying no to that. Not today, Zerg. As a GX all on her lonesome, forced to just try and cup heads as she does. 1 more flash used.
Out of
Gonna be hiding behind her utility as they go for the half. They do in the end. Hidden behind that corner, she's low. An easy spray from GX as they get another round in the bag. Falcons, this is their map pick. This is a map that they were the ones that look very, very strong on, but this time around, they're the ones struggling.
Like you said, you're only unbeaten until you get beaten once, and so far Falcons, well, they might have 6 in a row, but they gotta be careful if they want to keep that keep that streak going, or 5 in a row. I think this could be their 6th in a row if they didn't win it. Though, I mean, Lisa, I think this round, full credit goes to Lisa. Her being able to get both of these kills on that market push, the fact that the trade didn't come through, it was absolutely incredible. And of course, GX towards the end, as well as the middle of the round with that rolling thunder, once that advantage was garnered, to be able to buy that space to fall back was huge. This time around, though, it is gonna be a bit of a awkward vibe coming out of this Falcons side, mostly an eco with the exception of Sandra with the Bulltalk, and already Lisa able to find that first kill thanks to the aggression coming out of Falcons. There for the punish. Mel at least gets traded out here, but Valiant getting more than their share of blood in exchange. 4 versus 2 right now, and Eva and Sandra, only 1 player has the gun. They're still looking to push the issue on this particular side, and Lisa gets caught out here, but oh, the Sheriff only able to get 1. I mean, kudos to Eva, still able to take out a sliding Neon. It's no easy thing, but now Sandra on a 1v3. Oh, this is so rough.
Might be a tall ask here. All angles, all corners covered. Sure, she actually spotted 1 there. The cam will be taken down. They know exactly where she is. Gonna find 1 by 1, trying to isolate these fights. Will be tagged. We've seen them do it before, but this time around, a bit much. It's Valiant. They look to increase their lead even more. 2-7, a 5-round deficit. And Falcons have no clue how to stop this aggression. Lisa is just able to just walk in straight into the site and just completely obliterate them. How are you going to be dealing with a bull that's just ready with the horns inside just to smash you in the face?
I mean, honestly, it's a question. What can you do here? Especially when the weaponry advantage is so difficult. I mean, kudos the Sheriff was able to find so much. Sandra actually being able to get that first opening kill there and that clutch, but yeah, not much more that they could really do. That was an equal round for Falcons, though. They've got their buy back this time, and they can get another couple of rounds. And going by their attacking Southern Haven, it wasn't too bad. This time around, the Mary gotta be the one to take the initiative. Takes out Dream already, but Lisa already finding the trade. Sandra just continually being caught on this A side, B side, and there's nothing much that she can really do. Now though, here comes the Thrash to try and clear out Market. It's actually not going to connect and catch anybody, so it's a little bit unfortunate. That said though, Mary, absolutely insane movement to be able to find that kill. Still, GX fighting for her life. 2 players though, and the flank from Toki kicks in as well. Caught between a rock and a hard place. It does seem like Valiant do have a breaking point, and this is that round. Falcons, after their buy kicks in, able to get another round on the board. 3-7 right now, and they're slowly but surely narrowing the gap.
This time around, Falcons are the ones taking initiative. We saw Mary push down toward mid-side and just take one out like that. Knowing that this allowing Dream to be around to watch, to just alert them and just really crunch them has been massive for them. And taking these fights head on instead of just waiting and trying to buy time. Falcons are known for their firepower. Falcons are known for their aggressive plays. Once they go back to their roots, their identities, they look so good doing that. And I really hope that this Falcons continues.
Let's see, here we
All
go.
the
Once
utility,
again,
everything in the kitchen sink thrown in as Mary go big with that showstopper. Valiant has other things in mind already. Eyes on B main. But they're not
Okay,
quite
no.
done yet with Market as well.
Camera.
oh, but Mary, I mean, she gets that first frag onto Lisa, still in position for a little bit more and shuts down Mel as well, caught in that pixel gap. Now, though, with that spike plant, GX once again has that rolling thunder. It does seem like Falcons expected, though. Only Sandra going to be caught in the onslaught, and the rest of the players are looking to take up space. Are they going to peek is the question, and it does seem like that's not going to be the case now. Flash, Wingman, everything in the kitchen sink this time around being thrown. Nita, though, catches Toki off guard. Dream finds one as well to make it 3v3. Numbers, though, still in favor of Valiant here. GX brought down to a sliver HP, and Mary got the first 2, but now she has to get the remaining 2 here. Already the clock having ticked as far as it had. It's gonna be such a rough thing to pull off here, and Mary even hasn't even tapped the defuse yet. Finally gonna try and stick it for at least half. Dodges the flash, not able to dodge the recon, taps the spike again.
They're
and all
toying
this
with her.
all this leftover utility is just too much for Mary to deal with. So that is going to be a great round for Valiant. 8 now on the board here. Similar to what we saw on that previous map, except it was Falcons that time around with that 8-3 scoreline. This time it is Valiant coming up for themselves.
Camera.
We saw this aggression once again. We talked about identities here. You really gotta give it to Valiant. They are just so adaptable. Every single round that Falcons think they have figured out the code, it's just a change in pace, a change in style of play from Valiant. You think you're gonna go big by finding Dream, and immediately they find a beeline onto the other side itself. Aggression this time around is gonna be Sandra, waiting to quickly just take down the recon, finds nothing. Moves out of the way this time. She's not gonna be putting herself in harm's way inside of Market once again. Playing very, very closely with Mary this time around. Gonna get that orb into their pocket. No worries at all. They move out of the way. Mary! Sneaky, good for one, but will be quickly traded out by GX. The other members of Valiant will be moving out of the way. They do at least have the neural theft, just to give an idea where the positioning of the other players of Falcons is going to be.
Where you are.
Counter could be said as well about the latter. Slowly but surely going to go in for that re-hit. Sandra still on the backside playing all alone. Location will be revealed. Lisa, undeterred. Doesn't matter if you see me or not, you're still gonna be seeing the barrel in your face. She goes for that spray, finds nothing. Forced to move out of the way. Dizzy will be blinding her once again, but she did put in a lot of damage onto Sandra. Takes her down. She sprays beautifully onto Eva as well. Mad V here all alone. Numbers for Falcons one by one. Their players falling. Dream for 3. Dream making a huge dent in the player count, in their economy. It's rough out here. As Mad V forced to take a win against a 1v3. He has to try and see how many pickups she can go for. Crossfires all around, finds Dream, but cannot find Mel.
She had the ult as well, but just not the space or the time to use it. Nice try by MadV, but this first half, it was completely a Valiant show. They really ramped up the pace there, and I think in particular, Lisa and Dream both have just been a powerhouse for this team on this map. I mean, look at this again, the triple for Dream on this particular round here. And again, the trades and the contact plays were perfect coming out of this Valiant squad. Remember, this is Falcon's map pick, so if they want to close the series out as a 2-0, keep up their map differential as high as possible, they have to be able to win this particular one. But Valiant said, nah, we're going to push it to map 3 and take it just like the last time we lost map 1 OT. It seems like losing map 1 in OT really gets them that vengeful streak. And let's see if they can repeat their feat against Heroic. Now they're going to be the ones on defense. And actually, we're going to be seeing Cypher setting up on that A site instead, a bit different from what we usually see. In fact, the one-way, along with Lisa's push, is going to be able to try and take that early main control. And the rest of Falcons, there were a couple of players lurking around there, but they choose to fall back instead and see where else they can go. Toki already positioned towards mid, could try to break this and take a little bit of space towards A. They're looking to head from mid towards A. The dangers are going to be crunched in between multiple players, so now you just have an isolated fight towards elbow. They find the site empty, but the 2 players in elbow, they're gonna have to be very careful how things go. And Maddie says, I don't care, I'll take care of both of them myself. That is gonna be the site unlocked here. Sandra still lurking around towards mid, finds that kill as well. And all of a sudden, it was a 5v5, Tash, and within a couple of seconds, it's a 5v2.
Spike planted.
It's just skirmishes all throughout that map, and Toki double swing with her teammates.
Flawless.
Clean as heck. Very flawless as well. Pistol falls in their lap. Every round they take, especially with this pistol, it's gonna look a lot more doable for this team to come up forward. Now, this time around, it's all about that read, all about that timing, understanding where exactly the positioning of Valiant was going to be. They caught one all the way on their side as well, caught one all the way in that lurk. One by one, knowing that they are able to abuse this setup, this default play, will be the reason for success for Falcons.
Oof. Really well played. I mean, Falcons, they needed that pistol and they get it done. A flawless as well. That's going to be a huge morale boost. Once again, they're looking to contest towards this mid side, which is where they made that mid to A push. But the rest of the squad, while that destruction is being displayed, are looking to take some space towards B. The problem here is that it's quite a substantial stack here by this Valiant side. Sure, they only have pistols in hand, but we've seen the kind of damage these pistols can deal here. So it's going to have to be important for Falcons to be aware of this possibility. And it seems like Mary already smells something fishy up here. On the other side, though, Sandra is the one looking to take these confrontations on the jump peak. A lot of damage being done here, in fact, to Valiant JX. So question is, where are they going to go? That confrontation, I mean, it was a Cypher, so probably the lurk is what Valiant figures as they look to hold down the fort still on this particular site. If Sandra can get this particular kill, it is going to be huge here, but the delay that's being produced is quite impeccable right now, and still this recon hasn't been pushed through. They're waiting for the contact, and here it comes. 2 kills already. Mary just walks in for a triple kill, and that opens up business. MadV finds the final pick as well, and GX with 40 HP. What can you really do here? I mean, prioritizing the breach ult as well, especially after the kind of rounds that MadV has been having, makes perfect sense. And now GX, they just try to dive to the spike here, not wanting to feed your enemies any more ult orbs. Blake coming in as well, could at least find a kill for herself. Deny the flawless if the shots come through, but even that doesn't connect. Sandra says, you better not miss if you come at the Queens. And that's exactly what happens here. A great anti-eco for Falcons.
Clean. Falcons. They started off the half looking rough. Huge lead by Valiant. But they're thinking, okay, that's fine. Attack side, here we go. It's gonna be 1 round by 1 round. They do just that. Now, if they convert the bonus, it's gonna be huge. Valiant was able to do that previously. Might be able to do so now.
This should do.
Going for this hold this time around. MadV with the flash, just setting up Mary for just to stop any potential early aggressors. Finds nothing. Clears out the back of the main as well. The other 2 members of Falcons just holding down mid. Lurk as well from Sandra, just to make sure that Dreams doesn't overstep any or go into any space that she's not supposed to be in.
Nice little one-way there. Gonna buy a little bit more time to deny Falcons from really trying to explode in, I would say. I mean, Falcons, they baited out that first bit of utility. They haven't taken care of that tripwire though. So I mean, this rotation towards A is going to be smoked out, especially since Mel is playing such an aggressive angle as well. This could be a very bad thing though, especially seeing that you want to keep your Omen alive for as long as possible. The TP does fall away here. Counter stun coming through, but the cage, it's still there in play, and that could be the call for them to actually fall back. The camera gets broken as well. They know there's at least 2 people holding a very aggressive position, if not more, and the rest of the squad, they're finally here. Mary spots out the player towards backside. I don't know if she's going to expect the second one, though, right to her side here. So the rest of the team, Falcons, again, running down the clock, 30 seconds. Are you going to check? Are you going to look? And they don't! This crossfire! Just 3 players from Valiant able to do so much damage. Finally, the Mosh going to be able to push a player offside, but they still haven't managed to clear out. Toki, though, being the hero that Falcons desperately needs. 15 seconds, and you've still got 3 players around towards this side of the map here. How much more can you do? What can you really find? They have to get that spike down. The clock ticking, and it does seem like Emma's doing her best. And as the wingman gets it down, it's now her in a 1v2 clutch. 30 HP and a dream. Isolates the fight, but can't connect a shot. And Valiant, they find the defuse of their buy round. 10-5, double digits for them.
This one, Falcons think they have it in the bag. Looks rough. I saw the ping already toward Dream. And I think what the idea was, you're able to trade off of each other. But when you have another player from Valiant playing toward backside, it's gonna be very hard to be able to do so. GX was there and ready as well just to prevent any trades. It looks so good for them. Yes, damage has been done, but it is enough already to just give them the round itself. And I think this is also enough opportunity for Falcons to really sit down and rethink how exactly they want to take a site.
Yeah, I think they do have to be able to sit down for a second. I mean, to be fair, that was their anti-eco round. So, I mean, they didn't have the best weaponry, but this time out, they've got to put it together. They don't have too many more rounds they can really afford to lose. 3 is what stands between Valiant and victory. And Falcons, well, they've got to make a hard push back to even catch up here. 5-round deficit that they're looking at. So, I mean, with this buy, hopefully they are going to be able to pull things together here. No ultimates either to try and work with, although Madvi is only 1 off of the Rolling Thunder, so that could be a major win condition for this particular round. On the opposite side, though, I mean, Valiant, they were able to win their buy, but it was a very awkward win, and you can see that kind of playing out in the economy. They have the 2 rifles they saved, yes, but the remainder of the team, 2 players on half armor and a Bulldog, not exactly optimal conditions, especially against the full buy. So this is kind of Falcons' chance to take advantage of this asymmetry and be able to find an advantage here, because they really can't afford to lose this round.
Falcons. This round might be their redemption round, as you mentioned. Come through here. Very deep smoke just to deny any push onto the site itself, just to clear out anything. Gonna be using Dizzy onto that as well. The Cypher cage this time around, no longer a one-way. It's just a normal setup this time around, just to really deny them. Not only just to buy time, but also to disallow anyone onto the site itself. Toki will be the one to just play in on the mid-side area. Mary, as she tries to break the trip, finds Ninu's shoulder, and Lisa, as Toki moves out the way, will quickly obliterate her. 1 by 1, trades go around. But time, still 1 minute to go. Plenty of time for Falcons to really figure out how they want to play this. Mary, you think she's on B side, she's suddenly onto mid. It's really hard to pinpoint her. And taking out Lisa, the big boss that's been taking up so much space and denying any of the players of Falcons out to the site, will be taken down. We do have a man advantage. Sandra is here as well. Spoke too soon as she took another one on-site herself. Slowly but surely, Falcons said, okay, we don't have to rush this. We have to take as much information as we can, and that's exactly what they did. Get this plant down, and now it's down to Dream, a 1v4, a tall ask, and I think she's conceding and saying, okay, might be time for a save.
Yeah, I think 1v4, she has managed to pick up this Vandal, of course, so with the eco being in a very rough spot, I would say, for Valiant, it's going to be better for her to try and save this. And for Falcons, it's going to be a great route, because it was their full buy. They keep 4 players alive here, keep the Rolling Thunder as well, and they managed to completely obliterate Valiant. Well, honestly, it was mostly Mary obliterating Valiant there. A triple for her on the round, and they were all in different places as well, which is like really funny. You've got 1 person dead on B side because of Mary, 1 person dead in mid because of Mary, and 1 person dead in A because, yes, again, it is Mary. So just the Mary show for this particular round as Falcons get to 6, narrow that gap a little bit more, and start to build up and vestige of economy. The remainder of the players alive on the hunt, of course, but Dream at least will be allowed to keep this Vandal.
very aggressive this time around from Falcons, but tech pause will be coming through here. Now, talking a little bit about this one, I mean, it feels like for Valiant, it's all about understanding and reading their team. And I think every single time that Falcons is able to win a round, they seem to just really go for that readjust. And then they're not able, and Falcons are not able to chain as many rounds as they would like. And when you look at how Falcons have been trying to figure out this puzzle that is Valiant, it's about just setting someone down toward that mid area just to pick off one person, just denying them that space onto mid. Making sure that you can play a little bit more aggressive just to take off the heads of anyone that's trying to hold off one side itself. Both teams play very, very similarly, but Valiant is the one that's keeping Falcons in, just giving question marks to Falcons.
I don't know. It does look a little bit challenging, I think, for Valiant. If they let this round go as well, they're still gonna be able to have those 2 rifles into play. They've got Lisa's ult as well off the back of 1 kill or shot, but Mary as well, 1 off the showstopper. Could be a major ult for the duration of this round. I like this pain shield as well. Gonna be used to clear out this corner in case somebody's holding somewhere very, very close. It does seem like Falcons, they are going to be rotating back towards this A site where there are still a couple of players from this Valiant side looking to hold down the fort. The information garnered as well. B-Main completely cleared out here by the Sova drone. I think they're trying to get the ults for possibly prioritize it. And oh my god, the double kill through the cages here to come through. A triple, in fact, for Dream with that hero rifle. Their neural theft as well to give the position away. Dark cover utility perfectly in play here for Valiant and Falcons. They're left with just 2 players standing. They lose 3 in a matter of seconds at elbow, and Dream is the architect of this round's loss. It seems like Mel chiming in, and now it's just Eva, a 1v5. What can you really do here? It does seem like she's just gonna opt to back off and keep this gun. Not much more that you can really do, but what a couple of shots from Dream.
30 seconds left.
Been very, very terrifying looking at Dream, especially if she's playing with her teammate. Double seeing to come forward. They were 3 people going up elbow. And they weren't able to answer back. Lisa clicked on that pick off onto Eva as well, denying any saves as Valiant going to 11. Falcons slowly feels that their record on Sunset was about to be abolished here. But they do have at least 1 single trump card, make it 4 in their pocket.
Goes there.
Their ultimates. Eva as well, 1 off the Thresh. Could be getting a lot of value for this one if they know how to play with the ultimates together.
Whew. Ultimates, they have to be the saving grace here for Falcons because they just don't have the rounds to deal with. I mean, even this economy, it's a little bit shoddy here. Madvi forced to play with only a Bulldog in hand. Mary already making her way up towards market. Does have backup in the form of Sandra, and they've got the showstopper as well. Rolling Thunder, though, to try and push forward here. It's the crunch, and here comes the ult as well. They have to just stay alive. Mary gets the first, Mary gets the second, and now Lisa forced to run for her life here. Instead of the remainder of Valiant, they're able to do so much damage. If Mary can find this kill onto Lisa, the team has a chance here in this 2v2. And there we go, that's the backup. Sandra able to use the neural theft as well. And before it even reveals GX's position, Mary still good for the kill. The 7th round on the board for Falcons, and they keep their chances alive, denying Valiant's match points.
Falcons look so good right now. Very, very aggressive. Eva taking that first contact and just tagging up with Mary. Looks so good. Every time these rounds happen, they're very, very explosive. It's like looking at 2 rhinos, 2 bulls just butting heads here when it comes to firepower, when it comes to really scrappy fights. But this time around, it's going to be Valiant. It's going to be taking a break just to really figure out and reconvene. What are they going to be doing on rounds where Falcons decide to just take on these early aggressive fights?
It's so good right now. I feel like they have the mental for sure. I mean, this is Valiant's 2nd time out there calling it finally, and they gotta kind of have to wonder here how they can deal with Falcons. I mean, the last time after a timeout, they were able to find success, so hopefully they can replicate it. All they need is 2 rounds to be able to push this to that decider Lotus. The Falcons, you can't really let a team like this build up steam. So far, at least, it's been very back and forth in this attacking half. Valiant have been able to win 2 rounds, 1 a bonus, 1 a full buy. And right now, at least once again, they're going to be able to have a full buy here against this Falcon squad. All they especially with Lisa, we saw this operator on map number 1 on Haven having such huge impact in terms of the multi-frags and those opening kills. And now Lisa finally in a position to be able to buy it up again for this particular map. Either way though, for Falcons, they used their showstopper last time around. They do have the Thrash for this particular round, and for Valiant, they're so close to so many of their ultimates in their ult cycle. GX only 1 off of a Rolling Thunder of her own here. So I mean, Valiant, they managed to bait out a lot of ultimates in that previous round, so that's gotta make them happy.
Dream's still holding down the line on mid. No movement yet from Eva. She's just waiting for the right time just to really burst onto the site itself. Thresh gonna run straight into market itself. It's not cut anyone, but does find a trip here, so gonna move out of the way. Unfortunately, she's not gonna be able to pick up Thresh back all alone. Speaking of alone, it's gonna be Mel to pick up a very, very alone. Mel moves out of the way, barely, narrowly missing that Rolling Thunder. She's still here to just catch anyone who's gonna try to push up really, really aggressively as Toki. Very aggressive TP all the way to the back of site. Slowly but surely making it back. I think she did spot the cape of Ninu, but does she know there's one more there? No, she doesn't. GX completely takes her out of the way. The members of Falcons say, okay, that's enough noise we made onto A site. I think it's time to just make a beeline onto B.
Fight itself, I mean, there's nobody really home, but Lisa already cycling back around. And the moment that tripwire gets broken, that's gonna be the sound cue that, all right, here they are coming. The trip doesn't break though, and Lisa with the off angle actually able to get the first kill onto Mad B, trying to go for the second though. Sandra there for the punish, but however they forgot about Dream. The Cypher still hanging around their site, looking to do the damage, playing around her cage. The stun is too good though, and they get it done. A 2v1 situation. It's all up to Ninu. How much can you do here is the question. No ultimate available. Recon though, only a second away, might be able to find out at least that both these players are towards main. It's just jump peaks though, and Eva did use the ultimate, so it's just gonna have to be her. So being able to somehow isolate these fights, sound cue given away, that's the paint shells used as well. So now both players do have to peek here. That's that position known. They're just not giving the fight that Ninu really wants at all here. And Ninu doing her best to bait out the combat, but knows that she can't make this work. Choosing to save the rifle again because Valiant once again are gonna have their eco in a very rough spot. And Falcons, they keep themselves in this 8-11.
Never really been very decisive on where Falcons is really gonna go. It's very similar to what we saw from Valiant in their attack round just now. We saw a lot of space taken already. It's just unfortunate that they weren't able to just truly clear elbow. And because of that, they were saying, okay, we have no clue how many people are in elbow. So what are we gonna be doing now? Let's just make a beeline straight onto B. There is confirmed going to be at least only 1 player there. So because of that, they were able to take up site very, very decisively. And this time around, they're managing to chain 2 rounds in a row. But a very aggressive start this time around is what we're going to be seeing from Valiant. Lisa rushing up forward, gonna take that Dizzy out of the way. Mel will be hit, and Mary happy to take advantage of that. It's gonna be stopping any pushes up forward with those pain shells. She's not done quite yet. Clearing those corners, Roomba as well will be used. And quietly just move up forward, and it's gonna be GX. Good for 2, playing very closely with Lisa, punishing anyone who dares to track her.
2 huge kills. I mean, it's revenge count for Mel at least, but Lisa looking so low right now. It's not gonna matter though. This round is completely under GX's control, as well as the spike right now. And Valiant, they've gotten themselves the advantage. Sandra on the lurk is gonna have to do so much of the heavy lifting, but just not expecting the second player. Toki gets the first 1v2 situation, able to retrieve the spike here, but not knowing the position of the players. Gonna have to gonna be forced into planting it a little bit safe. They're not taking the bait though. It's a 1v2, and you can see Ninu more than happy to wait for her teammate to come back here. The cam sound as well given away, so now at least Falcons know where both these players are going to be coming from. They're already off the smoke though. Tries to isolate the fight. Fakes the TP here. Still in this corner. I don't know if they're going to be expecting it. And actually able to do a lot of damage. Once again, Toki, double fake. Is it going to work? It's done. She isolates the fight. 5 bullets. Can she do it? 3 bullets. Just her versus Dream. Dream is so low here. Not sure where to look. Toki actually has the time for the reload. And Toki! She formed today a triple for the clutch of 1v3, and Falcons, they win a round that once again they have no business winning. I think this is like the 4th clutch for Toki today.
Toki is just sharp as heck here. But GX will be the one that's made a lot
Enemy remaining.
of the damage onto the players of Falcons. Toki goes huge here. She's just so adept at just trying to isolate these fights and going one by one. Just buying as many times as possible and understanding that she does not need to go aggressive. Now coming into this particular round here, we start off with a 9-3 half, I believe. And Falcons has just been slowly but surely taking it one by one. Speaking of one by one, Lisa, the first one taken out. Ninu tries to bandage the situation, does get a few tags onto the players of Falcons, but it's not enough to obliterate them. Damage done at the very least. Mary does go down. But this time around still, very explosive starts from this map. Explosive contacts. And the sounds will be cut. Both teams trying their best to find as much information as they can. No clue where to go. Sound cue of Dizzy will be known at the very least in GX. Quickly relaying the information to her teammate. They smoke it off and just walk away. Still, at the very least, another 50 seconds to go for the team. They have a lot of time to play with. They could potentially play up mid, go for a pick-off if they want to. Less on that lurks for Falcons. More about that team play. But if you saw throughout the entirety of the map today, it's been skirmishes all around. VLNT wants to force Falcons to play into their tempo, their style of play. Sandra moves out of the way here, sprays all around, breaks that trip. And Dream unfortunately will be locked out of the side at all, has to be, and forced to be waiting for her teammates. Gonna get the plant down, no worries at all. They do have it completely out there in the open as Dream. Gonna try to swing in with her teammate. They do have a lot of utility to play with. One more cage as well for Dream. But the same could be said about Sandra. Paranoia used, moved out of the way, using the cage almost like a wormhole here. Just quickly get onto the side itself. Toki, cage, potentially. The sprays from Ninu, a bit too much. And Toki, good for 2. She wants to make it a 3, can't. Mel will be stopping her, but Eva is here at least. Dizzy just to move them out of the way. Goes for 1. Mel for the trade. Elva is so very low with 10 HP. So 1v2, a high low as well. The Mosh gonna find Mel. It's gonna be so very hard. It is just have to buy time. Don't have to go too aggressive. GX does get her in the end, but is there enough time? Barely. But they do get them into match point.
Match points, and I mean, I was questioning the player dying from the volley, but yeah, there just wasn't enough time, and that gave their teammate a better chance in the 1v1. 10 HP, just nothing more that Eva could really do. GX just baiting out the peak perfectly, and yeah, 0.1. That is all that stands between Falcons and getting to the 10th round. It's gonna be a heartbreaker, but still, now Falcons Vega at the brink of being pushed into this decider map. VLNT can taste the victory. You know, they're so close to it, and they've got the ults as well. They've got the Rolling Thunder, one off the Neural Theft, just a couple off of Lisa's overdrive as well. I think that for Falcons, especially considering that they invested so much against so little, it was such a heartbreaker. Mary now though walking up, I think she protects this player. Here comes a showstopper, actually able to get the kill. The Paranoia, perfect though, and Mel goes huge along with Nino. Still though, a 2-for-2 trade. The problem here is that Madvi is also left quite low. Neural Theft comes out, and that's gonna reveal that, all right, all 3 players are on the site. It does look like Falcons still want to go towards this side of the map here, and I'm not sure if it's the best call, but here we go. With that stun coming in, maybe they're reconsidering their choices.
Reconsider? Yes, they can. Still, it's a lot of util set onto A side itself, at the very least, and a B line to come through. I think that's happened so many times. I think for Falcons, it's all about just kind of tipping or dipping their toes into this early aggression, see if they can win the fight, and if not, maybe just pivot into the other side or go for that re-hit. Regardless, pretty much a free site. No rotations made quite yet from VLNT. They have all the time in the world to do so. 30 seconds, as well as all that space as well. They cleared everything. On top of that, they get that orb, just to really bring them a little bit more closer to the utilities, to their ults, excuse me. But still, want to be able to just deny this map if possible. But for VLNT, it's all about just making sure that they don't leave any stones unturned. Making sure that they don't get crunched the same way Dream does to them. And for now, all the members of Falcons will be just holding on the site itself. A nice spray from Sandra as well as Eva, playing so closely together with Madviz util. Now a spray as well with that flash. This gives Eva that 3k. Clean round as they bring it to 10. This map closer than what we anticipated.
Honestly speaking, I mean, I had a bit of a question mark in my mind, but if you think about the last time these two teams faced off on Sunset, it was an overtime game, so I wouldn't be surprised to see another one coming in, especially with how close neck and neck this game has been so far. You know, beautiful utility coming out of Mad V there to be able to set up her teammates for success and the swing off the back of it. They confirm all of those kills. It was a 3v3, and they make it a 3v0. Gonna do wonders for their economy now. 10 to 12 here, Valiant on the eco. Multiple pistols across the board, only Lisa with an actual gun in hand. But I mean, the problem is Falcons, they haven't proven themselves invulnerable to eco situations before. In fact, literally, I think the 11th round for Valiant was garnered off the back of an eco win. So they're going to have to be very careful about how they do want to play this. The rifle in question, of course, towards mid. Lisa holding a very aggressive position. Could cycle back in through market or as a flank. But now the timing, once again, Mary finds it perfectly. Slashing forward onto site now. The paranoia connects, and Sandra able to confirm that kill. Round number 11 seems very likely here right now for Falcons as the flank comes in from Lisa. There is still going to be a trip though, and two players waiting to take off of it, and a 5v3 of course with the numbers advantage. Lisa actually gets shut down. Don't expecting the peek here from Sandra. It's all up to Mel and GX. Only sheriffs in hand. Plant in the open. What can they really do here?
Not a lot. Can try at least to make it a little bit more expensive. Maybe pop off one player's head. I do see the members here. Mary, we all know her as a very aggressive person. She's brave, sharp with it. Even hit 3 just this particular round. 11 to 12, and Valiant left asking questions, left wondering what the heck happened here. Started off so strong for them, but as the attack side comes through, I think Falcons are starting to understand what exactly Valiant is doing. See eyes watching their flank. We see a team playing together with crossfires. It's looking great for them, and momentum clearly on their side.
11 to 12, I think it's very likely that we might be seeing another overtime here if we aren't careful. And here we go, Falcons. It seems like they have finally found their footing. Like you said, Tash, they're adapting to what Valiant is doing. You can already see how far back they're playing. They know that Lisa likes to push, and this time around, nobody willing to play victim to her pitfalls as they once again rotate back over slowly towards this A site. This time around, it's going to be Dream as well as Mel trying to hold down the fort here. The Omen and the Cypher, I think the best agents you kind of want to have in the situation, but when 5 Falcon players try to flood into your site, what can you really do here? Already expecting the corner. Dream gets the first, pops the Zero Theft, but now surrounded on all sides by enemies right now. The Aftershock to try and clear her out, and Toki knows better than anyone, able to catch her coming out of the cage. 4v3 situation to deny the retake, and the Rolling Thunder along with the ult might be enough, but Mad V sharp as always, only lets Lisa get one. Here comes the Thrash, gonna be able to clear out the site. Nino gets one, but GX gets detained, and now 2v2 situation while her teammate is detained. Can't really afford to protect her. They know exactly where she is, and Mad V able to confirm the kills. 12 to 12, Tash. We go to another OT.
These two teams butting heads. Push comes to shove. Mad V showing us that as an IGL, she too can crack. She too can kind of like go in for those fights. No hesitance in those swings as well, and how she positions herself. Yes, it's been very back and forth between these two teams, but we talked about confidence here. And for Falcons, as rounds and rounds go by, they are finding that confidence. They're understanding that, yes, when it comes to these fights, they can win. If they really enable each other, if they really play together, and that's exactly what we've seen.
I think that they are finally able to find things, make sure that things work. They were able to find their footing in the previous rounds, and more importantly, they were able to deal with the aggression and the kind of setups that Valiant have. Hopefully they have something new cooking. Now though, Valiant are going to be the ones back on attack. This is the side that they really excels at, I would say, being able to find 9 out of the 12 rounds that they played so far. So here they are. They're going to be, again, making some positioning towards A, flipping back over and heading through market for the quick push. This time though, Mary is the one on site. Mary is the one to find that first frag, and the rest of the team just try to channel into these players, and both Sandra and Mary more than aware, more than willing to lock the site down. Mary doesn't even get hit by the paranoia, and she gets 3 on the round. Between her and Sandra, they shut down Valiant completely. Once again, match and series point this time for Falcons. And Tash, I feel like the way this is going, it might very well end up to be a repeat of that previous round.
Might, could've, would've. Both teams look so good, but that particular round just now was just a prowess, showing us the prowess of these two players, Mary and Sandra. on that gun. Mary already hitting that 30 bomb. 30, 17. She has been phenomenal on this map. She's just so quick on trying to get those first contact plays. She's not afraid to be curious, to just really peek off and just go and quickly find the head of one player, just move out of the way. And this time around, Falcons, they decide to adventure straight onto the mid area itself. Dream hides onto the mid area, spots out Toki, but quickly they just take away that map, and GX quickly to take her down, and so does Ninu. 2 at the back, but Mary with the frag herself. A lot of damage that Mary took as well.
They're gonna be able to retrieve the spike, I think, with the help of those cages. But yeah, 3v4, and like you said, Mary looking quite low, only a bullet or 2 away from her demise. Heavy lifting gonna have to be done by Mary. Madvi as well as Sandra here. I think these two, they've been on Falcons since the very beginning. And Madvi in particular, I think one of my favorite players, who's really evolved. I like this though, coming out. Mary is going to be the one on the lurk here with the low HP. Gotta find the timings, gets the first kill, able to satchel out as well, denying the trade. Dream though, actually able to find that kill. So now it is going to be Sandra and Madvi, neither with the ultimates in hand. They have gotten the plants, but it's this crossfire towards main that's going to have to do most of the work, especially considering that the 3 remaining players are so healthy right now for VLNT. They have the advantage still in the setup. Right now though, Dreamy picks up the tripwire, puts it back towards market to be sure they don't get flanked. But so far at least everybody is towards main. The spike hasn't even been tapped, even somehow against 2. That's going to give her the neural steps.
Attackers win.
They're able to pull out another overtime victory, 14-12. Absolute insanity by the end of it, but Falcons, they find the 2-0. I mean, kudos to VLNT. It was a very hard-fought, very close 2-0, 14-12, but, you know, 2-0. The Falcons, that round differential, going to be making them very happy.
That was incredibly insane, that particular last round there. Lisa's fast lane potentially had costed them the round. It had isolated her and her teammates, disallowing them from being able to see her and allowed them to just double swing them and take them out. It was just so hard to see how unlucky it was. Regardless, let's have a look at the stats here. And speaking of stats, we saw just now that Mary was able to drop a 30 bomb on that particular map, and she was able to end the game with a 32 and 18. Lisa was also incredible on that map as well, but credit when credit is due here for Falcons.
The first kills.
Yeah, the first kills for Mary on how exactly she approached those has been phenomenal. She would just take these little micro angles, just try to like slice these angles into small little pizza slices, and just go in for that first tap, move out of the way, and then she would possibly go for either a double dip or just quickly move out of the site itself. And every time she does those really early aggressive, I would say, pushes or really aggressive peaks, she's able to land 2 heads or 3, in fact, sometimes. And it's just incredible to watch.
Definitely. I think the 14-3 is absolutely crazy to me because, I mean, first of all, the fact that you're able to get 14 of those first kills in a single game by a single player, that is just bonkers to me. And I mean, kudos to Lisa, kudos to GX as well. I think she was having quite a few nice frags, especially in tandem with the rest of her team. But Falcons, I mean, Mary, the clutch as well by Toki, multiple clutches throughout all of today. But I think the rest of Falcons, they just looked impeccable, especially after they were able to start winning a couple of those rounds. I mean, even this post glance, it's damn close how it is, except for that first kill statistics. And I think that Mary just gets all the credit for those. But yeah, we do have our MVP. I'm sure we all know who it's going to be already. But yeah, none other than Mary. I'm saying it a bit early, I'm sure. But yeah, it's going to be Mary. I'm not really worried about that. So 32 and 18. 76 cast is actually pretty impressive considering she's on the duelist. But yeah, I would be curious to see the fact that the first blood percentage is 53. Like, more than half the engagement she takes, she walks out on top in first blood department. It's insane to me.
Yeah, every time she just peeks out that she's gonna get 2 heads or so before she's finally traded out. Her teammates are also very, very incredible. Kudos to Sandra. I think she had a pretty rough, I would say, first half onto the defense side where she just really shut down. But toward the second half, it felt like the entire map was her oyster here. Now tonight we're seeing a double overtime, 14-12, 14-12 for both these teams, which really showed that both teams are just outplaying each other, reading each other other like a book and playing off of each other very, very well. Valiant looks amazing, especially since stage 1, and they have really improved coming into this game as well. And I'm really excited to see more from them, excuse me. But now for Falcons, they are not only a team that has really shown us what they're able to deliver to us in stage 2 going all the way to the grand finals, but also how they've improved in terms of their teamwork and gameplay as well. So kudos to them. Firepower as usual, Mary is the star, but in terms of team play, it's definitely a lot better. So Falcons, I'm keeping my eye on y'all.
The one thing that does worry me is that, you know, this is Falcons against Valiant. I mean, it was 2 overtime wins despite it being a 2-0. So, you know, the thing is, Falcons have always been in the top 3 for this year. And this is their performance against a team that is not in that top 3. So, you know, when they face up against Giants X, which is going to be a banger match, I'm so excited about, by the way. Or, you know, once they make it to playoffs, if they eventually face off against G2, the questions are going to be there. Like, can they continue? But I think on an individual level as well, they look really clean. I think Toki in particular has just improved so much. You know, transitioning from that duelist role is never really easy. So, you know, coming in the place of Ludge, being able to play on that controller role, and I think this team has slowly been able to put those pieces together. They had like 3 duelists playing start things off, because I remember Madvi was playing Raze last year. Now, you know, she's gonna be back. She's playing Smoke. She's playing like flex role. You know, Toki was on Raze. Here she is on the Omen. So far, Mary is the only one who used to be a Chamber and has kind of upgraded to that race, if you think about it. She was mostly on Chamber for most of the time she was winning that GCC. But overall, I'm really happy that finally these players are looking very comfortable in the roles that they are playing. And they look like a team ready to take on the world. So I'm sorry, I'm still like mind blown by the 14 first skill stat, man. Like, how does Mary do it? I need to know her aim routine. Like, holy.
I mean, I think we talked about the Mary factor all the way in stage 1. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Mary factor is something that, you know, that I think a lot of teams can really talk about as well when you talk about Mary in the team. I think when you look at the team for Falcons with Mary before and after, it's just very different. It added a lot of firepower and dimension to the team as well. And Toki being able to kind of move in between those 2 roles I think it gives the coach a lot of space to really figure out what they want from each map, change up the pace, change up the way they play. And on top of that, she has incredible aim. Toki today, I would say, not only is Mary just insane in terms of the first blood as well as the sharpshooting, Toki, the clutch master, she can kind of like win in those 1v3 situations. Very adept at isolating these fights, and also very patient. So that's also another factor. I think individually, everyone in Falcons is to be feared at this point. But on the flip side for Valiant, I would say their teamwork as well as how they relay information and play off that information is also something to think about as well. So both teams showing very impressive firepower, but in the end of the day, it's a tournament. It's going to be one person coming up on top, and unfortunately, a little bit more of that X factor going into it Falcons, and they win today with a 2-0.
Yeah, well, I mean, Falcons, they pull out the 2-0, but for Valiant, that's two out of their 4 games done. Unfortunately for them, both of them have ended in losses. Valiant won the first one. They unfortunately did lose the second one, so a bit more pressure on them to be able to keep winning, because they only have 2 more games left, and they want to be sure that they do make it to the playoff stage. But I think that for Valiant, especially after today, considering that both those losses were overtime, they just need to tweak a little more things with the team before they can continue keeping that momentum up from that first game that they played. But I think that's going to be it from us here. Thank you, as always, for being a fantastic person to cast to it, Tash. We're going to be going on a short break, but we do have another game coming up, so don't go anywhere. It's going to be NASR Ignite versus Alternate Attacks. Yes, this time I didn't say German Attacks, so woohoo. We're going to be having them coming up, and we'll be back after a short break, so stay tuned, everyone.
Seconds left.
Flash out! Put down.
One enemy remaining.
Hit the ultimate.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
One dead. Hey,
One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
Allah.
One enemy remaining. Dropped. One enemy remaining.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Game Changers Stage 3 EMEA. My name is Echo. I'm going to be one of your casters for this second series of the evening. And with me is the lovely Affinity. Oh, you're that side of me. So
yes,
welcome to your first broadcast.
Thank you. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. I'm super excited for this, and we've got a crazy matchup, inaugural game to get me going, and I'm really excited to be here, and with you of all people as well, Echo. An absolute pleasure, might I add. Now, we're looking at a pretty snazzy matchup. As I said, it is Alternate Attacks Ruby versus NASR, and I'm quite excited. This is going to be a tight match, I think.
Yeah, it's one of those games that when you look at it, it absolutely should be such a close game. NASR Ignite, they've been kind of like teetering around the edges of the top three the whole of this year, and they've got what it takes. They switch around their roster relatively frequently, but they've been so close at that top three. And then ATN on the other side just dominated through Project Queen's split last time around. They came second in contenders, and they've just made their way up here. But they are looking so strong if we just forget what happened against G2 the other day.
Yeah, It is a little bit of a difficult one to forget what happened against G2. It was quite a dominant landslide, you know, a 13-4 and a 13-5 against them. So hopefully professionals, they can reset, come into this looking fresh as well. But let's take a little bit of a look at the rosters as well, because we've got a lot of interesting players to highlight here as well. Is there anyone that maybe you really want to highlight? Standout player to keep your eyes on this series?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think there's a lot of people you could talk about on both sides, honestly. Like NASR Ignite, they've been absolutely incredible. They have so many players across all, they all flex across all of the roles quite a lot, but specifically who I'm looking at is Sapphire, because she can play pretty much anything. She plays Sentinel, she plays Phoenix, she just goes around all of the different agents, all of the different roles, and just dominates. Like, her Phoenix is absolutely incredible. So I'm excited to see what she does if she entries alongside Marty, or if they're going for more of, you know, the standard setups where they put her on Sentinel.
Having a team play like that is quite interesting because it makes them very hard to counter for as well. And on the side of alternate attacks, Ruby, there's a couple of players there to highlight here as well. Ellie, sort of the new one into the roster, the firepower that they hope desperately to bring them to this victory, to send them on forward. Another player that I've been looking at has had a really good time recently as well as Jade. Jade has been looking on top of their game at the moment. But your say on this one, who would you want to be looking at?
I mean, I think you could look at basically any of these players, right? They are all so storied except for Ellie, because obviously she's the new Dark Prodigy. Like, her story is incredible. She just came into ATN, and then they got their first ever win in Project Queen's LAN. They made it into main event because she joined. But then you look at someone like Blossy, right, who is incredible. She's so well known across the scene, and now she's finally here with this team. There's just so many storylines and so many incredible players. But I think it would be absolutely remiss if we didn't talk about Ginger. She's been with ATN since they started. Amongst all of the roster moves that they've made, she's still there. And I think that is absolutely incredible as a storyline, and she's looked so good with them.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. But should we take a look at the map veto quickly? Now, you and I got a little bit of a sneak peek beforehand. Let me tell you that you are in for a brilliant one there as well. But first out, Icebox and Lotus. Not too much of a surprise. Now, here is where things get a little bit wild. The Abyss pick coming through. Not the map that we thought we'd see. And then Sunset off the back of it, coming out from NASR. Very curious to see that. And then, of course, Bind taken out, Haven taken out. And you know what that means? Our decider map is going to be the one, the only Ascent, the tiebreaker of all tiebreakers.
Yeah, I mean, Abyss, ATN picked it against G2. It didn't go so well. But everyone tweeted out, their coach Zyfex tweeted out that they've been working on things, right? They took a look at their Abyss and they've worked on things. Their composition is not necessarily usual on it, but I'd love to see what they've done now. Sunset for NASR, that is the biggest surprise for me, because they didn't like that map last stage. I think we've seen it once or twice from them this entire year, and now they're first picking it. They've got something planned here.
Yeah, we didn't see it at all for the EMEA stage 2. We saw it not once, not at all, not as a decider, not as a picked against them, nil. But let's have a look at the agents that these guys are locking in now. I don't think there's anything too particularly unusual. I like the Sage pick coming on.
Yeah, the Sage pick is a very interesting one for this map. When this map was first released, so many people were kind of, you know, in those first kind of pugs and scrims and pickup games that everyone was playing on Abyss to learn the map. Sage was so heavily picked there for her stall potential. And I mean, that wall can be so powerful. Just to stop anyone getting onto the spike, to stop the spam battles that happen. It feels like Sunset B over here sometimes. So it's going to be very interesting to see what they do there. The big sticking point for me is this solo Omen controller for NASR Ignite.
I think that might cause some potential issues there as well. But the Cypher pick, Cypher's been particularly prominent recently. I think he's the most picked agent across all professional Valorant at the moment on this map. Something like an 83% pick rate in the competitive scene. So, yeah, that's my thoughts exactly. The mouth wide open there. But I think it's going to be interesting to see how these two go up against each other, especially with the Cypher starting on that attacking side. Maybe a little bit of a worry there for me. However, as you said, the Omen controller, give me your thoughts on this then.
Yeah, so the Omen controller, great for pushing sites, right? The paranoia is very useful to push people off of angles, especially over towards A and B, where the paranoia has such a wide area of effect. You need to just retreat off if you're the defenders and play for that retake. But you don't have the global smokes, and there's a lot of places where if you're standing as the Omen, you need to be so careful of when you're putting smokes down, because it's going to give away your position so much more. The Astra on the other side for Ruby, obviously they can just put the stars down and they can use them to condition and to fake and to play around with the minds of NASR Ignite and what they might be doing. I love that we've got 2 KOs though, because KO's not always been picked on this map. Some teams absolutely love it. People like, you know, a lot of teams really love it. It's very similar to kind of the standard Ascent comp is what NASR Ignite are running. But not all teams like it. Some people like that Gecko, some people like a second controller, a Harbor, a Viper. So using that, they're going to want to start to interrupt the executes of the attacking team. So alternate attacks Ruby, they're going to want to stall and then interrupt and flood in before the spike goes down.
Absolutely, and I think this is a very interesting map for me, because when it came through, it is technically a standard 3-lane map, but there's so many routes everywhere that it divides the attention as well. So it's one of those maps that team play absolutely crucial. You need the communication to be on point. You also need the individuals to be stepping up there, because even losing one person, suddenly 3 avenues have opened up, and there's a lot of like lurk potential on this map, dare I say. Which I think might be quite interesting. Not necessarily sure that we're going to see that today with these comps, but I'm going to hold my breath. I'll wait patiently and hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, the Cypher opens up a lot of that lurk potential, right? If you can manage to get the Cypher up hyper-aggressive, up towards the mid on that attack side, you can even leave a trip and leave yourself, go back, rejoin with your team, and you have some of that mid control. Because for the defenders, if you don't have that mid control, it's the longest rotate in the game. It's bigger than Breeze to get from A to B. So as the defenders, you need to be fighting for that mid, and if you can get a Cypher look up there as an attacker, you can shut down their rotates so incredibly quickly. But it looks like we're going to be seeing a little bit of a mid fight here. They're wanting to keep control of that as soon as possible and fight with their lives for it. So ATN on the defense, Ellie on this Jet. We're going to see if she is able to step up and show what maybe she wasn't able to do against G2.
Keeping that fingers crossed, I'd imagine. Now, this is going to be a little bit of a bloodbath early on, I can't help but feel, but they have absolutely launched up down mid. Sapphire there, taking a lot of space, trying to get rid of some of that utility as well early on. That's going to be a long cooldown now. I'm actually just going to peel away now. They had a little bit of a look. Very quiet start to the map. Ginger having a nosy. And actually, the information very much on their side here. Very passive from NASR.
Yeah, that KO knife popping and revealing absolutely no information there over towards the A site. Like I say, NASR are playing so passive that just nothing got them. There was no information given to ATN, so they've decided, let's all head over towards the B site, and this is going to be a tricky execute if this is where NASR end up going, which it seems like it should be.
Yeah, they're very heavily stacked there. They've started to move some of the pieces away. Actually, they've maybe started to second guess themselves as well as they send Ellie on over to reinforce that A site. But mid reinforcement's not far away. There comes the smoke and the call to action. The mollies, they land. Smokes, Jade's going to be hiding in them. NASR, they've managed to get themselves onto site here. The plant coming on through. They've managed to block all exits. A lot of information from where the bullets are coming from. That knife going to hard clear the corner, give Jade some space to work with there. And Marty trying to find something, anything. Looks to get the first kill. Blossom with a trade immediately back. It's messy. Jade's trying to find something, anything. Ellie that gets the kill. And it's back and forth. Bloodbath on the site. Marty fighting for their life here. About to be rounded the corner. Flash absolutely perfect. But Sapphire still fighting for this.
One enemy remaining.
Still fighting. It's just come down to this spam battle now. Nami 5 HP, but can't get it. Ginger shuts it down. The defuse is going to come through in absolutely no time at all. Jade going to be building up towards that null command as well, and it looked rough there, Affinity, for a while. ATN, they struggled to get in that first instance, but they managed to turn it around.
They did. Lovely break onto site for NASR, but, you know, the retake, once those smokes faded, there was absolutely nothing protecting them there. And now it's all about how they convert off the back of this. It's likely to be going for broke here, NASR. They're not going to pick up too much. And ATN should be able to convert this very nicely. Second round, nothing too out of the ordinary.
Yeah, we've got things like the Outlaw onto Ellie, one of her favorite guns, I think, except for the Operator, where she's just going to look so good. She's taking this speed control where everyone does when they have the op, and it's just going to be so tricky for NASR to push her off of this angle, because yes, they have the drone, but that's 400 credits. That's something, I think it's 400 credits, and that's a lot of money on an eco round to spend just to push out an outlaw. But actually, poor Ginger looking for something off the back of a flash. No luck found, but a lot of information. So this wall is going to go up, keep them back.
Indeed. That's going to stall a lot of time there. The updraft, I think, still available if they wanted to have a little peek for information. I doubt it. They are just going to respect that for now. A little bit of spam into the wall, but with nothing but a sheriff, that is a difficult task ahead of them. Now, it does look like they're recouping and regathering to head towards B. I say that, actually. Spike heading elsewhere. Different plans in action. Advanced position there from Marty, hoping to buy them a little bit of space and foothold into sight. But alas, that smoke is causing some difficulty.
Yeah, but it's going to end up being an A. This wall is going to go down any second now. So the exec, it starts coming through, but Sapphire just gets shut down. The spike is out of the open.
Is Molotov to try give them a little bit of space as well. They have to push directly into Ginger here. That smoke causing nothing but problems. Jade from afar spamming away the backup, the bodyguards. And they're still going. Actually, Nami able to find a nice little headshot there and recover the weapon. It's going to have their location revealed, but player disadvantage, however. Harmony smoked off, trying to spam a default, not quite able to find the kill, so that spike is going to go on down. And Nami trying to take some space to really bolster this post plant. But Ellie, you said with the Outlaw, the weapon's so incredible when it gets the first pick. And now it's Tokamite left on their own. Recon not going to find anything. The fight is forced and Tokamite's going to go down. There's plenty of time for the defuse. And that is a nice conversion on the second round.
Yeah, no, a really nice conversion. You can see there, you can see the protection coming in from ATN, working with the rest of the team when they have just Ginger on site. Jade comes in, tries to support, tries to stop the exec from coming back in, and they're protecting each other. They're working together in such beautiful ways. You can see this was there against G2, but the shots were being missed. So now they're working on that communication, getting the crosshair into the right place as a team and working together. But they did lose two. They've lost two guns, so they've got the sheriffs. They didn't go for any fancy little money buy, so they've just got the sheriffs on Jade and Ginger. And with only those two over towards A, that means we're aiming for a full retake there this time around. But again, mid-control, NASR seem to want to put some pressure here, but they're scared. They seem too cautious to head up mid.
Yeah, there's definitely a hesitancy that they're not particularly going to be able to win rounds with right now. I'd love to see a little bit of fire and passion for them just to go for it. Now, slowly crawling over towards A, taking their time, doing their due diligence. But they know, they've got to know that they have the weapon advantage here, and they'd rather not rush headfirst into that sheriff stack.
Too many sheriffs shot at you in GC, you know exactly what's going to happen.
Yep.
They're always going to get the headshot, but Harmony, oh, just sneaks up aggressive. Solo is a over and takes down Sapphire. Really good work, and that's Cypher going down. Now you have to exec as NASR because you don't have that flank watch. You need to head towards the site and get the spike down soon.
Exactly, and I thought Marty surely would have been able to go for a trade there. You know, Harmony had that clear straight dash, nothing defending them to try get back to safety, but no conversion and no trade kill found. So as you said, the execute does have to come through, but time is getting quite low. And this stack is on this site. The ultimate is popped. Jet dashing on through. Marty trying to find something, pushing up, taking the space, but Blossy from the side gets three, and it's a massacre, gets a fourth. Harmony, however, going to be stealing it away. And in a matter of seconds, it all comes crumbling down, Echo.
Just out of nowhere, just Blossy peeking through the smoke. It's that exec interrupt. It's so powerful on both of these sites, but if no one's watching heaven, if you don't have the protocols, you can just let the Astra do that. And that's got to hurt NASR. They're knocked down to sheriffs. They used an ultimate for that as well. Luxie used the null command. There were no abilities there. There was no flashes. There was nothing. It was just good timing from ATN. And, well, they're going into this round. They're feeling confident. They haven't even had to buy up. They've still got that outlaw. And Ellie, well, ooh.
Nice idea. Not able to get the shots, but information nonetheless, and lots of it there. However, it's going to find Marty with the drone. Harmony maybe having a look, trying to pick this fight. Knows for a fact that they've been very passive towards mid. But Ellie, in the meantime, there we go. There's the outlaw kill that we talked about. And
Yeah, the
Blossy.
relocation, heading over towards mid just to take some of that control back, move where the Outlaw is, and Blossy again, just taking the peaks. It's the controller battle over towards B, and well, the B executes. They've gotten the spike down usually, and looks like we're heading over this way again, but I love where Sapphire is. She's lurking up in vents, and I don't think they know about it yet.
Able to cut off the rotates potentially, but they have to have the teammates working to get onto site first. And with Ellie and Harmony both finding one apiece, no matter how good the lurk is, your team not able to break onto site. So suddenly stranded on an island in middle now. Nowhere really to go. A site is safe, so they could possibly try and retreat. And I say that, but it's Ginger. Absolutely disgusting headshot to close on out the round there. And I love the initiative there from Sapphire, but unfortunately, with Nami going down so early, they struggle to get onto that site and apply the pressure that's needed for that lurk to really kick in.
Yeah, and you can just see ATN, they're feeling so confident on this map, and they talked about how they'd come back renewed into this game today with renewed confidence, feeling refreshed after the game against G2. It didn't go how they wanted, but this one is, and Ellie's not even bought the up yet. She's still saving up that bank so she can last as many rounds as she needs to, but it is full shields on the other side. There's no big ultimates to talk of yet, but we could still soon see the Hunter's Fury, and that they've got to be careful of. But Blossy, for ATN Ruby, she's got the Astral Divide, and this is disgusting to play against once that spike is down, because you can't spam.
Exactly, and on a lot of these sites as well, it's round defining completely. You could block off so many entrances and make a retake rather difficult here.
Yeah, no, but again, just a very slow round from NASR Ignite. They're wanting to keep it nice and slow, get a feel for where ATN are before they look for the execute, but they've still not got great guns, right? They've had to buy full shields, so Sapphire's on the Guardian because she had to buy those full shields because of Ellie's Outlaw. It's these little things that ATN have slowly started to build up where the momentum's in their favor.
Yeah, conditioning them here. Now here comes the fast pace. Marty first into sight, blinded by the paranoia and the smokes on sight. Desperately trying to jump on round the glide, taking them only so far, but taken down there. Jade managing to escape, and there comes the Cypher ult. Knows exactly their locations, has their number, and Harmony's going to double down on top of that. Knows that Sapphire was there as well. Spots the head, ducks down, and actually Sapphire managing to find the kill there. Peeks around the corner, gets a second. The Guardian absolutely singing in this round. And now they have the advantage out of nowhere. Time was getting low, but that spike's now down. Ginger now on the back foot, but they line up. Not quite Tokamite. Luckily, just enough reaction to adjust there. And that's how they finally secure themselves around back and forth, but they've done it. They've got the first on the board, but it's close.
Yeah, close is one word for that. It came down to a spray down. But Sapphire with this Guardian, is this just the rifle of the rifle version of the Sheriff? The Game Changers players are just so good with it. And yes, we've got a little bit of a tech pause. We'll get this fixed right as soon as we can. But these next few rounds now, these are crucial, Affinity. If we're looking at the credits, if we're looking at the ultimates, everything is coming online for alternate attacks. They have the operator. They have so many ults now or coming up in this round, the next round. If NASA lose this, they can't buy. They have to eco again. They've already got one person who's, maybe on a Guardian. So that's two Guardians. Yes, we saw Sapphire do well with it. But it's now dangerous for them.
It's, as you said, dangerous game playing with fire here because they need this round. And, if you manage to get an early ult orb, you manage to get an early pick, suddenly two of those ults are online. Very possibly we could see the whole team, as you said, with ultimates in the next round. And that means even if they can win the fights and disallow them getting those ult points, they've got an uphill battle now because the ult economy is so good that even if they win this round, which is, don't get me wrong, is crucial for them, even the next round after that is going to be difficult. And that's the position ATN have managed to get themselves in, economy-wise, both with the credits and ults. And so NASR definitely got to be having a conversation about this.
Yeah, I mean, obviously no one can talk in those tech timeouts, and that's got to sit with you, right? The pain of just sitting there knowing this is the swing round. This round can make or break this half, which can make or break this first map. And you need to start pulling something out. And I can see Sapphire, she's already leaning over towards mid, and her lurk, it didn't provide much value in that one round, but I think it absolutely could. But first off, we're going to have a big fight, a big battle over here in A main.
They've got the weapons. I really want to see some aggression. I want to see them switch up the pace. They've conditioned ATN into this slow play style. Early knife. That's got to be information in and of itself there. And that's going to build off the back of it. But actually, ATN, they're happy to just sit on their hands there and lay patiently in wait.
Yeah, they've got time, ATN. They know that NASR, they don't usually exec fast, but this time it looks like they are. They're going straight into sight.
Dodging the Hunter's Fury, and it's actually not finding anything there at all. Marty's managed to get themselves into the tower, and is now holding Spike already down, and this is a pace that ATN have got to be very confused by. We said so passive, and now upper hand completely. Marty going to be overwhelmed very shortly. Null Command coming on through, desperately trying to fight, gets one before going down there. 4v4. Resurrect coming in immediately. We talked about these ultimates. It's going to be difficult for NASR, but they're just going to sit out here in main and wait. Molotov for the Spike. Going to go down. Try buy themselves any semblance of time. The drone not really going to be able to spot very much there. And fights through the smoke. The fog of war looming over all of them. Nuxie trying to peek out, but is only going to find a bullet to the dome. Savior manages to double down once again. Kills back and forth. It's a 3v2. And in the midst of all of it...
The Spike!
The Spike
If you
just
defuse
gets
the Spike,
defused
you
in the
win.
chaos.
Yeah, like, it doesn't matter if you're fighting, doesn't matter if you're winning those fights. Spike gets defused. That's what happens, and that's the astral divide that I was talking about beforehand. If that comes online, it's so difficult to spam, to try and get onto that diffuser. The Sage Wall doubled up with that. Even more difficult, even more struggle to get past the astral divide, to then break the Sage Wall, to then get onto the diffuser. But again, A main, this is the key area now for NASR.
On the plus side as well, they've managed to whittle down a lot of these ultimates. And it was a close round at that. So they've given themselves a tiny bit of breathing room, but as we said, money's not looking great for them. They've got 2 players on the Sheriff. I think the Blade Storm popped there. Marty looking hopefully to try find an early pick there. Manages to get across, make the jump safely, and Ginger has got to be calling for reinforcements, and you can see them already coming on over. Ellie coming out to help there. Null Command is going to come on out. Actually just going to hold them at bay, slow this round right down.
Yeah, it even stopped the drone. The drone was trying to go around the outside, but the Null Command shuts that down. No information, and they've already moved Ellie over, the operator. It's trapped them in that corner. They have to peek into it.
Yeah, there we go. Ellie with the... Ooh! I was about to say, has the shot lined up, and doesn't even matter. What a crazy headshot coming out from Tokabite there. Beautiful. Ginger has the teammates there, but got to be a little bit worried. The paranoia going to force them back as Jay falls as well, and suddenly Ginger overwhelmed, calling for even more reinforcements. They fall, and suddenly there's no one left in this round. Spam through. Harmony is only going to be found. The smoke fades at exactly the wrong moment. 5 guns pointed directly at her, and now just Blossy left, and you've got to save here. Surely there's nothing that you can find. Maybe an exit pick as someone tries to escape the radius, but that was just death by 1,000 paper cuts, watching teammate after teammate fall.
And like, as Ginger, you're just sat there. Like, as I say, there's only so much you can do once the fight started. Your job is to do stuff before the fight starts, and you're just watching your teammates fall left, right, center behind you, and that's all you can do. And Blossy saving, you're right, the correct decision. You don't want to feed any more ult orbs over towards Luxie, over towards Tokamite, and well, to talk about Tokamite, because peeking into Ellie's operator like that didn't happen in PQ. That didn't happen in Contenders. People respected it. And this is what ATN are now having to deal with, is people disrespecting them and just forcing the issue, because NASR Ignite, they've been here before. They know this stage, and I don't even know what to talk about that. What can we say about a shot like that, other than just, she's good, she's incredible?
Nerves of steel. And I think that's quite interesting, because they very much conditioned ATN in the first round, playing very passively, and they still do at the start of the round. They are giving away no locations, no information for the first 20, 30 seconds, and then comes the aggression. ATN, they've got to find a way to counteract this. Ellie gonna dodge the recon bolt and hide in the smoke, but actually whittled down to 9 HP by stray bullets there. Has to back away. And now this fight for mid that they've desperately been trying to go for. Actually, NASR finally committing to it a little bit. And Harmony trying to re-clear the space. The drones say hi to each other. And there comes the Hunter Fury. They spotted one with the drones. Gonna spam away. Not quite able to find a kill, but a little bit more information known. Holding them at bay. And now over towards this B site, it looks like they head.
Yeah, but there's someone there waiting. It's Ellie. She didn't get what she wanted at the start of that round, and if there's one thing we know about Ellie, is she is bloodthirsty. If she senses it in the water, she is going to go diving for it. And there's a lot of utility. We've seen this from Luxie in that first round, all these little lineups. But now the retake can be here. They can flood into this as quick as they want.
Ooh, Jade with the first one. Luxie, immediate trade and answer. Back though, not on the person who killed, but an eye for an eye, they say. Teleport on over towards that A site just to take some space and establish that Spike has got to run on over. We talked about how this is a long rotate. In 20 seconds, it's going to be close, especially with ATN already heading on over themselves. Nami has to find something, has to find multiple somethings even. As the team does manage to get onto site, it's going to be a close one. ATN haven't managed to take enough space. I say that actually. They head up towards tower. They might be able to get a kill on the bug, but they don't quite manage it. And in 3 seconds left, Saphir manages to do the impossible and make sure that plant goes down. And they've got themselves into a position to defend the post plant.
Yeah, Saphir, she's shown magic before and she's brought it up once again. Putting this down to 9 HP, 125. It's so difficult as the defenders to get into this. The heal comes through, but it's barely going to be enough.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult one. Isolates the first fight, trying to go for the second, not quite able to track with the spray. So there is a trade, but they are just going for the defuse here. And there we go. The recon bot finds the location. I thought we were just a hair away from a second ninja defuse. However, not today, not on NASR's watch.
They've had that happen once before, but there's no astral divide there this time. They're not going to let it happen. And I'm loving this. NASR Ignite, they're showing their adaptations now, right? They've started to play around with the conditioning of, okay, we'll play slow, then we'll hit B. We'll play slow, then we'll hit A. We might take mid sometimes. We might put a lurker up into there. And actually, this is a NASR Ignite timeout. That's a bit surprising here, but their coach has obviously seen something. They've got a new coaching staff here now as well, right? Maskey, he's consulting with them. He's been with them for a long time, but he's now taken a step back, and there's 2 new people in this box. And they've seen something that they want to switch up, that they think can give them as many more rounds as possible.
This is quite an important one as well, because if you can win this, you know that you're maybe on the verge of the economy for your opponents being in a maybe not great position here as well. So this is a turning point for them as well, because if they win this round, the round after, potentially they can tie up this scoreboard, because it was looking a little shaky for them at the start. We said that they weren't in a great position. Maybe not that they weren't in a great position, but really that ATN was in a wonderful position. And suddenly they're on the verge of turning the tables and being in that exact same spot as well. Loads of these ultimates just on the verge of being online here.
Yeah, the ultimate's just on the verge, like you said, but also the money. Like ATN, they lose this round, they can buy sheriffs. And yes, NASR Ignite, they've won a sheriff round already, right? And we know that they can do that, but ATN, they need to prove that they're able to do it. And I like this. Ginger, she's been quite consistent with her A main utility, trying to slow down any initial take, and actually Harmony peeks into that and does not want to take that gunfight. Sending the drone. She tries to spot out as many people as she can, but the drone actually is going to get through that spam and sees quite a few. So ATN, they've got a decision to make, but specifically look at Ellie over on B.
True. Ellie has managed to find themselves a nice little angle here. And a lot of information to go with it as well. Can clear the whole of main pretty clear here. And that is going to mean that they try and reinforce mid and over towards A. As you can see, they're getting ready for this. Luxie not going to find anyone with the knife there. Trying to get rid of the wall. Very worried about someone potentially hiding, as they should be, but not on this round. Going for the ult orb there, just getting that Hunter's Fury ever so close to being online. They are suppressed and pushing onto this site. Sophia could be very crucial. Gonna just dodge the recon. Not even gonna break it. That'd be way too much information to give over. Spike goes down. Post plant established. And ATN, they've just got to wait out some of this utility.
Yeah, they want to start to walk their way forward nice and slowly, but Marty, he wants to take the fight. She's bloodthirsty just like Ellie is, and it's the recon is going to spot out too. She's holding the angle, but she gets taken down.
Jade in trouble here, and that's a problem. Ellie does get one with the Blade Storm in the meantime, spotted on the cam by Saphir, but Dokkamite Gonna hide in the smoke, just trying to dodge everything. Manages to dodge a whole barrage of knives, but it's the last one that gets her. Ellie, with the knives renewed, gets another kill. Defuse comes on through, and it's a crazy round, and one that NASR, they took the time out, because you said they saw a weakness. But the retake, this has been where some of the issues have come on through, is the retakes have been really strong, and maybe the post plants for NASR, they seem to put all of their eggs in one basket in terms of where they choose to camp out this post plant.
Yeah, and honestly, I think Sapphire showed her hand a little bit too early. They set her up nice and early into that Vents position once again. And you could see Harmony, she was a little bit suspicious, but she didn't know exactly what was happening. But again, we're going to see a big early fight here. Ellie walking forward once again with this operator.
Oh, that's a difficult one. Save up so long for it to immediately peek into 5 guns. That's a little bit of a painful one and a difficult pill to swallow, but is going to be able to pass over a lot of information. As you can see on this side, Ginger and Jade, they've taken so much space because they just want to flank. They know that everyone is going to be over towards this B side, maybe a little bit cautious over towards mid. They know that there's that lurk potential from Sapphire. And Blossy going to completely disrespect the frag, but doesn't matter. Ultimate popped. Sapphire trying to find something, finds one and falls. Plant coming through in the meantime, but this is such a difficult situation for ATN. Harmony suppressed, has a little bit of utility available. That drone's still online for them once this is all over, but by then, there even going to be anyone to help them on out. Has managed to find a little bit of a space and timing to sneak behind them here, but is sort of being watched by Marty. Back turned, however. Flash is impeccable. Doesn't matter. Marty still gets the kill. And now is just Mimacho trying to escape, but alas, your exit is blocked. You shall not pass.
Yeah, Nami there blocking the way, just plugging all of the little holes. And I think actually this round was so different for NASR Ignite than the other rounds that we've seen. I think this is the round that was called by those coaches, because just looking at where they were positioned, the fact they plugged Nami up into mid in that late round to go and, you know, actually fight into the spike if that defuse had started, but crucially there to stop the save. And now ATN Ruby, they're thrown down to Sheriffs, to one Guardian on Jade, and they're close to some ultimates, so this is all about the final round of the half. They want to play for next round.
Exactly. NASR 6-6 half would be amazing for them, especially given how this all started as well. Here we go. Ginger, here's a lot of gunfire. Not willing to take that fight, especially not with the Sheriff just going to back on away here, but actually decided to head through mid. ATN know that NASR, they're usually quite passive in mid. They're going to take that space. Actually just end up retreating there. And stacking over towards B, sensing maybe the rotates coming on through, given that nothing's been heard by Ginger in a while and they didn't see anything mid.
Yeah, the question marks being put on the map by NASR Ignite. They've got to go through and re-clear it all, but look at ATN. They are pushing aggressively. Tokamite's going to take this first contact. Oh.
Is indeed. Actually, no, they're not. It's going to be Ellie that gets the first kill as well. Immediately going to be backing away. Tokamite gets 2, gets 3 as well. Why not add some more to the tally? And even though it's just against Sheriff, it's a beautiful sequence. So easily could have been overwhelmed, but holds their nerves. Now they're going to find one there. Now it's just Harmony. Maybe able to stop the plant here is indeed, and with only 24 seconds, maybe that's going to raise some questions. They are just going to pick up the spike, plant safely, and there we are, they're safe here. Always the ever-loving bodyguards there, defending the plant.
Yeah, defending the plant and doing it well. As a team, NASR Ignite, they've shown something more now. And just the way that they've adapted, the way that they've started to change the way they're playing, wanting to play up with that conditioning, because they were heavily conditioning for those slow passive rounds early. It's allowed them to get into these situations where they're able to re-clear ATN Ruby out of these advanced locations, out of the pressure that Ellie wants to put on them, that everyone else wants to put on them. They're re-clearing back against it. And now it comes down to this final round. ATN Ruby, they've done better than they did against G2 already, but it's still not enough. They want to get 7 here. And they have a lot of tools that will be very useful for it. That null command on Jade, we've seen it do so much work on this A site before.
The Resurrect waiting in the wings as well here. But equally on the other side, you've got a couple of ultimates lying in wait, in bated breath for NASR as well. And again, just a matter of they're going back to the basics, starting slow there as well. Ginger holding this tight angle. We've seen it work already a couple times this map, and it does make it very difficult. But Zokamite has all of this utility online to try ease the burden a little bit.
Yeah, this is quite a late drone. The drone's going to eventually come on through and TPing into the middle of vents as well as the Omen. But Jade, she's pushing forward.
That's a lovely first kill there, and of course taking down Jade. Ginger gonna be on the trade, however, waiting for some more. Lines up the shots, get the second. Harmony has her back as well as they keep this site on lockdown. Saphir, the only one left alive. Sapphire going to pull, and a 7-5 half we have. ATN, it got a little bit shaky for them. Lovely start, teetered off a little bit, but ending on a high there.
Yeah, a high, absolutely. And you can see the reads that they've made over the course of that half. They knew where people would come. They knew when people would peek out of that smoke. But eventually, they'd get that lurk into vents as well. They were watching it. Harmony was ready. And the team is looking so good. ATN Ruby, they've been around in this scene for so long, Affinity. Their team's been... It's essentially Shipper Theseus at this point. So many players have changed. But
Of the furniture.
Yeah, but they're so good. They're so consistently at the top of their game. This is so far their peak, and I'm loving what I'm seeing from them because it's looking like they're going to peak even further in the future.
Yeah, strong showing. Nice pistol round here would be a lovely way to put a cherry on top of all of this. Marty is going to spot Blossy there and is willing to take the fight to them. NASR so defensive, passive in mid, but ATN, they do not suffer the same fate on their attacking side. Going to award them the opening pick and a plant right off the back here. Now, it's a 4v5 retake. Lots of pieces still on the chessboard of this round, but NASR, they come crawling in slowly and they go in the wrong way. This fight is going to be divisive. However, Fire needs to be the difference maker here, needs to find a little bit of chaos, distract that attention for just a second to alleviate the pressure. Ellie's pushed up quite close, holds the angle, gets the first and a second there as well. Sapphire, we talked about it, being that little bit of an extra piece, but unfortunately now they're the only one left. Location known, locked out of this site, and it was nice, but it wasn't the distraction that they needed. They are just going to run her on down.
Yeah, one kill is good, but it's nowhere near enough. You need more value out of that Cypher, especially late into that round. You need to be looking for as much as you can, and she was just a little bit passive there. She got that first kill, and then immediately thought, okay, I'm going to hold back, I'm going to wait, let my team do some stuff, and then go refrag afterwards. But it was just too delayed because of Ellie holding here in the front of sight, and when she gets put under pressure, she just shines. Like, that's it. That's all you can say about her. She's so consistent, and because of those 3 kills, she's managed to buy herself up into a Vandal with full shields here. So she's looking to go aggressive. She's the tip of the spear to shut down everyone from NASR Ignite on their defense.
They are looking to try and take this fight early, having a little peek. But again, another quiet start to the round. Mid just been completely forsaken this round. Just choosing to conga slowly on over towards B here, where actually a whole team almost lies waiting for them. Snakes in the grass. Hesitating for just a second, waiting for the right moment to pounce, and Ellie's got a line of sight, trying to wait for it. There we go, there's the first contact. Actually, it's going to be Blossy over on the other side. Maybe a little bit of a misnomer here for both teams, but here comes the fight over on B, what we've all been waiting for, the bloodbath. Kills go back and forth, but it is ATN coming out on top here. Harmony getting that pit kill to the side and spam through the smoke. Not quite going to take down the plant. Actually, it does actually. They are having to relocate. Plant is now going to go down. Just
and they're planting in, just this spam location. All they're going to do here is spam down that line. They can't lose any more guns, though. And eventually they need to get Blossy one of these guns, too. Because a lot of guns are on the floor, but this drone is just going to spot out Toker. And there's some damage there. Oh, not even that. It falls off the map. And it's just down to this final little spam battle.
Oh. Misses the edge there. I don't know whether that was an intentional one, but I doubt it. Looked like they were trying to jump around the corner, get themselves involved in the fight. And unfortunately, I feel like it would have been a death either way. The Astra smoke there would have surely caused a little bit of a one-way and a death anyway. But to fall off the map, not how you want to go.
I think that's the first full auto map that I've seen. I'm not sure if it happened against G2 the other day, but that's definitely a tick into the column for Luxie. Maybe not the tick she wants, but like you're right. As soon as she lands there, it's going to be a one-way. So she just has to hope that she's able to land quick enough, crouch, get underneath it, and spam herself. And finally, ATN, actually, they're showing something towards mid. What I want them to do, though, is keep it, because they left it after they took it originally. And actually, we're just going for a full B hit here through mid. This is hyper aggressive.
Ooh, they didn't, however, clear out Tokamite, and that could have been a thorn in their back, but alas, it doesn't matter. Ellie with the opening pick. Once again, these entries have been incredible. And now NASR, they're coming on forward, but that Sage Wall is going to cause them a little bit of problem. Pause and food for thought. Marty on site fighting, however, that's the spike drop on the ground, and actually Ellie's going to drop with it. Tokamite finding one of their own here, and that wall, not much of a barrier for them indeed. Luxie, absolutely impeccable kill onto Harmony, and now just Blossy wondering what happened to her team.
They all just went, and she falls next as well. A good cleanup there from NASR Ignite, and it looks shaky. As soon as they managed to get that spike towards site, they had no clue Marty was there. And that's the issue. They weren't having those final little late protocols to make sure the site is clear. When you come from that mid, you need to be careful about someone wrapping around front site. The Sova was just a little bit too late using their utility, and they didn't spot them. So that gave NASR the opening. It gave Marty, crucially, the opening to get that pick and to continue on. And that little survival bubble on site, Marty played around it perfectly. NASR Ignite, they know how to play on this B site, so I'm very excited for more of these B hits if they come out from ATN.
Absolutely. However, I feel like we might be a little bit disappointed. Looks like a little bit of a lean over towards A on this one. We're not going to get to see a repeat of the masterclass. Harmony going to be securing themselves an orb there, getting themselves slightly close to that Hunter's Fury. A couple of these ultimates very close to being online here. Actually, the only two that are even relatively close in the whole scoreboard. Ginger gets the first shot, backing away there as well, not wanting to try capitalize further. We talked about Sharks having blood in the water and going straight after it. Ellie. But on the flip side, Ginger happy just to sit back, get the kill, and wait. See how NASR respond to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just Ginger in a nutshell. She knows the team. She knows what she's doing here. She's comfortable. She can get one. She can back off. And when they exec onto this site, they're going to feel so comfortable. And this is a pure A exec. Only two people here defending it. The recon spots them.
Lovely pick there from Ellie. Immediate answer from Tokamite, and a second going down there. They've got these double kills on lockdown. Blossy is going to find one. There's the wall to protect themselves and the plant there. And now post-plant has to come on through. Marty, that wall now broken, so they have a little bit of an angle, but unfortunately the issue is it does sort of funnel them into one direction. Makes this a little bit of a harder angle to fight from, and Blossy is just going to sit and wait, knows that there's been a cross here. Here's the spam, backing away. The walls are paper thin. Ginger has the contingency here as well, waiting for them to peek the corner. Not going to take the fight to them. Blossy gets one, Sapphire with another, but there's Ginger, always there in the background, ready and waiting to close this out.
Yeah, she opens it and she closes it. That round was hers from beginning to end. And this is just what ATN are good at. They're so good at finding these little timings and then dominating you in their mechanics, in their fundamentals. Because this team have played together for so long. They're not peaking solo. They're peaking with someone else. They're peaking together. They're playing off of each other's utility. And honestly, ATN Ruby, they're showing me exactly what I wanted to see out of them. So NASR Ignite, now is the time for them to really light the fire and to do something explosive on this defense. You can go aggressive. You can take that space that they so love taking into mid beforehand. They're leaving it open on the defense. They've put that Cypher cam over onto ropes just for the little bit of information. Marty with the Guardian. What is it with Guardians today?
Have they buffed it? Was there a patch that they didn't tell us about? It's not. This
it's
is
just an
what's
auto
happening in the
headshot.
script.
That's it. Yeah.
Auto headshot indeed. Ellie trying to find something with these blades, but actually no one going to award her an easy pick here. And the dash is going to come offline now.
Blocking sight.
Smoke just to back themselves away a little bit further. I say that. Nope, just still going to hang around.
Yeah, we're going to hit B here. ATN, they have a feeling they know what's happening over here, but actually that's because they think the Cypher isn't here, right? They've seen the Jet, they've seen the Sova, they think the Cypher's not here, but the trips still are. So they might null command this, but the Cypher's all the way up in Narnia. These trips will still be up when they dash in, when they scale up into sight. So NASR Ignite, they want to play off of that.
Exactly. The overdrive coming on through. This is going to cause some problems. Ellie on site, not able to find anybody though. Marty trying to find somebody themselves. Actually going to take down Ellie immediately. Tokamite with one of their own. Marty waiting, hoping someone rears the corner, but everyone just holding back, holding fire whilst that spike goes down. Tripwire is going to cause problems, and Ginger swarmed from all sides as they pile on top.
Oh,
And that is a
hurts for
very
Ginger.
quick retake.
Yeah, no, the
You see
retake
it
is clean.
Oh.
Just piling on. It's just a game of rugby. Everyone's jumping on top of each other, diving on in, and yeah, like it was a quick retake, and that's what NASA wanted, right? As soon as they held that null command, they knew it was going to be there. There was no way that that was a fake because of all the pressure that was building up slowly before that as well, with Ellie being there. So they just swarmed and they dominated when it got there. Ginger a little bit unlucky, honestly, to walk into that trip in those final moments. But now finally NASR Ignite, like I called out, wanting to go for mid, taking some of this early control away from ATN. It's going to slow them down, but I don't think the Rubies really care. It looks like they're just going to A.
Indeed, NASR, they're getting aggressive on mid this time. Actually, it looks like a little bit of a snake almost. They were going to wrap around each other, but alas, someone called Oasis, the Wonderwall, is here, and this is going to cause problems because they can just plant safely now. I say that, doesn't matter, because straight through the middle of it comes the Hunter's Fury, and that is going to get Ginger, take them on down, and suddenly that plant is delayed in going down. That wall is also starting to fade here, and they've got so much time with the Hunter's Fury, and now Ellie has to stand and hold their post, but goes down so quickly. Luxie getting the kill there, trying to find some more. Jay gets one immediate trade. Luxie trading Queen coming on through, and now Flossie, Harmony, the bomb's so far away, and they've got no way to even try stop the defuse. They've just been forced away. They're running them on down here. Counter Hunter's Fury coming on through to try stop the pump, but it's already been halved.
And she's being pushed.
That's a tricky one, that one.
Yeah, you set up for that Hunter's Fury. You set up to try and play for that late play, but when it's just the two of you left and one of you's on flank, you can't protect that Sova. And you need to protect the Sova there. Like, you need to make sure you're keeping that Sova alive. But I like the idea of the flank, right? Taking Blossie onto the flank to try and put pressure elsewhere is great, but it leaves Harmony alone and she gets shut down. Blossie gets shut down herself as well. NASR Ignite, their defense is looking pretty good. I want to see a timeout here for ATN soon, because they need to decide what to do from now on. Because like this round is just as important as the last. It's a swing round. They have no ultimates, and they have very little money.
Yeah, they lose this as well. Suddenly NASR's knocking on their door with the scoreboard at the top of the screen as well. Nice opening pick there from Nami. Just going to peel away there as well. Not willing to get overzealous and aggressive here as well. And the issue that they've got is now they're heading over towards B, and this is a stacked up site, these trips. The first one broken, that's going to be the call to action. Smoke's going to be dropped. And Sapphire waiting. Actually going to jump down there as well, choosing to play a little bit of a weird off angle, trying to stop them getting onto site there. Wall comes on through, and that's going to cause some problems, but immediate jump up. They managed to just slip behind the generator there. And Sapphire still trying to find a kill here, still not being awarded anything. They plant safe. There comes through the ultimate enemy positions downloaded and now known. Switches to the shorty, the sidearm kill as well. Getting a kill with every weapon under the sun, and Sapphire finally able to close it out. Being absolutely teased with the kills here, but closes out the round. And that is a beautiful round for NASR. We talked about this being a swing round, and swing it has.
It absolutely has, and now ATN, they need to take a pause. They need to take a second to breathe, to work together as a team as what's going wrong. Harmony there was so far ahead, there was no opportunity for a trade. And then onto site, they didn't control where Sapphire was, right? They didn't look where she was, and she was just able to jump on top of that box and just surprise them. There's these little things going wrong for ATN now, that their defense, it looks so good. They had the protocol set on their defense of how they wanted to play together, where they wanted to play. But their attack side, they're missing so many crucial spots. That jump up box it's quite an obvious one. The Cypher's always going to want to jump up onto there because they can just look down at you all before they shoot you. And they didn't have the protocols in place. Yes, they slipped away, but then they were trapped on site, and that left them for dead once the spike was down.
Exactly. Timeout being called here. I think this is very important because you guys can see, we can see this is an important round to them. And they've not really got the best economy to be trying to deal with this. So it does look like NASR, they've got the stars aligning for them to tie up this scoreboard. But they need to figure out how to come off the back of this round. They're actually, they are just going to get rid of the Bulldog that they bought. Or are they just passing between them? I think they've gotten rid of it. So I think we're just playing with sheriffs.
I was expecting them honestly to keep it, like, you know, having those shotguns. Yes, Marty got a shorty kill last round. It's Ellie's turn for a shotgun kill as well, right? That's how this Jet economy works. But no, just sheriffs and the opportunity to build up towards their ultimates. They need to get the ult orbs onto Jade if possible to start to build towards that null command to allow them more space later on. A really nice drone as well there. Pushes Marty off of that angle with the operator, sends her running elsewhere. And actually, she's going to stick around on B. But ATN, they might expect that.
They know where it is now, and that's the main one. They know it's there. They know which site, at least it was on. And there's Blossy taking down the very sneaky cam there. Peers over the edge, looks the abyss in the eye. And now, very passive round here from ATN. And sometimes when you're with these pistols, you want to see something aggressive. You do not have the ability necessarily to play for the space as you'd like to. You have the power in numbers, however. You are going to head over towards A.
So they tried to put in a fake over there, but it just didn't work. NASR Ignite were wise to it, but the shots, they're still coming through. Ellie is just that good, but so is Nami holding down on site.
Tokamite, 2 kills there, the difference maker. And it is the Stinger. They did end up buying something there. Peeks around the corner with immense speed. Call it Ferrari the way it rounded that corner, but taken down immediately. And it is going to be 10-10 on the scoreboard. A lovely moment, a glimmer of hope, a consolation kill. And a very stylish one at that. But NASR got to be smiling to themselves the way the scoreboard is now 10-10.
Yeah, it's 10-10. NASR Ignite, they've won the last 4 rounds in a row. Their bank now as well, they are set up for even if they lose the next 2 and it goes to 12, they can buy for the next 2 rounds after that. They have the bank behind them. They can keep getting Marty, this operator, because they've got the knives. They've got everything they need. And ATN, they didn't build up any ults there. They didn't get the null command.
Ooh, the question is it a smooth operator? And unfortunately not. The choppy kills not gonna, well, choppy shots not going to find anything just yet. But warning shots, I say that, catches one through the edge of the boxes there. Going for some more, takes down the drone. Why not, you know?
She's just peeking and re-peeking, but...
That's the issue with re-peeking, though, is they know, once they know that you're there, they can just line up the headshot angle. You have got no movement with that op. And then they fall. But it's 1 apiece on both sides, 4v4 left. That recon bolt not going to be broken in time. They know that at least Ellie's here, but I think maybe a bit jump scared by there being 3 there. Tokamite is going to get 1 back off their shot dart to try put some space between them, but the issue is it's only forced them forward. And now smokes, they come onto site. Nowhere is safe, and enemies could be everywhere. Tokamite hiding, waiting. Jade not exactly being silent, but attention drawn in both ways. Harmony is going to fall, but Jade is going to use that as a distraction. Bait and switch, and now 2v2 is left. But that spike, such a painful location for them to try retrieve. But they have a pincer available to them here on site. If Blossy can find the kill, but they've given away their location, that could have been everything. And now Sapphire can just readjust, waits for the kill, gets it, but it's back and forth once again. It comes down to the 1v1. The teleport location now unknown. Nami has the upper hand, but unfortunately, Jade comes knocking. It's beautiful, and it is an 11.
Yeah, and when it gets down to those situations, I mean, Jade, she only switched to Valorant back in November. He was playing CS before that. When it gets down to those fundamental moments when it's all about the guns, that's where Jade shines. And I mean, look at her go. That round, like I said, Blossy's pincer movement, the encirclement, was gorgeous. And it felt like it was so unexpected, but a shot fired at just the wrong moment left Jade in that clutch. And, well, she pulled it off, and ATN. I don't think that was the round they called for in that timeout, because that round was a little bit messy for them, but they won it. And winning it is all that matters.
Indeed. Blade Storm popped, and there's the null command as well. Ellie gonna go round the side there, trying to find something, dashing on forward. Beautiful stuff, but Tokamite ready and waiting. Harmony gets one, Blossie gets another, and suddenly there's not really much NASR can do to try stop this going down. I'd say that Sapphire does get a kill in the wrong moment on the wrong person. And there's the Resurrect coming on through, and now 5v2. It's a little bit painful. They thought they had a moment, a pocket of air to breathe there, but the ult coming immediately through. Ginger takes himself out of the round, goes, you know what, my team has got this. Marty has to now push around this corner. It's a difficult one. It's a hard angle to clear. Taken down by Jade as to peek it, and Jade, why not add some more to the kill counter? Gets the second, closes out the round, and that is going to be map point for ATN.
That round was a roller coaster of emotions right there. It was just back and forth, and then Ginger jumping off the map. Not sure what was happening there, but as always, I love the idea that Ellie going that aggressive, jumping off the side of the map, updrafting, dashing in. It's the kind of thing that you love to see from this prodigy of the Dark region, right? It's something that is just so signature to the way she plays, but they've seen it before, right? Tokamite's seen that before. They know how to deal with it. When this map first came out, the TikToks that were coming out of Jets doing that, of Razors doing that, of Omens doing that, they know how to play against it. And now NASR, they're back on the back foot again, and they've not felt like this for most of this half. Yes, they can buy up. They've got enough money. They've got an ultimate to play with, but it's matched exactly on the other side by Harmony. And when both of those Sovas have Hunter's Fury, that's when things get a little bit tasty.
It does. Tasty indeed. Spicy, one might say as well, which, yeah, I'm not good with spicy food, but, you know, hopefully we can handle this. Actually, well, hopefully it's NASR that can handle this as well.
If it's too spicy, it might ignite something in them.
Oh, I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
I've got to throw one of them in. I've just got to do that.
This is the issue that you're going to have, Casty, with me, is that I like my puns a little too much.
Oh, yeah, same. That's the fun of it.
Exactly. You know, that's why we do this job, you know?
Well,
Now,
anyway,
Ginger,
back to the game. Back
to the game. Ginger lining up that utility. We talked about their early round utility really slowing them down. Now it's actually them on the attacking side, so slowing them down. Maybe not necessarily what they want to do. Try and force these fights there. Marty spots out Ellie, but it's Sapphire that's going to be getting the kill there as well. Hunter's Fury comes on now. There's not really much room for them dodge here. It's not going to find anything but a little bit of information. Marty manages to survive in the chaos as well. Is not sure quite where to look here, but the smoke fades, the wall breaks, and suddenly a bullet to the face. And now 4v3, but that spike is down for them. Nami gonna find one. That's Ginger going on down. Sapphire gonna follow it on up as well. And Harmony not really in a position to defend here. Has a little bit of information there, but fighting battles back and front. Turns around, gets the second kill as well. Going for a little bit more. Whittled down to such low health here by the shot bolt. Recon bolt spots them and taken down by the gun of Tokamite. And NASR, they live to fight one more round. Regulation coming to our close here. One more round and overtime is looming.
And ATN, they can just buy up, but that round came down to exactly what it's been before. That jump up box on B, they've still not learned. They've still not got the protocols in place to deal with it. And we called out that this was going to be a close one. This was going to be a banger of a game for your first cast in GC EMEA, and that's exactly what these two teams are providing. They are putting up everything into this game. The flank, we'd never seen Luxie going for that kind of flank solo before. So her bringing that in now, it's going to put so many more questions in ATN's mind for when they execute, and that's all they're doing. They're executing A, but the op is here.
Oh, there comes the wall. And it's going to cause some problems because they've now got onto site and they've got all of the room they could possibly want to work with. But the issue is once it falls, they are in for a little bit of a surprise. Ellie trying to get ahead of this, however, trying to make sure they have the information for when this retake comes calling. And Ellie actually manages to dodge the drone there, but straight into the barrel of Marty. Jade looming, waiting, finds one, not able to get the kill. Marty on absolute fire here. Harmony once again trying to defend from main here, but just too many guns, too many bullets to contend with. And Blossie left now. They are just trying to throw all of this utility in the kitchen sink at her, stop her even looking at this defuse. And that is going to be 12-12. We are going overtime.
Overtime in our first map. This is potentially a long evening. Buckle in, folks, because this is going to keep on going and keep on providing. This one thing I'm loving about this game so far is that it's not just these star duelists, right? We called out how good Ellie is. We're expecting her to do incredibly. Same with Marty. But it's not just them. Everyone else is showing up. They're having their moments, having their rounds. And they're just looking absolutely incredible in it. I'm a little bit shocked we don't see a glass cannon operator from Ellie. She's been so good with that gun so far, but they're wanting to play a little bit safer. Wanting to go into this round and just play slowly, passively, looking to find the information. And honestly, NASR, they've got the protocols to get rid of the operator. So if you don't need to waste that money, don't need to play with no shield, why would you? And so for now, yet another slow round.
Exactly. We're just going to watch them sort of have a little peek here and there right now. ATN, we can see Ellie having a little bit of a nosy over towards main, trying to see if there's going to be any sort of aggression. The fact that she's not seen anything yet is in and of itself going to be a lot of information. And the call to action there, they're going to be proactive, take that space themselves. Now suddenly they've managed to tuck her on in, and now this crossfire that's established going to be very difficult to break. The flash is going to come on through, but both are anti-flash right now. Ellie gets the first, Jade gets the second. We talked about the crossfire being huge. The issue is they've been forced into main here, and they've given up this site. They're going to have to fight back onto it. They do have Harmony coming in from the back, but we talked about these long rotates. Flossie gets the first, Ellie gets another, Flossie gets the second, and it's going to be done and dusted. First round of overtime is ATN's for the taking.
Yeah, the Rubies, they hadn't shown a round like that before. We've seen their Abyss against G2. We've seen now 25 rounds of their Abyss here in this match as well. They've not gone with that aggressive play with Ellie over towards A, and it just showed up so well. Just those little things they're adding in. Their playbook seems to be so much deeper than it was against G2, and that's where it's looking so good. But I mean, look at that trip. We've got the vertical trips coming out to try and catch out these Jet players. But for now, the same old battle over A main, the ATN. They're going to poke, they're going to prod, and then they might rotate away. But they've got all 5 here, and there's only 2 defending. No crossfire to worry about, but still Sight. Sight has 2.
The tug might not too far away if needed as well. And there was a little bit of information too suppressed at the start of the round. And immediately the call to response there, the cavalry is coming charging on forward. But Ellie on site already, that vertical trip, not managed to find anything just yet. Nami fighting for their life and actually going to be victorious there. Is eventually taken down, but it's through the wall. We talked about them being made of paper. And actually ATN, they walk away from this very wounded, hobbling even. And it looks like maybe they're hesitant to even continue towards this A pursuit, but they've got to make a decision quickly. They can wait around and hope that NASR calls a rotate, or they can move now and make it over towards that B site.
So they're just going to fake it. They're going to prod and poke just with this Astra, with the Cypher Cam. It sees that it's just them alone, but the rotates, yeah, it's working. They're being pulled over. Flossie,
Well,
has she faked this enough? No. The reinforcement onto A side as well. If they only contact up, there's 2 people for them to contend with, and this crossfire, it's so good, but Jade gets the first.
Lucy, 2, that is imperative. That's exactly what they needed, and that's the issue with the fake, is that both of them go down, and suddenly there is nobody left to even try plant that spike. Beautifully done, OT number 2. And I thought maybe we talked about it working sort of. It doesn't fully pull over the rotates. It splits the team in half. But the issue with that is the half is strong enough on its own there. And suddenly, round lost, overtime number 2, and that would have been a really nice way for them to secure map. But, alas, more Valorant for us.
Yeah, I'm not going to complain, and honestly, I know there's a lot of hatred out there for this map, for Abyss in general. I quite enjoy it. I think it's quite a fun map. No?
I think it's fun, but the issue is that I was born and raised in Counter-Strike, where we all know that Vertigo is the worst map. And then when I found out that they basically added Vertigo to Valorant, I was like, of all of the maps that you could like take an inspiration and elements from, like I love the idea of the vertical jumps, but also nobody liked it in the other shooter games. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to go down much better here. And I think it's nice. And I like that there's a lot of ability to play in a different, like there's lots of close corners, there's lots of long angles, but also they did take inspiration from one of the worst maps in any shooter game ever, and that is the Hill I Will Die On. But I think you might be an Abyss apologist, one might say. So I'll let you make your case.
Mine is nowhere near as succinct and persuasive as yours is. I think it's fun. I enjoy watching people fall off the map. And there's options for things like this wall. This is reminiscent of kind of Haven, where you just boost yourself up behind the wall and you've got a nice angle, but for now the angle's being taken over towards the B site. But actually they didn't spot Tokamite.
They didn't. They had a look. They certainly had a nosy, and the fact that they didn't find Tokamite, that's going to be a problem because suddenly the enemy's a little bit closer under their nose than they expected, and they're going to pull away a bit, not realizing that they've got a bit of a thorn in their backside. But actually, not much going to come of it. Both playing very passively, and it seems like neither of them will spot each other for a long time to come now.
I think this is one of the downsides of this map. It's big. Like, Breeze was big, but it was all open. This map is big, but there's so many little corners, little rat runs that you can hide in. But instead, we're finally potentially getting the exec over here towards A. The rotates are coming in, but they're long, and the dash onto site immediately shut down.
That is a painful one. Picked from mid-air, plucked like a bird from the sky. Jade finds one, backs away, getting ready for another fight. Is going to be taken down. Ginger has managed to get themselves a kill. Doubles down, but Luxie, incredible adjustment there. However, on their lonesome, has to do it all. Tries to fake and bait out some people. There's a jump spot. Knows that there's two there. Desperately trying to get these angles in these fights. Trying to isolate them. But the issue is this is not a fight you can isolate. The double peek comes through. ATN, they secure themselves a snazzy 14.
Switching sides.
14. And that was all off the back of so much good work, so much shooting. And that was the individuals as well. That wasn't just the teamwork. And yes, like that swing from Ellie at the end there, the wide swing, the bait essentially to allow the Sage Ginger to peek herself was great. But Ginger taking shots like that, Jade taking the shot, plucking her out of midair. There's so many of these good individual mechanics in alternate attacks Ruby. And these players, it's only their second match in the main event of GC EMEA. It's only their second match, and they're performing like this. Maybe it was nerves. Playing against the one-time world champions, multi-EMEA champions in your first ever game, that's going to be scary. That's going to bring up a lot of nerves. But now you're used to it. You've taken the loss, and taking a loss that early, yes, it's the worst case, but it can be so good because you think that's the worst that can happen. 2 13Xs, and we feel that, and it feels bad. And then you pull yourselves back up. And now you're on the precipice of winning a map, winning your first map of the main event. They've got to be elated. They're going to be overjoyed. And they're going to be going into this round so confident in themselves. I want to see explosivity. I want to see more of what we love of the Rubies.
Exactly. I think the explosivity, it's something that might be able to catch them off guard here. Actually, both sides, I'd love to see a very proactive defense here as well, because I don't think ATN will expect it. And talking of that, Marty getting aggressive, finds a pick, trying to get the smoke to put some space. It doesn't matter. Nami's found one of their own. Luxie and everyone is coming up in clutch here. Everyone finding their own kills. Ellie does manage to try tilt the tables back towards even, but it's all but a bandage on a gaping wound here. And NASR, they've got a 2-player advantage. And on top of that, they've got the read that this is going to be an A hit as well. Drone comes on over. Is it going to be able to spot anybody else out? No, it won't. And that is a little bit of safe haven here for ATN. I say that, but Nami, it's all over. Has the spike. Ellie has, that's it, has the spike. What do you do with that? With 48 seconds, no map control now, and no sight. No teammates, no backup, and very limited utility. You get a kill, you drop, it's a very nice kill. 14-14 would go in another overtime.
Switching sides.
Yeah, we go again, and we've got to see more heroics. And I want to believe that ATN can do this because they've shown so many good things, but NASR Ignite, they are the consistent team here. They've been throughout GC this year, so consistent, 5th and 6th in stage 1, 4th in stage 2, and the only reason that they didn't get hired up in that before was because they lost to BBL in a very close game, and then they lost to Falcons in the playoffs. They lost to Giant X very, very closely in the group stage. They can make it if they keep fighting, but actually they keep fighting and Nami goes down. That's the smokes, and on such a big map, losing your smokes this early into the round, that is going to be so detrimental. You cannot deny information. You can't block off angles. You've only got those Cypher cages, only got those jet smokes, the cloud bursts, to deny any information, and some's just been spotted.
Just the edge of them. They almost got away with that, and unfortunately that box is not the safest place to be hiding as well. They're desperately trying to flush her on out. They do finally take down Sapphire, but it's messy. It takes a lot of time. However, it's all but for naught, really. NASR, they've managed to get themselves over towards B, but ATN, again, they've got the reads. They've been so clean on this. Tokamite just spots the edge of Ellie, takes her on down as well. Now Marty bought themselves a lot of room to work with here as well. They're watching for tower, and that Molotov going to give them even more time. And suddenly this has flipped around. Spike's gone down. ATN, they're probably wondering what's going on. Null Driver's popped as well. Suddenly a very difficult retake. They've got to weasel so many out, and they're not all hiding in the same place. This is going to be a multi-stage task. Flash, absolutely perfect. Ginger gets the kill. Marty finds Harmony in the meantime, though. Marty just desperately trying to escape, just about makes it onto the ledge there. We're all holding our breath. Has the angle, spots the player up on the catwalk. Tokamite is going to take down Ginger, tries to bait out a response with the tap, but the defuse does indeed, and NASR, for the first time, they take the lead.
Yeah, and this lead, it's been long and hard fought for, but they've finally gotten to this position. The defenses look so strong for both of these teams, but NASR Ignite, they were able to come back from a 5 versus 3. And a 5v3 should not be that easy, and they made it look pretty easy when they got to site. They were able to shut down Ellie on that little bit of an aggressive angle, not aware of where she could be seen from. There wasn't the backup. And ATN, do they have the gas in the tank to bring this back? To keep themselves into Abyss? This was their map pick, so they need to win this, because Sunset, well, NASR Ignite, they've been cooking there is what we think. And if they've been cooking, that's going to be a difficult map for ATN to win on, so the Rubies, they need to come back strong here. And for now, they're building up towards mid. We hadn't seen too much aggression, but this drone from Tokamite, it's going to spot them out unless they slip away to vents early enough.
I think they've managed to do that. They've got a lot of space. The flash, that is going to be the call to action, and the response to come as well. Ellie is now on their own. Has that wall. There's a little bit of a barricade and is going to be forced into this fight here. Gets the first, but has to keep pushing on forward. Harmony falls, but keeps on going. Doesn't matter. The team might be falling, but they are succeeding in the meantime. That spike goes down, and they've managed to get themselves back away. They've got the player advantage. They've got everything working for them, and that win condition just a matter of a minute away.
It all comes down to this. This retake, NASR Ignite, they need to keep control of this if they want to win this map.
Marty getting up. Marty's got a lovely angle, gets the first as well. If they can find these kills into main, could be all over. Unfortunately, is going to fall, and that defuse has to come on through, and that time is getting very low. And Blotty, in the meantime, has been bought enough space, manages to pull them off at the defuse for just enough time, gets the kill, and that is going to be another overtime, everybody. Holy moly, we're going again.
We're going again and again and again. The attack side now for both teams working out, and this is off the back of Ellie. Yes, Luxie showing what she can do, and Marty as well on the opposing jet, but Flossie baiting her off of that defuse. Not being able to get it to half there. So good. And it's just that awareness of these players who just pull people off of the spike, to just bait them enough. And when you're the last one alive, you've got to believe in yourself. Pros don't fake, right? At the end of the day, you need to stick it. You need to get the half in that situation. It just didn't happen. But NASR Ignite, same mid-default. Sending the Cypher up to try and break that door of vents to threaten that late round luck. But for now, other than that, just a main control. They're still droning up towards B. So ATN know this isn't going to be a direct site hit yet, because the two initiators, they're currently split. But now, moving over towards A, but Ginger's here with the wall.
Wall is going to cause a little bit of a buffer there. Gives them some time just to wait, but it also gives NASR the time to gather their strength and get ready to hit this site. Gets rid of the knife. Actually, that's going to be a lot of information now denied and is going to not be too helpful for this slight take coming on through. Dash is on and Jade's really not sure where to look. There's a recon bolt, saw someone go flying over the top of them. Ginger trying to put up a stand but loses their life and it goes back and forth, but it is ATN coming out on top here. Harmony getting that second as well, make it a third. They get a 16th round and now one more round all they need, but I feel like that is what we've been saying this whole overtime.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time since overtime started that someone's won. Oh no, NASR did the round before, obviously. But going into this, that recon bolt from Harmony, this one here to get that kill onto Tokamite was gorgeous. The timing of that, just as Tokamite was retreating, such perfect timing. The awareness of these Sova players of when they can throw their recon bolts is perfect. And now we're actually seeing a switch up from NASR Ignite. They've done this a few times, 1 or 2 rounds, having the Cypher over towards A. But they're going for it again, and yet again, they're going for this aggressive push down mid, but it's been read. It's been noted. ATN are aware.
There's the flash, managing to dash back and keep their life there, and manages to get back onto the ledge. I thought for a second might be a little bit scary, but even fully blinded gets the kill there.
Oh, no.
And then suddenly, Ginger gets a kill, Blossy gets a kill, and now we're just watching slowly. Oh, that hurts to see. And that's how it ends. That's it. Slowly falling down the map there. What a way to go, because you can keep pressing, you can keep delaying the inevitable. But what a match. What a way to start the series. Can I remind everyone, that is only map number 1. We have potentially 2 more maps to go after that. But I think what a way to go. So many overtimes. But let's take a look at the stats quickly. Let's have a look at how this sort of shaped out, because after the 3rd overtime, I stopped counting. But topping the scoreboard there, Sapphire just so incredible, but not able to secure their team the victory. ATN coming out on top there. Nice even distribution. Everyone pulling their weight. Actually, sorry, I'd only just seen the top. It is Jade and Tokamite there, going neck for neck there on the kills. Actually, more deaths on Jade here, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean, as that second entry, Jade was going in looking for the trades out onto Ellie, but she was coming out on top most of the time. And as a KO, you're fine throwing your life away briefly, as long as you get that spike down, as long as Ellie is able to go there and get those kills. Honestly, an absolutely beautiful performance from both teams, and they're going to be so tired because this here, 16 first kills for each team. They were so even across the entirety of that map. And this only shows how good Sunset's going to be.
Sunset up next is a map that we briefly talked about at the start. One that I'm now very worried for NASR here, because it is their pick. But the issue is, well, maybe it's an issue. We haven't seen them play this, so it means it's going to be new, it's going to be fresh, and it's something that we haven't seen them play in the game changer scene and in the women's scene, sort of. So there's no information to go on, but they also don't have the experience playing against these teams. But before we go any further, MVP Jade, a player that I was really excited to see play. Of course, she is greatly missed over in the Counter-Strike community, but is doing so well for herself over in Valorant and in this series as well. But yeah, Sunset is a weird map coming up next, because neither of these teams we've ever particularly seen play it. So this is uncharted waters.
It is. It's uncharted territory. Obviously, ATN, they played it over in Contenders, over in PQ, and it wasn't one of their best maps. It was okay. They played the Breach Sova standard. They were pretty good at it, but they had a lot of weak points, specifically on their B retakes. So I'm hoping they've cleaned that up since that started. But they probably weren't expecting it for NASR Ignite. They weren't expecting to go here, because we've not seen this from NASR since that first stage. And in that first stage, they lost both the times they played it. This was not a good map. So I cannot wait to see what we've cooked up. I just want to get to Sunset now.
Oh, I'm so excited as well. But I think that we owe it to ourselves. We owe it to you guys at home as well, to give you a little bit of a snack break, because that was a long map. And if that is anything to go by, this might be a long series. So Go grab yourself some snacks, go grab a drink, stay hydrated, and we will see you after a short break to see how Sunset goes down.
One enemy. One enemy remaining. 1 second left. One enemy. Miss. You fought well. One enemy. Yeah. One enemy remaining. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
5. Them.
One enemy remaining.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. We have just come off the break, and off the back of an incredible map number 1, we went overtime after overtime after overtime, and now sunset is dawning upon us as well. A map that we talked a little bit before the break about how interesting of a pick this is as well. But tell me, Echo, what should we be expecting, or what would you like to see more so than anything?
Yeah, I mean, from ATN, I want to see just their standard comp. I want them to have cleaned up their B retakes, making sure they know how they're fighting into it, because at the moment, it's not so good. There's always that spam battle over towards B. NASR are going to do it. We saw in the game beforehand that they did it as well, in the series beforehand. On NASR's side, though, they played this, and it did not go so well. Right in stage 1, they played it, didn't go well. They banned it. They perma-banned it for the entirety of stage 2. So they picked it here, as we can see on our map veto. They picked this map. So I want them to have cooked something special. I want to see incredible macro. I want to see them looking for trap plays, playing off of each other in a way that this map needs. You need to set up traps. You need to be rotating and quickly flooding into B, because as soon as the post plants are set up in B main, it's so stressful. It's so difficult to fight into them. So I want to see them playing well around that, because they don't want to go to Ascent, but they're going to have to afterwards.
True that. It all has to come out here in Sunset. Still one of the newer maps to the map pool as well. And I'm not really sure. I feel like this is another map that people are being quite 50-50 on as well. Like, Abyss is divided and is like very polarizing. So it's very clear that there's division. Sunset feels like one of those maps that people like, it comes up and you're like, yeah, this map again, you know?
It's okay.
Yeah, but it's not as like, people don't hate it or love it as much as Abyss. So it's sort of like subtle that there's this divide.
Yeah, I think not polarizing is the perfect way to put it. Like, I don't hate it. I don't love it. The macro is relatively simple. You want to make sure you're centralizing and then rotating over towards B to flood retake as quick as possible. That's where you see things like the Neon come into play, right? Because you can accelerate your rotates so much quicker. With the Rays, you're more focused on trap playing off of your nade, and that nade is really useful, obviously, for the fight over B main secondarily, to make sure that the post plant can't just spam down. So both the two main duelist picks, they have their strengths and weaknesses, and they do change how you play. But let's take a look at what these teams will be playing, because I mean, it all comes down to this: are we just going to see NASR play something normal? And yeah, they played a relatively similar comp. This is actually the Team Heretics comp that they cooked up with Miniboo, and actually originally, I think it was Woot on that Neon. So this is a good comp. It's got a lot of very basic things in there that they can do, and they're playing off of the KO rather than the breach.
True. I'm quite excited to see Jade on the breach. When I was doing all of my looking for this series, Jade's breach is incredible. It just amazing to see them play it, and I'm really excited to see it out here on Sunset as well. And I like, we talked about Neon and Raze being these two picks. I like that we've got a little bit of each, so we can have a little bit of a comparison, admire the scenery on both sides there as well. But it is going to be NASR starting on this defense, and Neon not exactly known as the best agent on defense. Yeah,
she has a lot of pros, right? She's able to accelerate those rotates, quickly move around the map, and get into flood towards the location if she wants to, if her team is set up for that. But you're right, on the attack side, that's where she shines. She wants to be dashing in there, sliding in there, and making the most of that slide, of that sprint, to surprise and overwhelm when she's attacking. So the defense, I'm expecting and I'm wanting NASR Ignite here to play very focused around those flood retakes, looking to group up and flood in towards B, flood in towards A whenever possible, and make the most of that slide, of that sprint. ATN, on the other hand, they're just going to go for this quite simple, especially to start out with, quite aggressive A hit where the breach shines because of that stun.
Absolutely. Let us get this started. Pistol round underway here, slowly creeping round. In this mid control, we talked about how important it is. They're actually just not going to be contested at all here, and they are going to manage to slip through all the way to the back. And they're going to loop around this A, and it's going to cause a little bit of problems here as well. Maybe not quite expecting this, with Jade getting that opening pick as well. It's isolated Lucy all alone. now that fight. They've been pushing back, and they've got that little bit of a contingency and Ginger there as well on the Cypher, as that Lurk player might just run into Luxie on the return, but no. Luxie gets the kill onto Ellie here. This is all a very crazy round, and they're deciding just to head into spawn instead. Luxie, the flash is impeccable, but gets one down by Jade instead. Ginger with a kill, and now Sapphire and Marty left on their own, and very confused by the whole thing. It's been a very unusual round.
Yeah, unusual is definitely one way to put it. You rarely see these A splits through mid anyway. Most of the time you're heading over towards B, heading over towards Boda when you do it. But instead, no, this has worked out well. It just comes down to Marty on this Neon, and she's going to see Harmony, who's so low, but her and her team, they can just back off. They can just retreat back to B main. And actually Harmony, she goes a little bit aggressive, looks for a peek, but Marty's scared. You can see she's worried more about more of these flanks on flanks that ATN have already provided in this map. Now, she's got to get this defuse started.
There we go, taps it. Trying to bait out a fight, running on forward, spot the second one, but unfortunately just puts themselves in the crossfire, and that is going to be the round, that is going to be the kill, and ATN take the first round. They have been on fire with the pistol rounds.
Yeah, their pistols have been looking really, really clean, and a lot of that is down to the fact they're bringing out very unusual strategies a lot of the time when they're playing on this pistol. When they've got these lower guns, they're using their team advantage, their playbook depth, to really take advantage of the teams and play around from there. And yeah, it's worked out really well. NASR now, they're going to just heavy stack over towards B. This isn't any particular read, I feel, just they need to take a gamble. They need to have something in mid, everything else over towards B, and just a tiny bit of info towards A. I'm sure we'll see this KO knife be popped any second now. Or not.
Or not. They're holding on to it, and their ship's in the night. They've just gone past each other, and now it's just a matter of who finds out, but that is going to be a little bit of a call to answer, because they hear the ulti being picked up, and that is going to be their demise. Ginger going to get the kill, but that's messy and scrappy, and it's very, very weird already. But they've got a completely blank slate to work with on A. Nobody home. They are going to do their due diligence, hopefully, to clear it on out still, and that smoke's going to cause them a little bit of concern. However, if they get a move on, should be a free, uncontested plant here.
Yeah, and the fact that it was Ginger that got the kill there as well, they think it could have been a lurker, so NASR, they were slowed on their rotates because they thought it might be a lurk. So they didn't want to push out aggressively or rotate away, because the rest of the team might have been there, but no, the retake is going to eventually look to come in, and there's a flank, there's an encirclement here, but there's a trip to watch out for it. This flank is being watched, and they're aware.
They are Harmony trying to work around, knowing that they're probably not likely to push through the screen, but that they do. And there goes Eye for an eye. It's a bit messy. Harmony does get the spray down there as well, and Jade just going to tap away with that ghost. And suddenly, second round, didn't even bat an eye. Beautifully done, kept calm, kept cool, and that's exactly what you need to do in those rounds. They knew they had the upper hand. They knew they weren't against a particularly problematic and troublesome buy, but they keep it clean, and that's exactly what you want to be doing in these pistol rounds. It's not giving away too much.
Yeah, and they went for that FPX, the old FPX buy, the 3 rifles, 2 Gluck, 2 ghosts, 2 sheriffs kind of buy, so that they can buy good guns up into this round. They've got rifles across the board. Yes, it's bulldogs, but they're up against 3 light shields. So actually those bulldogs, they can still do a lot of work. Toka can't drink that dart, just going to block the door down behind her and start to rotate away. Meantime, it's just the Cypher set up on B, but the centralization, like we talked about, is already coming on through. The one way from the Omen is good, but actually, Harmony just opens it up and the site's open. It's clear like that.
Beautiful stuff there. They come flooding on in, and NASR, they're in mid now, but that's a little bit of a problem because they've now got to clear through mid to get back onto site. Now they've managed to make their way over. Jade, we talked about these incredible flashes. There's an example of just one. Gets the kill as well, spamming away, not able to find the second just yet. Ellie is suppressed, but has the angle here. This is a hard clear and a difficult one at that. Tries to move out a bit, and that's enough angle. Catches them even more unaware. And Blossy, beautifully done. Nami, not even ready for that one. Tokamite trying to take the fight to them. Has managed to get themselves on site, albeit, but that is as far as they will get. Third round in the bag.
Yeah, and that is the power of that FPX buy, right? When you're going for those 3 rifles, those two pistols into the second round, it gives you so much power, so much pressure behind that 3rd round buy. It's so difficult to deal with, and it all opened up from Harmony. Taking down the Cypher, taking down the Anchor onto B, it opens up so much space. And then Flossy, always lurking, always trying to get some kind of timing. So good over towards Market. And this is going to make NASR scared. They're going to have to be so careful of all of these flanks, all of these little pieces that can come together from ATN. It's going to be edging into their mind in every single round now. Someone could be flanking, someone could be behind them.
Harmony is going to be called upon for multi-kill here, and they almost line up for her. Gets the first, backing away here. Going to send out the drone. I don't think they heard the orb, but they definitely spotted on the drone there on the retreat, and now that is going to be them heading over towards A. They know that B is reinforced, and now they're going to be pushing on through Elbow, trying to take the space. Nami, lovely shot there, buys themselves some space and some time, and in the meantime, look at where NASR are. They've managed to get onto site there. That's the bot broken. They've got to fight this through. Lovely wall there from Marty, but they all just crumble like dominoes, stacked one by one. And that is going to be the round. It looked so good there for NASR. Moments of brilliance, buying them these pockets of air to breathe, but not quite enough.
Yeah, and that's all down to the GC Sheriff. You know, like, the Sheriffs, when they're in the hands of these players, is just so consistently good. And they're so consistently getting picks. Almost anyone, but ATN, oh no, sorry, NASR Ignite here, they're taking a timeout already. 4th round, going into round 5, they need to pause because already the momentum is so heavily in favor of ATN, and we talked about it on the last map. These ultimates coming online are so crucial. Jade, being this star player, we know she already is, has her Rolling Thunder. And this ultimate clears out sights. It stops retakes. It's one of the most powerful ultimates in the game, as long as the breach stun works like a stun and they can't just one-tap you anyway, which does happen, but not often. But then they can start to build up towards Ellie's, towards Harmonies, off the back of this Rolling Thunder. So NASR Ignite, they need to take the pause to work out what to do and build up towards their own.
This is exactly what we saw on map number 1, is that it felt like things started to get out of hand at the start, is that they lost the pistol and it sort of just snowballed from there a little bit. And granted, they very much managed to rein back that control, but it would have been a lot easier of a time for them if they'd maybe called that timeout earlier in map number 1 to stop the avalanche before it could even affect them the way that it did. So hopefully, timeout call, timeout taken. They're going to come into this with a little bit of an idea, more solid as to what they want to do. It does look like A is going to be a bloodbath. Mid, they've got some troubles as well. I like where Ginger is hiding here, but unfortunately Marty spots it, and even though Ginger had turned around, 6th Sense tingling, not able to get the kill there. And suddenly, that's made everyone on ATN a little bit uncomfortable here. Marty with a 2nd kill, leading the charge, leading by example. Nami finds one, and suddenly there's nobody really left to defend this plant with. Yes, they've got it down. Yes, that's credits, but not much more than that. The paranoia is going to cause some problems for Jade, meaning that they won't be able to help out in this fight, and even when they are able to, peeks into 3, head taken off, and now just Ellie left. Nate to try buy some space, but the shock dart in response there as well. Managing to take these fights, not quite able to win this one, however, and NASR, they're just going to hop straight on that defuse.
Yeah, that timeout working wonders for them. They look so calm and controlled in that mid-take, wrapping around Ginger, and she might have got one there. Ginger's good. She may have even got 2, but there was still the wrap. Someone was behind her. She could not have gotten all 3, and that's that they're looking calm in the face of adversity, of losing out on that first map after so many close rounds, after OT, after OT, after OT. And now they're back. They've lost the first 4 rounds, but they're calm, they're collected, and they're working together. And this is why this team is so consistent, because they don't crumble as a team. They stick together, they hold each other up, and just keep pushing forward.
There is, of course, money in the bank ready for ATN to fight right back into this one as well. And they've got the ultimates ready to do so. That Rolling Thunder that we've talked about so crucial at round defining, is still online. Marty holding the post once again, first line of defense, and such a good one at that. Gets the kill as well. Flossie has just watched their teammate get absolutely decimated. Can hear the door going on down as well. That's a lot of information, but nothing they can really contribute to the fight itself right now. Smoke is going to be great, allows them to get onto site and that plant safely. Harmony peeking this even whilst fully blind. It's confident, it's cocky, it backfires, and Tokamite, Safi, and Nami all stepping up into their own here as well. And just Jade left gets the first kill, but Safia is right behind them. And now NASR, they're looking good already. Time out. Clearly, they talked about a long-term plan here as well.
And it seems like they called the B split. They were watching mid. They had 3 people lined up in a high-low ready for Ellie to peek into it. And immediately she gets taken down. Yes, Velocity had gotten past, but she couldn't provide value beyond that. And then there was this interesting creep, this little crawl up towards the B site from ATN. The Cypher setup, it wasn't for the kill trips. It was info trips off of, interesting places. But ATN were able to get past. They got the spike down, but they were still trapped. They were still cornered. They had to go towards CT, and it didn't work. So now, A's worked for them, but now Marty is here.
There we go. There's the ultimate, but immediately shot down there. Hunter's Fury coming on out, but Nami just doing it all there. That hurts to see. Neonot finally online, but not able to find anything. I don't even think it was there for a second. Shot down in an instant. And that is going to cause a little bit of a damper on the team's spirit and on the round here. But they've come out on top in the player department. They've still got more people still in the map. And they can work with this.
They can. But now they need to be focused on this B. NASR Ignite, we haven't seen this in so long, but they need to show that they can do these B retakes. And there are ultimates now online. All 3 ults here for ATN. This Omen ult just to reinforce this as quick as possible. But ATN, they're pushing. They haven't even put the spike down. They're going for the fight.
That is dangerous. Sapphire almost in trouble, but manages to get 2 before going down. That is crucial for them. Takes down Luxie as well. Wants to go for some more. Ginger could do it all. And whether Nami can get Luxie back up in time, might just be able to. I think has managed to buy themselves the room, but they don't go for it. And that is going to be 13 seconds left. Spike there. Site empty. This plant is going to be A-okay and planting safe. Planting to hide out in main as well. The stars aligning. And Ginger, between the kills and the reads and just holding their nerve all alone as the sun sets. And actually, not even just holding for the plant. They are getting proactive here.
Looking for that flank.
Yeah. Flank's in the wrong place, though.
Shadows traveling.
Here comes the smoke. Try to buy themselves that little bit of extra space should they try go for this defuse. And they have to at some point because that timer's running low. And Ginger could see that they were there. Camera, everything. They've been waiting for this. They planned in advance. They foresaw the future. And they secured the round. Not even having to engage in the fight there.
Nothing.
I think she might have tickled her toes with a bullet or so, but
Exactly.
just no more than that. And that is confidence. Ginger, the confidence to wrap back around through market, back to B. It's incredible. And this early fight was so nice. NASR had this plan. This overall should have done so much more damage than it did. But I think it feels like ATN, they were aware. They were ready for it. And then Ginger played it so well in the late, closing out this round as she's closed out so many rounds before.
That goes there.
And again, actually, ATN, I thought they'd be scared of A main after that round, but no, they're not. They're going straight into this place. They're taking elbow control, and they're going to keep pushing beyond that. We'll see how the rest of the round wraps out. Ginger, she seems a bit more scared, a bit more passive over towards mid, because the same wrap is happening there.
That it is. Mid, they've just swarmed it as well. Ginger's in for a little bit of an unpleasant surprise there, and a bullet to the face is exactly what she gets. Now pushing on forward, elbow control, as you rightly said, Echo, has been taken. managed to wrap this side a little bit and try and keep them out here. But the difficulty is Nami is so hot on the trigger that it doesn't even matter. Harmony going for a little bit more there as well. But it's Tokamite that gets the final kill, puts the final nail in the coffin. And NASR, they're not willing to let this get too far out of grasp. They're keeping it close, and they are winning these rounds very nicely as well. The rounds they're losing, they've been close, but the rounds they're winning look impeccable.
They do, but one of the crucial things here is that NASR, they're using their ultimates to win those rounds. ATN Rubies, they've had every single ult online for a lot of rounds, and I don't think they've used a single one.
No.
They still have all of their ults, and they could have used that to win some of those rounds that they've now lost, that they can't get back. So they need to start to use these ults to build the advantages to win out and finalize the rounds. They can't always rely on someone like Ginger, but they might have to here.
Ginger getting the opening pick would be awesome, but unfortunately they are the opening pick. I'm very worried about this lack of ults being used, because if you're not using them, you're not getting them back online, and you're really not getting the effect of them. What is the point in having them? You aren't going to use them, and you can't use them when Nami's put a bullet through your head either. And now Ellie next up, next on the chopping block. Actually, Jade managing to buy them the ability to get away and saving their bacon there, quite frankly. Marty just going to peel back, knows that the danger maybe not so immediate. Harmony next up to fight. Tokamite takes them on down. You line them up. She knocks them down. They almost line up once again, but Tokamite, Sapphire both get a kill apiece. And that is that. Beautifully done.
Yeah, and they're just looking so clean. NASR, they showed that they can play together as a team. They showed how well they can work together on Abyss, but it's now coming to fruition. When there's not being anything special being brought out by ATN here, they're able to just answer back positive. And I know what this timeout is saying. It's saying exactly what you just said on the call there. You can't build your ults back up again if you don't use them. You've had these ults. You now will not have chance to build up towards basically any of them if you use them in this round. You've got this round to use all of them potentially to win it, because this round is important. And then the next two after that, you have to hope that you can build up some of them. You might save one or two for the post plant, or playing, over towards that B main. As we can see, they're pinging on this map that they might start leaning over there because A's not been working. But this timeout, it's going to be saying you need to start playing your ults, because they have to. Because right now, NASR Ignite, they're building up towards their next set.
Exactly, and they've been maybe not as effective as we'd like them to see, but they've had some level of impact. If anything, it's just an extra ability if you even see it as that, but they've been getting them online. The issue, as you said, ATN, they can't get many of these ults back up. Maybe Cypher you might just be able to squeeze. That's if Jinju's beginning of the round and then has an incredible, back-to-back 3Ks, but these ultimates, they're now one and done. Once for the half is not great stats for it. Especially, Rolling Thunder could have won them so much space. It could have won them a plant or made their life easier, but they're trying to go in with these gunfights. It looks like that's what they're doing again. Ellie leading the charge with a stinger, and definitely not the most ideal of weapons. There comes the showstopper finally being used, but caught by the tripwire. And we talked about them using it, pulls it out at the wrong second. However, the plant does come down. It bought them some space to work with, and it bought them an early plant with 5 people still alive. However, it's a 10-person retake happening here.
Yeah, but I love what Ginger's doing. Look at her. She's re-exploring everywhere, clearing out everything to ensure that this Sova can use their ult. Harmony, we saw her struggle with it before, and the stall is impeccable.
It is. There's Marty with the first. They've managed to get themselves back on site and lock ATN off. Rolling Thunder comes out. Are they even going to fight for it, however? They don't even peek off the back of it. They do find one, but Nami with the immediate headshot bullet. We talked about it. 1 bullet's all you need with that gun, even whilst stunned. Harmony, there comes the Hunter's Fury. Does find one, but, it's taken so much. Everyone dies to the spike, and yes, it's a round, but it took so many ults, and it was so close even with all that.
That was 4 ultimates in the round, and they won by just getting those kills. The stall was so crucial there right at the beginning. The aftershock to slow down, to keep Ellie alive that little bit longer, so good. And you can see, they had the idea, they knew what they needed to do. But now they only have 1 ult left. And this ultimate, I hate calling it the worst ult in the game, because you can have high impact Omen ults, but it's still not great. NASR on the other side, though.
Yeah, it's a lot harder to get impact from them.
Yes.
You know, a Rolling Thunder, at least you clear some AoE. It's so situational. I'm with you on that one. Oh, you know what? I'll say it. I think it might be the worst, and you can get impact, but that doesn't make it not the worst, you know?
Yeah, no, exactly. And you can maybe play around with it. And late round, if Blossy is the last one alive, she can use it to pick up the spike as long as people aren't around it. There's a lot of ways you can look to use it. But like you said, it's not the highest impact. This round, though, ATN need. They want to, if they lose this round, back down to Sheriffs. And yes, they're good at them, but they want to keep the advantage there. That one-way fades, Ellie's being peaked on. The paranoia is huge.
But the counter paranoia is just as massive. Luxie gets one immediate answer from Ellie. And there's still some fighting here. Blossy trying to find an extra kill off the back of it, but actually running away, heading on over towards B. And in the meantime, actually, Tokamite maybe having a move away from the site. They've managed to cause enough issues. Jade in mid could be the difference maker, could be this late round pincer that they direly need as well. They've managed to get themselves onto site, but NASR not too far away here. Spike goes down. Damage sustained in the meantime, however, but little bit of a chance. However, reinforcements, Tokamite leading the charge. Beautiful kill. Harmony not quite able to save their teammate. Actually just forced back, running away, but even that's not guaranteed. Jade, we talked about it being that missing piece, but unfortunately too little, too late. Gets a second kill, but actually manages to whittle it down to the 1v1 and has the angle, has the fight as well. Beating, trying to get it, and just on the edge during the jiggle spam, gets the kill there. Crucial round. And I said maybe too little, too late, but a clutch like that, you can never understate.
Wow. I mean, that is why Jade is one of the most beloved players of this scene. Why she came in and just got enveloped with passion of everyone in Dark. They love Jade. And you can see why. She's so good in these clutches, in these final moments. But now in the final round of the half, we talked about the ultimates being stacked up for ATN before. Look at the blue side.
They may well be able to get Nami's ult up. Not sure what they do with it, but they might be able to get it up. Have a nice even 5. But that's the issue is yeah, they've got the ultimates back up. And ATN, none to be seen, none in sight. And Marty is on a Bucky. I'm liking this. Neon Bucky, one of my favorite combinations. On a map like this, it's difficult because you have to get that early, uptight, close angle, but that's exactly what they've secured. You then have to get lucky enough for them to walk into you, which unfortunately might be the fate waiting for Sapphire. However, backs away. That Bucky, useless at long range, not the best weapon for retake. So if they don't go A, suddenly Marty, not particularly effective. Actually has the ultimate online, I say that. Eddie gets a kill, Sapphire with a response. There comes the Cypher ult. Locations have been revealed, and they know that this is going to be a little bit of a tricky site. Neon ult, there we go. Has to find the impact, gets the first, spots the second, knows that both are here, tries to get the spray transfer, if you can even call it that, the Volt transfer, and now Jade and Ginger, they have the plant. They are suppressed right now as well. Luxie doing heaps and bounds without even having to move right now. But the moment they try retreat, Sapphire is waiting and ready. Ginger now the last one left alive. That timer is starting to wear a little bit thin and run a little bit low, but the jump down, it's a distraction, gets the spray transfer, going some more. Ginger trying to get the clutch, gets the ultimate, doesn't even need the location, gets the kill. That's a 4K to give them the 8th out of nowhere, a round they had no business winning, and they get it, they secure it, and it isn't the team effort, it is Ginger. She is her.
There's nothing else you can say. She is just so good. And these clutches, the moment-to-moment decision-making. They look here at the Omen, who keep over towards the Cypher and then the KO. She knows the KO is going to be pushing, and she just swings round. Beautiful work, beautiful awareness coming out from Ginger. And she's not even the top of the board. She's had these high-impact clutch rounds where she's won everything for her team. But she's not even up there. Jade is there with her. And this is why ATN, everyone's been saying they are going to be here and they're going to be here to stay. An 8 and 4 half, they're moving on to their defensive side, and this is where their trap style composition can shine. They have so many ways of playing around traps or playing around this nade, the stuns. That it can put them into so many good situations. But for now, it's just the cycle setup. It gets shocked down. The slight hit soon to be coming on through. Nice little cheeky one way to slow it down, though.
Ooh, manages to slide past it, but ultimately to their doom. And now Ginger, once again, called upon for these high impacts, but taken down. Elbow just spotted by Nami, but that's all she needs. In the meantime, Spike has gone down. They can retreat a little bit, set up for this post plant, but Ellie is ready and waiting. Gets the kill. Luxie trying to push on forward here as well, but that is it. Victory nade to celebrate as well, and there we go. 9th round. That is the way to be getting this done.
It is, and I think it's very interesting that they give that ult orb to Jade specifically. They could give it to Ellie. She's just as close to her ultimate as the Rolling Thunder is for Jade. But they're choosing to prioritize that big area of effect ult. And yes, maybe, okay, Ellie did miss hers when she used it. The Rolling Thunder was very good. Yeah, that one time,
Technically, 0% success rate, but sample pool of 1, so it's like...
Yeah, let's not dig into the stats of that, but the outlaw now for Ellie. We saw what she can do with this on Abyss. She's confident, she's happy, and she's watching the right angle.
Lovely first pick there as well. Gonna get ready for some more, because where there is one, there is a swarm. Ginger ready as backup as well. Gets the second. We talked about the outlaw. Isn't even really needed. There is backup to take down Nami, but Ginger gets it done. Holds down the trigger, and that is all that... Just sit back, press left trigger with one finger. That's all that's needed, and it's beautiful. And Ginger, we talked about the impact. Just impeccable.
Yeah, there's no other word for it. She's just so good, and holding that close angle, it's dangerous, it's risky. Everyone's seen the outlaw, they're expecting people to be further back, but those bait plays are so common. People are aware that that's maybe the play now. So Ginger, she's backing off, she's playing passive. She's got a backside kill trip set up here to play fully for the retake. And that's where NASR Ignite are pushing. They've got the guns. They have all of the guns that they could need. They do have some light shields, but they're walking into a backside kill setup, and those are hard to deal with if you want to push. So they're gonna slow down. They're gonna move out back towards mid. But look where Blossy is.
Already ready and waiting up close. Maybe they're not quite gonna expect them to be as under their nose as they are, but Blossy peaks at the wrong second. Just a little patience would have paid off in spades, however. They have a little bit of knowledge as to where they're going, and they have managed to split up ATN's defenses quite nicely here.
They have. It's just Ellie with that outlaw. And yes, there's a lot of light shields. There's 3 of them over there, including Marty, that tip of the spear. So they need to be careful for this outlaw. So the drone, it's the same protocols as you use for the operator. You use the drone to clear it out. Ellie gets pushed back. She has to retreat to the second or maybe even third line. But again, it's Marty, is her first contact.
Rough one. Manages to escape with their life, but for how long, that is yet to be found. Pixie gonna take down the bot. Not gonna be allowed anywhere near her. And that spike goes down. Nade just a little bit too late to deny any plant there as well. Attention divided, but Marty managed to conquer. Gets the first kill, immediately traded by Jade. Ellie gets one with the Sheriff, and it's all a little bit hectic. Nami rounding the corner, low health on Harmony, but manages to get the kill. Might have been a little bit messy there otherwise, but NASR, everyone showing up here. But Jade putting up a final stand with the Guardian. Only has one more location known, but the issue is the timer. Taps the defuse, has to get on it soon. And actually, I think Bluff just been called here, waiting for that recon bolt to come on through there, and there's just no time to defuse now. And Tokarine knows it, knows that there is no chance that they could have got on it with a fake like that. Ooh. Gets away with their life and by the skin of their teeth, quite literally. But beautifully played there, just reading the fakes, not getting lured into peeking that. And it was a nice final stand from Jade, but unfortunately just had to get on that defuse. Even halving it would have been something.
Yeah, but still, the NASR Ignite coaching staff, they won that round, but they're not happy with what they're seeing. This is their final timeout. Affinity. If ATN win the next 2 rounds, there's nothing that the coaching staff can do. They just have to sit back and watch their team lose out. And part of this is because, look, the economy is in absolute shambles for NASR Ignite right now. They can buy up because Tokamite survived. She can buy one person, maybe, and everyone else can potentially buy themselves. But Sapphire and Luxie, if they want utility, they can't get the rifles that they want. So this round, it's so difficult for them. And because of that, look at Ellie. Outlaw again. She's going to save that little bit of money and keep trying to build it up for herself. Crucially, though, ultimates, they're starting to come online in the next round. What I want to watch is who they're putting the ult dubs onto on both sides. What ults are they valuing for the site takes and for the post plants?
Yeah, the real question is whether they use them this half, because there's been a clear push towards getting these orbs, which if they don't end up using them is going to be I will be very confused. But with 10 rounds already on the board here and up against a very mishmash buy here, they might not even have much time to use them. The game could be over particularly quickly, especially with Ellie getting picked like that to start with. An answer from Marty in a beautiful trade out of the midst of nowhere is going to allow them onto site. So much space taken there as well. Hard clearing every angle. Marty is on fire. Spike goes down. No, it doesn't go down. Now it goes down. They came off it for a second. Maybe a little bit of a, you thought you planted it. Come off a bit early. We've all done it. We're all human. But now ATN retake on their hands. Shock Dart gonna try clear that little bit of a corner for them, but they realize where it's planted for, and that's got to whittle down where they are hiding. Recon Bolt is going to be immediately destroyed, so that's little to no help for them. Ginger trying to push on forward, manages to get an angle, sprays down, and it's a bloodbath, and suddenly what should have been really easy for them, Sapphire is trying to put up a final stand. They do have to get this defuse, but they just run her on down, teleport to get themselves closer, save themselves that extra second, and they should have this. They've definitely got it, and that is a crazy way for it to end. That push from Ginger, just murdering, just putting them through the wood chipper, and out of nowhere, flips the script.
And so I called out right at the beginning, are they going to have these B retakes down? Are they going to have them better? And this one way is such a big part of the protocols, pushing so aggressively into it. It's so clean, and ATN, they have come here to play. They've come here to fight. And I'm so impressed with how they're looking. But NASR, they're not out of this just yet. They've got the overdrive. They've got this for the Neon in place of a gun. They can start to build up towards more ultimates for the next round as well. So it's all about how do they shut down ATN's chances? What are their win conditions? How do they play towards them? And they're going for the B hit again.
They are, and it is relatively undefended. However, all of these traps is going to make it perilous. Isn't going to defend the plant, and Ginger is just going to have to wait for the rest of the team to hit this as they slowly dismantle what is left of the setup. Ellie trying to get something. There's the showstopper online, trying to get it. It's going to get 2 as well, and Ginger managed to find their own 2. They both double up. They both double down. Tokamite trying to find something, gets 2 of their own, and is fighting for this. And suddenly, it's a little bit questionable, but Blossy, it's fine. Has it under wraps, and they get themselves the round, and that is the 12th. That is map point, series point for ATN.
And Blossy, she's a safe pair of hands in those moments. This is looking like it could be it. We questioned whether or not NASR had cooked up enough to be able to win out on this map, because they've not seen it. They've not played it in so long. But ATN, they have everything. Their protocols for every single situation are set in stone, are set for victory. And Ellie here with the 2K, with the showstopper, just puts it into
making
it.
Up for it. Making up for the first half, you know?
That's true.
Now
She's
has a
1 for 1.
50% success rate.
Or she's 2 kills out of 2 showstoppers, right? If you think about it like that.
True. That's a good average. There
Yeah,
is
exactly.
the overdrive is shut down, however, by that KO knife there. Ellie, lovely pick. Hunter's Fury desperately and wildly firing here. And Marty is just having to watch that meter slowly run on out. Takes down the bot, but is not able to refresh anything. Is going to watch their hands fade back to the normal color. And now, Jade lining this up. Rolling Thunder. This could be it. They clear out the whole site. Counter ult coming out. Null command Blossy spamming desperately, but Ellie gets another kill. Harmony gets 2 as well, and now Luxie left to defend this series by themselves, taken down through the smoke, and with the ultimate, just has to sit there and watch as the defuse comes on through, not even able to die, and that is the game, that is the series, and what a showing there from ATN.
Yeah, I mean, a flawless to end the match as well. And ATN, they've finally done it. They've won a series in main event, and it's all up from here. They lost to G2, yes, but they came here looking so strong. They took us to Abyss, which was not a good map against G2, and they looked so good. Sunset, everything was clean. They looked like they had absolutely nothing wrong with anything on that map. They're looking so good. I mean, look at this. Jade, Ellie, Ginger, all at 18 or 19 kills.
Absolutely incredible scenes coming out here. And we do have to give credit where it's due. Tokamite doing their best there over on the side of NASR, and had some lovely highlights and lovely moments where it looked like they could have swung around. And a lot of the rounds that they did manage to get on the board were off the back of these incredible picks and plays as well. But just not quite enough to deal with the overwhelming surge that is alternate attacks. Just an incredible series from them.
Yeah, and well, I don't know how much more we can say. A 13-5 on Sunset as well is just so good. And the fact that everyone is up there in the kills, everyone was up there in the clutches. 4 clutches for ATN. They got 11 first kills, ended up in the clutch, and then yeah, Jade and Ginger. I think Ginger got 3 clutches, Jade got 1. They're looking so good, and the post parts, the retakes, so good.
I think it speaks quite a lot as well to the fact that even with so many opening picks, ATN were able to win the rounds, because the stats on winning a round when you go down 4v5 first, when you lose the first person, it's something like 35-40% maximum. So the fact that they were managing to get these rounds even off the back of losing that first round, that first pick, sorry, is incredible. But shall we take a look at our MVP? And I have a feeling it could be any number of players, but I think we know who it is for this. Jade, once again, just incredible. 50% clutch rating, incredible cast, leading the charge on kills as well. Just an all-round certified legend.
Yeah, no, I think a legend is the only way to put it. She looks so good, and she's always been the mainstay this year for ATN. She's been that rock for them on this supportive role, and yet she's still popping off. She's playing the breach, and she's still doing this. That is an incredible stat line for someone on this agent.
Absolutely. As I said coming into this, I was super excited to see Jade on the breach. Every time I've looked at the results of a map, whether I've been able to watch it or I've just seen the results post-map, it's always, at the moment that she picks a breach, it's all over for the enemy team. But there we go. That is how the series is shaken up. 17-15 feels like ages ago that we were on overtime. Was it number 4? I can't do maths, I'll be honest with you. The reason I cast is because I can't do maths. But overtime after overtime, and I think it speaks to the fact that on NASR's pick, they managed to do such a good job on a map that they've not notoriously been amazing of as well. But Ascent, not quite going to be seen, not today, not right here.
No, and I mean, that would have been very comfortable for ATN, but that's it. That's our series. ATN in a 2-0 victory over NASR Ignite, who have been so consistent in the past. But let's take a look at the standings, Affinity, because there's so much going on here now. We're only a few days in to stage 2 or stage 3, and so much is on the board. These playoffs are so crucial to get. Yes, G2, they're not certainly locked in, but they're very close to being locked in. Everything else, though, up for grabs.
It is. There's some debate. I saw some discourse online whether G2 goes in if they win this next game, if they automatically qualify. And the likelihood is if they do, there's an almost certainty that they will have no other issues. However, it's still up to fight here as well. And it's a dangerous looking bracket here as well. And NASR, whilst that second map wasn't what we expected, we still saw them go pound for pound over on Abyss. So I wouldn't count them down and out. They've only played one map thus far as well, but difficult bracket, difficult teams that are up against. And then over on the flip side, we'll see the games for tomorrow as well, and that's going to shake up a little bit. But let's take a look at the games we're going to be seeing tomorrow as well.
I mean, tomorrow's going to be a very, very good day. You've got NASR again having to fight after such a long day today. They're going straight up first tomorrow against Odd One Out. On Odd One Out, they made a lot of changes, right? Since the last split, so many changes. And it's, again, they want to show that they can fight against the consistent team. But for NASR, this is a must win. They need to put themselves into an advantage going into next week for week 2, because otherwise it's getting so dangerous for them.
It is indeed. But those are your matchups for tomorrow, and you are going to have a wonderful time with that. And of course, the wonderful casters that will be leading you through all of the twists and turns and tribulations of the games as well. So you are not going to want to miss that. Put it in your calendar, set a reminder. I mean, it's only a couple of hours. You could set an alarm on your phone, set a timer. It's not that far away as well. But that is going to be incredible as well. But yeah, I'm super excited. This is a really stacked bracket, though. And I think Alternate Attacks, they came into this. They looked really good. I got worried, map number 1, because they started strong and then it teetered off. And the fact that we even took it to overtime, the fact that, seeing how map number 2 went, the fact that map 1 went overtime, it's a little bit shocking to me as well. But both of these teams' moments of brilliance, and both of them looking to be contending potentially for that top spot. Difficult fight, but...
It's going to be very difficult. But I mean, the second matchup of tomorrow that we didn't even get to talk about, these are the 2 top teams of that bracket. Falcons versus Giant X, right? Those 2 teams, second and third last split to G2, they are in contention for the top of their team, or top of their group, and then to get themselves into a good seed to not have to fight G2 too early in the bracket.
Yeah.
That's what they're wanting to do, right? They don't want to go up against G2 early, because we've seen what they can do. We've seen what G2 can do against ATN already. Those teams, they want whoever wins that probably gets first seed in their group. By the look of how things have shaken out so far, it's not maybe what I predicted, but that's looking like what should happen. So that game, I'm so looking forward to watching that one.
They pulled a Marvel with you where they gave you the wrong script so that nobody could spoil it as well. They'd be like, here's what's going to happen, and then something completely different is going on. But I'm super excited, and what a series for me to sort of join and be welcomed onto the Game Changer scene with. I couldn't have asked for a better matchup there as well, and it's super exciting, of course, coming from CS, seeing some of the CS players that I'd watched and idolized over there coming up being just as incredible, if not more, over in Valorant as well. The fact that it's translated so well, and they are absolutely kicking butt as well. Brilliant to see, and lovely to see them again as well. It's like seeing an old friend again. But I absolutely adore it. And yeah, the matches tomorrow are going to be crazy.
Yeah, no, and I mean to go back and look at today's match though, like I want to talk about ATN's story whilst we've got a few seconds here, because they've come from second places. That basically the entirety of PQ. They've been getting second place. They've been getting to those LAN finals over in Cologne, and they've not been making it all the way. They've not been winning that finals. A lot of upsets. A lot of the time they went into those games as the overdog, you might say. But they still lost out to the underdogs. Now they're here. They're in that underdog story again. And when they're in the underdog story, I think that's where they shine. Someone like Ellie coming in changed the environment of this team. And now they're thriving. Losing to G2, it showed them and it showed everyone that yes, they're here, yes, they're good, but they are still the underdogs. They're not going to win everything yet. So what I want to see from them is this continuous improvement. Their Abyss looks so much better. I want to see the same for every other map of theirs as we go on throughout the rest of the stage.
Couldn't have said it better myself there, Echo. And of course, going up against G2 at the start, you get possibly your toughest opponent out the way and done, and you can learn from that. What you take away from that, you've then got the teams that, dare I say, a little bit weaker, that you can then put that knowledge into. And then if you go toe-to-toe with G2 later down the line, you've already had that experience and that time to VOD review, to pick it apart, and to figure out what you want to do going forward. So getting it out the way and done, some might say hardest hurdle is over with, and hopefully it's smooth sailing from them now. But I think that is about all there is to this series. We should let you guys get on with your evening. We have kept you here for plenty, and there is going to be plenty more tomorrow, so don't Valorant yourselves out. But from me, that's goodbye. Any parting words from you, Echo?
No, just thank you everyone for watching. This was such a good series, and the rest of the week, the rest of next week as well, gonna be a banger. I'm so hyped to see how playoffs line up.
shot.
One enemy remaining.
Ultimate is ready. Oops.
One enemy. One enemy remaining. A.
Ground.
Seconds left.
Found the shield my bomb.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. One enemy last player standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Spike down. Last player standing.
Flash out! Put down.
One enemy remaining.
The ultimate.
One enemy remaining.
Camera.
Nightmares.
One enemy remaining.
Gotta go.
One dead.
I'm out.
Hey.
One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
Allah.
One enemy remaining.
Dropped.
One enemy remaining. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
Suppressed.
1 second left. One enemy. Miss. You fought well. One enemy.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
Side. Them.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy. Player standing. One. One enemy remaining. One enemy standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
Where is everyone? on hiding.
One enemy remaining. One One enemy remaining. One enemy.